Section 1 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface by A. W. Ward, G. W. Prothero, and Stanley Leathes. In accordance with the scheme of the Cambridge Modern History, this volume takes as its main subject a great movement, the Reformation, and follows this theme to a fitting close in its several divisions. No attempt is made to fix a single chronological limit for the whole range of European history. In international politics, the Battle of Marignano made an appropriate close to our first volume. The Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis forms a still more conspicuous landmark for the conclusion of our second. The religious history of the Reformation period opens with the abortive Fifth Lateran Council, and Luther's theses follow close. Some sort of religious settlement was reached in Germany by the Treaty of Augsburg, in England by the great measures of Elizabeth, for the Roman Church by the close of the Council of Trent. And the latter two events are nearly contemporaneous with the death of Calvin. Before his death, Calvin had done his work, and the Reformed Church was securely established. On the other hand, the religious wars in France had just begun. Further developments of Lutheranism and Calvinism are left to be treated in subsequent volumes. In this period, the scene of principal interest shifts from Italy to Germany and Central Europe. Geneva, very nearly the geographical center of civilized Europe at the time, becomes also the focus of its most potent religious thought, supported by her like-minded neighbors, Zurich, Strasbourg, Basel, and the free imperial cities of southern Germany. As the scene shifts, the mainstream of European life broadens out and embraces more distant countries, Scotland, Scandinavia, Poland. The Turkish danger, though still a grave preoccupation to the rulers of Eastern Europe, had been checked, and limits had been set to the Ottoman advance. The main proportions preserved in this volume will be found, it is hoped, to correspond with the relative importance of the several themes. If English topics are here treated on a relatively liberal scale, the editors cannot forget that this history in the first instance addresses itself to English readers, and they look for pardon if, upon the canvas of this work, Henry VIII, the Protector Somerset, Northumberland, Mary, and Elizabeth occupy more space than strict historical symmetry would demand. The editors have suffered many losses and disappointments. Chief among these is that of the chapter on the Council of Trent, which Lord Acton had intended to write. No living historian could hope to bring to this task the wealth of accumulated knowledge that Lord Acton commanded, or his special opportunities of insight. The lamented death of Professor Kraus has prevented the chapter on Medici in Rome from receiving his final revision, and the loss of his bibliography is particularly to be regretted. Lapse of time and fresh engagements have disturbed many of the arrangements which Lord Acton had concluded. Of the 19 chapters comprised in this work, 9 have, however, been written by the authors to whom he assigned them. In the original plan, no provision had been made for the Reformation in Poland. This topic hardly seemed by its importance to deserve a separate chapter, and there were obvious reasons against including it in any of the others. On the other hand, it could not be altogether neglected. A brief summary compiled by one of the editors may serve to fill the gap. Moved by representations which have reached them from many quarters, the editors have added to this volume, as to Volume 7, a chronological table of leading events. A similar table for Volume 1 is now also supplied. The thanks of the editors are due to all the authors who have spared no labor to perfect their several contributions under conditions of time which were in many cases very burdensome. AWW, GWP, SL, Cambridge, November 1903. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 1, Medicean Rome, by F.X. Kraus. Part 1. On the 18th of August, 1503, after a sudden and mysterious illness, Alexander VI had departed this life, to the unspeakable joy of all Rome, as Guicciardini assures us. Crowds thronged to see the dead body of the man whose boundless ambition, whose perfidy, cruelty, and licentiousness, coupled with shameless greed, had infected and poisoned all the world. On this side of the Alps, the verdict of Luther's time and of the centuries which followed has confirmed the judgment of the Florentine historian without extenuation, and so far as Borgia himself was concerned, doubtless this verdict is just. But today, if we consider Alexander's pontificate objectively, we can recognize its better sides. Let it pass as personal ambition that he should have been the first of all the popes who definitely attempted to create a modern state from the conglomerate of the old Stati Pontifici, and that he should have endeavored, as he undeniably did, step by step, to secularize that state and to distribute among his friends the remaining possessions of the Church. But in two ways his government shows undeniable progress. In the midst of constant tumult, during which, without interruption, tyranny succeeded to tyranny in the petty states, when for centuries neither life nor property had been secure, Caesar Borgia had established in the Romagna an ordered government, just and equal administration of the laws, provided suitable outlets for social forces, and brought back peace and security, and by laying out new streets, canals, and by other public works indicated the way to improve agriculture and increase manufacture. Guicciardini himself recognizes all this and adds the important comment that now the people saw how much better it was for the Italians to obey as a united people one powerful master, than to have a petty despot in every town, who must needs be a burden on the townsfolk without being able to protect and help them. And here Guicciardini touches the second point, which marks the pontificate of Alexander VI, the appearance, still vague and confused, of the idea of a future union of the Italian states, and their independence of foreign rule and interference. Alexander played with this great political principle, though he did not remain faithful to it. To what could he have been faithful? Was not his very nature immoral and perfidious to its core? But now and then, at least, he made as if he would blazon on his banner the motto Italia fora de se. This brought him a popularity which nowadays it is hard to understand, and made it possible for him, the most unrighteous man in Italy, to gain the victory over the most righteous man of his time, and to stifle Savonarola's reforming zeal among the ashes at the stake. The idea of a great reformation of the Church, in both head and members, had arisen since the beginning of the 13th century, and was the less likely to fade from the mind of nations since the complaints of the evils of church government were growing daily more serious and well-grounded, and one hope of improvement after another had been wrecked. No means of bringing about this reform was neglected. All had failed. Francis of Assisi had opposed to the growing materialism and worldliness of the Church the idea of renunciation and poverty. But Gregory IX had contrived to win over the order founded by the saint to the cause of the papacy, and to set in the background the founder's original purpose. Thrust into obscurity in the inner sanctuary of the order, this purpose, tinged by a certain schismatic coloring, developed in the hands of the spirituales into the Ecclesia Spiritualis, as opposed to the Ecclesia Carnalis, which stood for the official church. Traces of this thought are to be found in Dante. We may even call it the starting point, whence he proceeds to contrast his monarchia with the political papacy of the 14th century, and is a pioneer to develop with keen penetration and energy the modern idea of the state. The opponents of the popes of Avignon in reality not only fought against their politics without paying any attention to the moral regeneration of Christendom. Theological science in the 15th century raised the standard of reform against the dependence of the papacy, the triple schism, and the disruption of the church. But she too succumbed, her projects foiled, at the great ecclesiastical conferences of Constance and Basel. Asceticism, politics, theology had striven in vain. The close of the Middle Ages on both sides of the Alps were marked by outbursts of popular discontent and voices which from the heart of the nations cried for reform, prophesying the catastrophe of the 16th century. None of these voices was mightier than Savonarola's, or left a deeper echo. He was the contemporary and opponent of the men who were to give their name to this epoch in Rome's history. The House of the Medici passes for the true and most characteristic exponent of the Renaissance movement. We cannot understand the nature and historical position of the Medicean papacy without an attempt to explain the character and development of this movement. The discovery of man since Dante and Giotto, the discovery of nature by the naturalism of Florence, the revival of classical studies, and the reawakening of the antique in art and literature are its component parts. But its essence can only be grasped if we regard the Renaissance as the blossoming and unfolding of the mind of the Italian people. The early Renaissance was indeed the vita nuova of the nation. It is an error to believe that it was in opposition to the Church. Art and the artists of the 13th century recognized no such opposition. It is the Church who gives the artists employment and sets them their tasks. The circle of ideas in which they move is still entirely religious. The breach with the religious allegory and symbolism of the Middle Ages did not take place until the 16th century. In the 14th century, the spread of naturalistic thought brought about a new conception of the beauty of the human body. This phase was in opposition to the monastic ideal, yet it had in it no essential antagonism to Christianity. It was a necessary stage of the development which was to lead from realism, dominant for a time, to a union of the idealist and realist standpoints. Many of the popes were entirely in sympathy with this Renaissance. Several of them opposed the pagan and materialistic degeneration of humanism, but none of them accused the art of the Renaissance of being inimical to Christianity. Its pagan and materialistic side, not content with restoring antique knowledge and culture to modern humanity, eagerly laid hold of the whole intellectual life of a heathen time, together with its ethical perceptions, its principles based on sensual pleasure and the joy of living. These it sought to bring to life again. This impulse was felt at the very beginning of the 15th century. Since the middle of the century, it had ventured forth even more boldly in Florence, Naples, Rome, in the days of Reggio, Valla, Beccadelli, and despite many a repulse, had even gained access to the steps of the papal throne. A literature characterized by the Facetiae, by Lorenzo Valla's Voluptuous, and Beccadelli's Hermaphroditus could not but shock respectable feeling. Florence was the headquarters of this school, and Lorenzo il Magnifico its chief supporter. Scenes that took place there in his day in the streets and the squares, the extravagances of the youth of the city lost in sensuality, the writings and pictures offered to the public, would and must seem to earnest-minded Christians a sign of approaching dissolution. A reaction was both natural and justifiable. Giovanni Dominici had introduced it at the beginning of the century, and Fra Antonino of San Marco had supported it, while Archbishop of Florence, with the authority of his blameless life devoted to the service of his fellow men. And so Cosimo's foundation became the center and starting point of a movement destined to attack his own house. At the head of that movement stood Fra Girolamo Savonarola. Grief over the degradation of the church had driven him into a monastery, and now it led him forth to the pulpits of San Marco and Santa Maria del Fiore. As a youth he had sung his dirge De Ruina Ecclesiae in a canzone, since grown famous. As a man he headed the battle against the immorality and worldliness of the Curia. He was by no means illiterate, but in the pagan and sensual tendency of humanist literature, and in the voluptuous freedom of art, he saw the source of evil, and in Lorenzo and his sons, pernicious patrons of corruption. Zeal against the immorality of the time, the worldliness of the prelates and preachers, made him overlook the lasting gains that the Renaissance and humanism brought to humanity. He had no sympathy with this development of culture from the fresh young life of his own people. He did not understand the young Italy of his day. Behind this luxuriant growth he could not see the good and fruitful germ, and here, as in the province of politics, he lost touch with the pulse of national life. His plan of a theocratic state governed only by Christ, its invisible head, was based on momentary enthusiasm, and therefore untenable. He was too deficient in aesthetic sense to be able to rise in inward freedom superior to discords. Like a dead man amongst the living, he left Italy to bear the clash of those contradictions which the great mind of Julius II sought, unhappily in vain, to fuse in one conciliatory scheme. Such a scheme of conciliation, meantime, made its appearance in Florence, not without the cooperation and probably the encouragement of the Medici. It was connected with the introduction of Platonism, which, since the time of the Council of Florence in 1438, was represented in that city by enthusiastic and learned men like Bessarion, and was zealously furthered by Cosimo, the Pater Patriae, in the academy which he had founded. From the learned societies started for these purposes come the first attempts to bring not only Plato's philosophy, but the whole of classical culture into a close and essential connection with Christianity. Platonism seemed to them the link which joined Christianity with antiquity. Bessarion himself had taught the internal relationship of both principles, and Marsilio Ficino and Pico della Mirandola made the explanation of this theory the work of their lives. If both of them went too far in their youthful enthusiasm and mysticism, and conceived Christianity almost as a continuation of Attic philosophy, this was an extravagance which left untouched the sincerity of their own belief, and from which Marsilio, when he grew older, attempted to free himself. Giovanni and Giulio de' Medici, son and nephew of Lorenzo, were both Marsilio's pupils. Both were destined to wear the tiara, and took a decided part in the scheme for conciliating these contrasts, which Julius II set forth by means of Raphael's brush. The victory of the Borgia over the monk of San Marco was not likely to discourage the skeptic and materialistic tendency, whose worst features were incarnate in Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia. Pietro Pomponazzo furthered it by his notorious phrase that a thing might be true in philosophy and yet false in theology, a formula that spread its poison far and wide. Even then in Florence, a genius was developing that was to prove the true incarnation of the pagan Renaissance and modern realism. The flames which closed over Savonarola had early convinced Niccolo Machiavelli that no reform was to be looked for from Rome. Savonarola's distrust of humanism and his harsh verdict on the extreme realism of contemporary art were not extinguished with his life. A few years later, we find his thoughts worked out, or rather extended and distorted, in literature. Castellizzi, Adriano di Cornetto, formerly secretary to Alexander VI and created cardinal May 31, 1503, wrote his De Vera Philosophia ex quator doctoribus ecclesiae, in direct opposition to the Renaissance and humanism. The author represents every scientific pursuit, indeed all human intellectual life, as useless for salvation and even dangerous. Dialectics, astronomy, geometry, music, and poetry are but vainglorious folly. Aristotle has nothing to do with Paul, nor Plato with Peter. all philosophers are damned, their wisdom vain, since it recognized but a fragment of the truth and marred even this by misuse. They are the patriarchs of heresy. What are physics, ethics, logic, compared with the Holy Scriptures, whose authority is greater than that of all human intellect? The man who wrote these things, and at whose table Alexander VI contracted his last illness, was no ascetic and no monkish obscurantist. He was the Pope's confidant, and quite at home in all those political intrigues which later under Leo X brought ruin upon him. His book can only be regarded as a blow aimed at Julius II, Alexander's old enemy, who now wore the tiara and was preparing to glorify his pontificate by the highest effort of which Christian art was capable. Providence had granted him for the execution of his plans 3 of the greatest minds the world of art has ever known. Never had a monarch 3 such men as Bramante, Michelangelo, and Raphael at once under his sway. With their help, Julius II resolved to carry out his ideas for the glory of his pontificate and the exaltation of the Church. What Cardinal Castellesi wanted was a downright rebellion against the Pope. If he, with his following of obscurantists, were acknowledged to be in the right, all the plans of the brilliant and energetic ruler would end in failure, or else be banned as worldly, and Julius II would lose the glory of having united the greatest and noblest achievement of art with the memory of his pontificate and the interests of Catholicism. The Pope gave Cardinal Castellesi his answer by making the Vatican what it is. The alteration and enlargement of the palace, however, passes almost unnoticed in comparison with the rebuilding of the Basilica of St. Peter's, on which the Pope was resolved since 1505. With the palace, 1504, Bramante seemed to have set the crown on his many works, but the plans for the new cathedral, with all the sketches and alternatives that still survive and have been analyzed for us with true critical appreciation, show us Bramante not only in the height of his creative power, but perhaps the most universal and gifted mind that ever used its mastery over architecture. The form of the Greek cross, joined with the vast central cupola, might be taken as a fitting symbol for Catholicism. The arms of the cross, stretched out to the 4 winds, tell us of the doctrine of universality. The classical lines preferred by the Latin race, the elevation with its horizontal lines accentuated throughout, bespeak that principle of rest and persistence, which is the true heritage of the Catholic South, in contradistinction to the restless striving in search of a visionary ideal shown in the vertical principle of the North. St. Peter's thus, in the development planned by Julius, presented the most perfect picture of the majestic extension of the church, but the paintings and decorations of the palace typified the conception of Christianity, humanity led to Christ, the evolution and great destiny of his church, and lastly, the spiritual empire in which the Pope, along with the greatest thinkers of his time, beheld the goal of the Renaissance and the scheme of a new and glorious future, showing Christianity in its fullest realization. His own mausoleum gives proof how deeply Julius II was convinced that the chief part in this development fell to the papacy in general, and to himself, Giuliano della Rovere, in particular. The instruction which he gave to Michelangelo to represent him as Moses can bear but one interpretation, that Julius set himself the mission of leading forth Israel, the Church, from its state of degradation, and showing it, though he could not grant possession, the promised land at least from afar, that blessed land which consists in the enjoyment of the highest intellectual benefits, and the training and consecration of all faculties of man's mind to union with God. He bade Michelangelo depict on the roof of the Sistine Chapel, 1508 to 1509, how, after the fall of our first parents, mankind was led from afar towards this high goal, symbolizing that shepherding of the soul to Christ, which Clement the Alexandrine had already seen and described. When we see the Sibyls placed among the patriarchs and prophets, we know what this meant in the language of the theologians and religious philosophers of that time. Not only Judaism, but also Greco-Roman paganism, is an antechamber to Christianity, and this antique culture gave not merely a negative, but also a positive preparation for Christ. For this reason, it could not be considered as a contradiction of the Christian conception. There was a positive relationship between classical antiquity and Christianity. And so at one stroke, not only the artist, but the Pope, who doubtless planned and watched these compositions, took up that mediatory and conciliating attitude which some decades earlier had been adopted in Florence by Marsilio and Pico. But we see this thought more clearly and far more wonderfully expressed in the Camera della Segnatura, 1509. If we consider what place it was that Raphael was painting, and the character and individuality of the Pope, we cannot doubt that in these compositions also we are concerned, not with the subjective inspiration of the artist who executed, but with the Pope's own well-considered and clearly formulated scheme. In the last few years, it has been recognized that this scheme is entirely based on the ideas of the universe represented by the Florentine school. Especially, it has been proved that the school of Athens is drawn after the model which Marsilio Ficino left of the Academia, the ancient assembly of philosophers, while Parnassus has an echo of that bella scuola of the great poets of old times, whom Dante met in the limbo of the Inferno. The 4 pictures of the Camera della Segnatura represent the aspirations of the soul of man in each of its faculties, the striving of all humanity towards God by means of aesthetic perception, Parnassus, the exercise of reason in philosophical inquiry and all scientific research, the School of Athens, order in church and state, gift of ecclesiastical and secular laws, and finally, theology. The whole may be summed up as a pictorial representation of Pico della Mirandola's celebrated phrase, Philosophia veritatem quaerit, theologia invenit, religio possidet, and it corresponds with what Marsilio says in his Academy of Noble Minds when he characterizes our life's work as an ascent to the angels and to God. These compositions are the highest to which Christian art has attained, and the thoughts which they express are one of the greatest achievements of the papacy. The principle elsewhere laid down is here reaffirmed, that the reception of the true Renaissance into the circle of ecclesiastical thought points to a widening of the limited medieval conception into universality, and indicates a transition to entire and actual Catholicity, like the great step taken by Paul when he turned to the Gentiles and released the community from the limits of Judaistic teaching. This expansion and elevation of the intellectual sphere is the most glorious achievement of Julius II and of the papacy at the beginning of modern times. It must not only be remembered, but placed in the most prominent position when history sums up this chapter in human development. Since Luther's time, it has been the custom to consider the papacy of the Renaissance almost exclusively as viewed by theologians who emphasized only moral defects in the representatives of this institution and the neglect of ecclesiastical reform. Certainly, these are important considerations, and our further deductions will prove that we do not neglect them, nor underestimate their immense significance for the life of the Church and Catholic unity. But from this standpoint, we can never succeed in grasping the situation. Ranke, in his Weltgeschichte, could write the history of the first 100 years of the Roman Empire without giving one word to all the scandalous tales that Suetonius records. The course of universal history and the importance of the empire for the wide provinces of the Roman world were little influenced by them. Similarly, private faults of the Renaissance popes were fateful for the moral life of the Church, but the question of what the papacy was and meant for these times is not summed up or determined by them. It is the right of these popes to be judged by the better and happier sides of their government. The historian who portrays them should not be less skillful than the great masters of the Renaissance, who in their portraits of the celebrities of their time contrive to bring out the sitter's best and most characteristic qualities. Luther was not touched in the least degree by the artistic development of his time, Brought up amid the peasant life of Saxony and Thuringia, he had no conception of the whole world that lay between Dante and Michelangelo, and could not see that the eminence of the papacy consisted at that time in its leadership of Europe in the province of art. But to deny this now would be an injustice to the past. The Medici had not stood aloof from this evolution, which reached its highest point under Julius II. Search has been made for the bridge by means of which the ideas of Marsilio and his fellow thinkers were brought from Florence to Rome. But there is no real need to guess at definite personages. Hundreds of correspondents had long since made all Italy familiar with this school of thought. Among those who frequented the court of Rome, Castiglione, Bibbiena, Sadoleto, Inghirami, and Baraldus had been educated in the spirit of Marsilio. His old friend and correspondent Raphael Riario was now, as Cardinal of San Giorgio and the Pope's cousin, one of the most influential personages in the Vatican. But before all, we must remember Giovanni de' Medici and his cousin Giulio, the future popes. They were Marsilio's pupils, and after the banishment of their family, he remained their friend and corresponded with them, regarding them as the true heirs of Lorenzo's spirit. Raphael has represented the older cousin Giovanni standing near Julius II in the bestowal of spiritual laws. It was a kingdom of intellectual unity, which the brush of the greatest of painters was commissioned to paint on the walls of the Camera della Signatura. The same idea which Julius caused to be proclaimed in 1512 in the opening speech of Aegidius of Viterbo at the Lateran Council, referring to the classical proverb, "Ha plus ha mythos tis alethias effi, simplex sermo veritatis." The world of the beautiful, of reason and science, of political and social order, had its place appointed in the kingdom of God upon earth. A limit was set to the neglect of secular efforts to explore nature and history, to the disregard of poetry and art, and its rights were granted to healthy human reason organized in the state. Gratiae et musae ad Deo sunt atque ad Deum referende, as Marsilio had said. The program laid down by Julius II, had it been carried out, might have saved Italy and preserved the Catholic principle when imperiled in the north. The task was to bring modern culture into harmony with Christianity, to unite the work of the Renaissance, so far as it was really sound and progressive, with ecclesiastical practice and tradition into one harmonious whole. The recognition of the rights of intellectual activity, of the ideal creations of human fancy, and of the conception of the state were the basis for this union. It remains to be shown why the attempt proved fruitless. The reign of Julius II was one long struggle. The sword never left his grasp, which was more used to the handling of weapons than of Holy Writ. On the whole, the Pope might, at the close of his pontificate, be contented with the success of his politics. He had driven the French from Italy, and the retreat of Louis XII from Lombardy opened the gates of Florence once more to the Medici. The Council of Pisa, for which France had used her influence, had come to naught, and its remnant was scattered before the anger of the victorious pontiff. And as he had freed Italy from the ascendancy of France, so he now hoped to throw off that of Spain. It may be a legend that as he was dying he murmured "Fuori I barbari," but these words certainly were the expression of his political thought. But this second task was not within his power. On the 3rd of May, 1512, he had opened the Lateran Council to counteract that of Pisa. At first, none of the great powers were represented there. 15 cardinals, 14 patriarchs, 10 archbishops, and 57 bishops, all of them Italians, with a few heads of monastic orders, formed this assembly, which was called the Fifth General Lateran Council. Neither Julius nor Leo was ever able to convince the world that this was an ecumenical assembly of Christendom. Julius died in the night of February 20th to 21st, 1513. Guicciardini calls him a ruler unsurpassed in power and endurance, but violent and without moderation. Elsewhere he says that he had nothing of a priest but vesture and title. The dialogue Iulius Exclusus, attributed sometimes to Hutton, sometimes to Erasmus, and perhaps written by Fausto Androlini, is the harshest condemnation of the Pope and his reign. O freneticum, sed mundanum, ne mundanum quidem, sed ethnicum, imo ethnixis scleratiorum, gloriaris te plurimum potuisse et dicinda fedora, ad inflammata bella, ad stragus hominum excitandis. But at bottom the pamphlet is exceedingly one-sided, and the outcome of French party spirit. Although in many cases the author speaks the truth, and for instance, even at that time, 1513, unfortunately was able to put such words in the Pope's mouth as nos ecclesiam vocamus sacris edis, sacerdotes, et precipue curiam Romanum, me imprimis, qui capit sun ecclesiae. Yet this is more a common trait of the office than a characteristic of Julius II. It almost raises a smile to read in Pallavicino that on his deathbed the magnanimity of Julius was only equaled by his piety, and that although he had not possessed every priestly perfection, perhaps because of his natural inclinations or because of the age, which had not yet been disciplined by the Council of Trent, yet his greatest mistake had been made with the best intention, and proved disastrous by a mere chance, when as head of the Church, and at the same time as a mighty prince, he undertook a work that for these very reasons exceeded the means of his treasury, the building of St. Peter's. We see that neither his enemies nor his apologists had the least idea wherein Julius's true greatness consisted. With such divided opinions, it cannot surprise us that contemporaries and coming generations alike found it difficult to form a reasoned and final judgment of the pontificate which immediately followed. End of Section 2. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 3 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 1. Medici in Rome, by F.X. Kraus. Part 2. Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici came forth from the conclave summoned on March 4, 1513, as Pope Leo X. Since Piero had been drowned on the 9th of December 1503, Giovanni had become the head of the House of Medici. He was only 38 years of age at the election, to which he had had himself conveyed in a litter from Florence to Rome, suffering from fistula. The jest on his short-sightedness, multi ceci cardinales creavere caecum decimum leonem, by no means expressed public opinion, which rejoiced at his accession. The Possesso, which took place on April 11th, with the great procession to the Lateran, was the most brilliant spectacle of its kind that Christian Rome had ever witnessed. What was expected of Leo was proclaimed in the inscription which Agostino Chigi had attached to his house for the occasion. Olim habuit Cypris, sua tempora mavors, olim habuit, sua nunc tempora pallis habet. But other expectations were not wanting, and a certain goldsmith gave voice to them in the line, Mars fuit, est pallis, Cypria semper ero. To Leo X this entry owed its name. The Saecula Leonis have been called the Saecula Aurea, and his reign has been compared with that of Augustus. Erasmus, who saw him in Rome in 1507 and 1509, praises his kindness and humanity, his magnanimity and his learning, the indescribable charm of his speech, his love of peace and of the fine arts, which cause no sighs, no tears. He places him as high above all his predecessors as Peter's chair is above all thrones in the world. Pallavicino says of Leo that he was well known for his kindness of heart, learned in all sciences, and had passed his youth in the greatest innocence. That as Pope he let himself be blinded by appearances, which often confuse the good with the great, and chose rather the applause of the crowd than the prosperity of the nation, and thus was tempted to exercise too magnificent a generosity. Such expressions from one who is the unconditional apologist of all the popes cannot make much impression, but it is noticeable that even Sarpi says Leo, noble by birth and education, brought many aptitudes to the papacy, especially a remarkable knowledge of classical literature, humanity, kindness, the greatest liberality, an avowed intention of supporting artists and learned men, who for many years had enjoyed no such favor in the Holy See. He would have made an ideal pope had he added to these qualities some knowledge of the things of religion, and a little more inclination to piety, both of them things for which he cared little. The favorable opinion entertained of Leo X by his contemporaries long held the field in history. His reign has been regarded as at once the zenith and cause of the greatest period of the Renaissance. His wide liberality, his unfeigned enthusiasm for the creations of genius, his unprejudiced taste for all that beautifies humanity, and his sympathy for all the culture of his time have been the theme of a traditional chorus of laudation. More recent criticism has recognized in the reign of Leo a period of incipient decline, and has traced that decline to the follies and frailties of the pontiff. With regard to the political methods of Leo, some difference of opinion may still be entertained. Some have seen in him the single-minded and unscrupulous friend of Medici and Florence, prepared to sacrifice alike the interests of the Church and of the papacy to the advancement of his family. To others, he is the clear-sighted statesman who, perceiving the future changes and difficulties of the Church, sought for the papacy the firm support of a hereditary alliance. Truth may lie midway between these two opinions. If we view Leo as a man, similar doubts encounter us. Paramount in his character were his gentleness and cheerfulness, his good nature, his indulgence both for himself and others, his love of peace and hatred of war. But these amiable qualities were coupled with an insincerity and a love of tortuous ways which grew to be a second nature. Nor must we overlook the fact that Leo's policy of peace was a mere illusion. His hopes and intentions were quite frustrated by the actual course of affairs. On his personal character, the great blot must rest that he passed his life in intellectual self-indulgence and took his pleasure in hunting and gaming, while the Teutonic North was bursting the bonds of reverence and authority which bound Europe to Rome. Even for the restoration of the rule of the Medici in Florence, the Medicean popes made only futile attempts. Cosimo I was the first to accomplish it. Leo had absorbed the culture of his time, but he did not possess the ability to look beyond that time. A diplomatist rather than a statesman, his creations were only the feats of a political virtuoso who sacrificed the future in order to control the present. Even the greatness of the Maecenas crumbles before recent criticism. The zenith of Renaissance culture falls in the age of Julius II. Ariosto's light verses, Bibiena's prurient La Calandria, the paintings in the bathroom of the Vatican, the rejection of the Dante monument planned by Michelangelo, the misapplication of funds collected for the Crusade to purposes of mere dynastic interest, Leo's political double-dealing, which disordered all the affairs of Italy, and indeed of Christendom. All this must shake our faith in him as protector of the good and beautiful in art. His portrait by Raphael, with its intelligent but cold and sinister face, may assist to destroy any illusions which we may have had about his personality. The harshness and violence of Leo's greater predecessor, Julius, brought down on him the hatred of his contemporaries and won for his successor an immense popularity without further effort. The spiritual heir of Lorenzo il Magnifico, Rome and all Italy acclaimed Leo Pacis Restauratorum, Felicissimum Literatorum Amatorem, and Erasmus proclaimed to the world that an age worse than that of iron was suddenly transformed into one of gold. And there can be no doubt that when Leo X was greeted on his accession, like Titus, as the Deliciae Generis Humani, he made every disposition to respond to these expectations and prove himself the most liberal of patrons. The Pope, however, did not long keep this resolution. His weakness of purpose, his inclination to luxury, enjoyment, and pleasures, soon quenched his sense of the gravity of life and all his higher perceptions, so that a swift and sad decline followed on the first promise. On Leo's accession, he found a number of great public buildings in progress, which had been begun under his great predecessor, but were still unfinished. Among them were the colossal palace planned by Bramante in the Via Julia, St. Peter's, also begun by him, and his work of joining the Vatican with the Belvedere, besides the loggie and buildings in Loreto. Leo, who was not in the least affected by the passion of building, il mal di pietra, did not carry on these undertakings. He even hindered Michelangelo from finishing the tomb of Julius II, so little reverence had he for the memory of the Pope to whom he owed his own position. Only the loggie were finished, since they could not remain as Bramante had left them. Even after Bramante's death, there was no lack of architects who could have finished St. Peter's. Besides Raphael, who succeeded to his post as architect, San Gallo and Sansovino, Peruzzi and Giuliano Leno waited in vain for commissions, while Raphael in a letter relates that the Pope had set aside 60,000 ducats a year for the continuation of the building, and talked to Fra Giocondo about it every day. He might soon after have told how Leo went no further, but stopped at the good intention. As a matter of fact, work almost entirely ceased, because the money was not forthcoming. There is therefore no reason to reproach Raphael with the delay in building. On the contrary, by not pressing Leo to an energetic prosecution of the work, Raphael probably did the building the greatest service, since the Pope's mind was full of plans for which Bramante's great ideas would have been entirely forsaken. No one could see more clearly than Raphael the harm which would have thus resulted. Leo X not only neglected the undertakings of his predecessor, he created nothing new in the way of monumental buildings beyond the portico of the Navicella, and a few pieces of restoration in San Cosumate and St. John Lateran. The work he had done beyond the walls in his villas and hunting lodges in Magliana, at Palo, Montalto, and Montefiascone served only the purposes of his pleasure. Of the more important palaces built in the city, two fall to the account of his relatives Lorenzo and Giulio, that of the Lanti, Piazza dei Capretari, and the beautiful Villa Madama on the Monte Mario, begun by Raphael, Giulio Romano, and Giovanni da Udine, but never finished. Cardinal Giulio de' Medici it was who carried on the building of the sacristy in San Lorenzo at Florence, in which Michelangelo was to place the tombs of Giuliano and Lorenzo, but the facade which the Pope had planned for the church was never executed. Nor were any of the palaces built by dignitaries of the church under Leo X of importance, with the exceptions of a part of the Palazzo Farnese and the Palazzo di Venezia. Even the palaces and dwelling houses built by Andrea Sansovino, San Gallo, and Raphael will not bear comparison with the creations of the previous pontificate, nor with the later parts of the Palazzo Farnese at Caprarola. Sculpture had flourished under Pius II in the days when Mino of Fiesole and Paolo Romano were in Rome. It could point to the very honorable achievements under Alexander VI and Julius II, Andrea Sansovino's monuments of the Cardinals Basso and Sforza in Santa Maria del Popolo. But this art also declined under Leo X, for the work done by Andrea Sansovino in Loreto under his orders falls in the time of Clement VII, after whose death in 1534 the greater part of the plastic ornament of the Santa Casa was executed. The cardinals and prelates who died in Rome between 1513 and 1521 received only poor and insignificant monuments, and Leo's colossal statue in Aracelli, the work of Domenico Damio, can only be called a soulless monstrosity. Painting flourished more under this pope, who certainly was a faithful patron and friend to Raphael. The protection he showed to this great master is and always will be Leo's best and noblest title to fame. But he allowed Leonardo to go to France, when after Bramante's death he might easily have won him, had he bestowed on him the post of Piombatore Apostolico, instead of giving it to his maître de plaisirs, the shallow-minded Fra Mariano, Sanio Cuculatus. He allowed Michelangelo to return to Florence, and though he loaded Raphael with honors, it is a fact that he was 5 years behindhand with the payment of his salary as architect of St. Peter's. A letter of Messer Baldassare Turini de Pescia turns on the ridiculous investiture of the jester Mariano with the tonaca of Bramante, performed by the Pope himself when Bramante was scarce cold in his grave. This leaves a most painful impression, and makes it very doubtful whether Leo ever took his patronage of the arts very seriously. In the same way, his love of peace is shown in a very strange light during the latter half of his reign by the high-handed campaign against the Duke of Urbino, 1516, the menace to Ferrara, 1519, the crafty enticing of Giampaolo Baglione, Lord of Perugia, to Rome, and his murder despite the safe conduct promised him, the war against Ludovico Freducci, Lord of Fermo, the annexation of the towns and fortresses in the province of Ancona, the attempt on the life of the Duke of Ferrara, the betrayal of Francis I and the League with Charles V in 1521, the senseless extravagance of the court, the constant succession of very mundane festivals, hunting parties, and other amusements, left Leo in continual embarrassment for money, and led him into debt not only to all the bankers, but to his own officials. They even drove him to unworthy extortion, such as followed on the conspiracy of Cardinal Petrucci, and the pardon granted to his accomplices, or that which was his motive for the creation of 31 cardinals in a single day. All this, taken together, brings us to the conclusion that Leo's one real merit was his patronage of Raphael. Despite the noble and generous way in which his reign began, the Pope soon fell into an effeminate life of self-indulgence, spent among players and buffoons, a life rich in undignified farce and offensive jests, but poor in every kind of positive achievement. The Pope laughed, hunted, and gambled. He enjoyed the papacy. Had he not said to his brother Giuliano on his accession, "Godiamoci il papato, poici Dio ce l'ha dato"? Though he himself has not been accused of sensual excesses, the moral sense of the Pope could not be delicate when he found fit to amuse himself with indecent comedies like La Calandria, and on April 30th, 1518, attended the wedding of Agostino Chigi with his concubine of many years' standing, himself placing the ring on the hand of the bride, already mother of a large family. Nor can Leo's reign, apart from his own share in it, be regarded as the best period of the Renaissance. The great masters had done their best work before 1513. Bramante died at the beginning of Leo's pontificate. Michelangelo had painted the Sistine Chapel from 1508 to 1512. Leonardo the Cena in 1496. Raphael the Stanza della Signatura, 1508 to 11. The later stanze are far inferior to that masterpiece. The work of his pupils comes more to the fore in the execution of the paintings. And in his own work, as also in that of Michelangelo, the germ of decadence is already visible, and a slight tendency to Barocco style is to be seen in both. The autumn wind is blowing, and the first leaves begin to fall. The truth results that the zenith of Renaissance art falls in the time between 1496 and 1512, during which the Last Supper, the roof of the Sistine Chapel, and the Stanza della Segnatura were painted, and Bramante's plans for St. Peter's were drawn up. We can even mark a narrower limit, and say that the 4 wall paintings of the Stanza della Segnatura mark the point at which medieval and modern thought touch one another. The narrow medieval world ceases. The modern world stands before us developed in all its fullness and freedom. One may indeed doubt whether all the meaning of this contrast was quite clear to the mind of Julius II, but after all, that is a matter of secondary importance. For it is not the individual who decides in such matters. Without being aware of it, he is borne on by his time, and must execute the task that history has laid upon him. Great men of all times are those who have understood the cry from the inmost heart of a whole nation or generation, and consciously or unconsciously have accomplished what the hour demanded. It has been in like manner represented that literature passed through a golden age under Leo X, but considerable deductions must be made from the undiscriminating eulogies of earlier writers. Erasmus has reflected in his letters the great impression made by Rome, the true seat and home of all Latin culture. Well might Cardinal Raphael Riario write to him, "Every one who has a name in science throngs hither. Each has a fatherland of his own, but Rome is a common fatherland, a foster mother, and a comforter to all men of learning." It is long since these words were written, far too long for the honor of Catholicism and of the papacy. But at that time, under Julius II, they were really true. A circle of highly cultured cardinals and nobles, Riario, Grimani, Adriano di Corneto, Farnese, Giovanni del Medici himself in his beautiful Palazzo Madama, his brother Giuliano il Magnifico, and his cousin Giulio, afterwards Clement VII, gathered poets and learned men about them, that dotto campagna of which Ariosto spoke. To them they opened their libraries and collections. Clubs were formed, which met at the houses of Angelo Colocci, Alberto Rio de Carpi, Goritz, or Savoia. The poets and pamphleteers, to whom Arcilli dedicated his poem De Poetis Urbanis, gave vent to their wit on Pasquino, or on Sansovino's statue in Sant'Agostino. They met in the salons of the beautiful Imperia, in the banks described by Bandello, among them Beraldo the Younger, who sang the praises of that most celebrated of modern courtesans, Fedro Ingiriami, the friend of Erasmus and Raphael, Colocci, and even the serious Sadoleto. It is characteristic of this time, which placed wit and beauty above morals, that when Imperia died at the age of 26, she received an honorable burial in the chapel of San Gregorio, and her epitaph praised the courtesana Romanaque, digna tanto nomine, rare inter homines formae specimen dedit. And although women no longer played so prominent a part at the papal court as they had done under Innocent VIII and Alexander VI, yet, as Bibbiena wrote to Giuliano de' Medici, the arrival of noble ladies was extremely welcome, as bringing with it something of a corte del donne. The activity of the greater number of literary men and wits, whose names have most contributed to the glory of Leo's pontificate, dates back to Giulio's time. So, for instance, Molza, Vida, Giovio, Valeriano, whose dialogue De Infelicitate Literatorum tells of the fate of many of his friends, Porzio, Capella, Bembo, who as Latinist was the chief representative of the cult of Cicero, and as a writer in the vulgar tongue gave Italy her prose, and Sadoleto, who chronicled the discovery of the Laocoon group. Pontano, too, and Sanazzaro, Fracastan, and Navigero had already done their best work. Nothing could be more unjust than to deny that Giovanni de' Medici himself had a highly cultured mind and an excellent knowledge of literature. It may be that Lorenzo had destined him for the papacy from his birth. Certainly he gave him the most liberal education. He gave him Poliziano, Marsilio, Pico della Mirandola, Johannes Agiropoulos, Gentili d'Arezzo for his teachers and constant companions, and to teach him Greek, Demetrius Chalcondylas and Petrus Eginetta. Afterwards, Bernardo di Dovizzi, Bibbiena, was his best-known tutor. In belles lettres, Giovanni had made an attempt with Greek verses, none of which have survived. Of his Latin poems, the only examples handed down to us are the hendecasyllables on the statue of Lucrezia and an elegant epigram, written during his pontificate, on the death of Celso Mellini, well known for his lawsuit in 1519 and his tragic death by drowning. Nor can it be denied that the opening years of this pontificate were of great promise, and seem to announce a fresh impetus, or, to speak more exactly, the successful continuation of what had long since begun. Amongst the men whom the young pope gathered round him were many of excellent understanding and character, such as the Milanese Agostino Trivulzio, who later on was to do Clement signal service, Alessandro Cesarini, Andrea della Valle, Paolo Emilio Cezzi, Baldassare Torini, Tommaso de Vio, Lorenzo Campeggi, the noble Ludovico di Canossa from Verona, most of whom wore the cardinal's hat. Bembo and Sadoleto were the chief ornaments of his literary circle. To them was added the celebrated Greek John Lascaris, once under the protection of Bessarion, then of Lorenzo il Magnifico and Louis XII, in France the teacher of Budæus, in Venice of Erasmus. Leo X, on his accession, at once summoned him to Rome, and on his account founded a school of Greek in the palace of the Cardinal of Sion on Monte Cavallo. Lascaris' pupil, Marcus Musurus, was also summoned from Venice in 1516 to assist in this school. At the same time, the Pope commissioned Beroaldus to publish the newly discovered writings of Tacitus. A measure, which might have proved of the utmost importance, was the foundation of the University of Rome by the bull Dum Suavissimos of November 4, 1513. This was a revival and confirmation of an already existing academy, in which under Alexander VI and Julius II, able men such as Beroaldo the Younger, Fedro, Casali, and Pio had taught, and to which now others were summoned, among them Agostino Nifo, Botticella, Cristoforo Aretino, Chalcondilus, Parasio, and others. Vigerio and Tommaso de Vio, Cardinal of Gaeta, also lectured on theology, and Giovanni Gazzadini on law. Petrus Sabinus, Antonio Fabro of Amaterno, and Raphael Brandolini are mentioned among the lecturers, and even a professor of Hebrew, Agatius Guidicerius, was appointed. Cardinal Raphael Riario acted as chancellor. The list of the professors given by Ranazzi numbers 88, 11 in canon law, 20 in law, 15 in medicine, and 5 in philosophy. It was another merit of Leo's that he established a Greek printing press, which printed several books in 1517 and 1518. Chigi had some years before set up a Greek press in his palace, from which came the first Greek book printed in Rome, a Pindar, in 1515. The Pope himself kept up his interest in Greek studies, and retained as custodian of his private library one of the best judges of the Greek idiom, Guarino de Favera, who published the first Thesaurus Linguae Graecae in 1496, and whom he nominated Bishop of Novara. Unfortunately, these excellent beginnings were, for the most part, not carried on. It was not Leo's fault, but his misfortune, that many of the most gifted men he had summoned were soon removed by death. But we cannot acquit him of having ceded Lascaris, like Leonardo, to France in 1518, and allowed Bembo to return discontented to Padua. He did not secure Marcantonio Flaminio, and held Sadoleto at a distance for a very long time. The continual dearth of money in the papal treasury was no doubt the chief cause of this change of policy. Even before 1517, the salaries of the professors could not be paid, and their number had to be diminished. And this was the necessary consequence of Leo's ridiculous prodigality on his pleasures and his court. Well might a Fra Mariano exclaim, "Beviamo al Babbo Santo, che ogni altra cosa è bella." Serious and respectable men left him, and a pack of pazzi, buffoni, e simil sorta di piacevoli remained in the Pope's audience chambers, with whom he, the Pope himself, gamed and jested day after day, cum risu et hilaritate. Such were the people that he now raised to honor and position. What money he had, he spent for their carousals. No wonder that this vermin flattered his vanity and sounded his praises as Leo Deus Noster. But beside this, we must remember that, as is universally admitted, Leo was extremely generous to the poor. The anonymous author of the Vita Leonis X, reprinted in Roscoe's Life, gives express evidence as to this. Agentes pietate ac liberalitate est prosecutus, and adds that according to accounts which are, however, not very well attested, he supported needy and deserving ecclesiastics of other nationalities. But he too remarks that Leo's chief, if not his only, anxiety was to lead a pleasant and untroubled life, in consequence of which he spent his days at music and play, and left the business of government entirely in the hands of his cousin Giulio, who was better fitted for the task and an industrious worker. Unfortunately, he admitted not only buffoons to his games of cards, but also corrupt men like Pietro Aretino, who lived on the Pope's generosity as early as 1520, and in return extolled him as the pattern of all pontiffs. The appointment of the German Jew Marya as castellan and Count of Verruccio was even in Rome an unusual reward for skilled performance on the lute, and even for the third successor of Alexander VI it was venturesome to let the poet Querno, attired as Venus and supported by two cupids, declaim verses to him at the Casmalia in 1519. We have already mentioned the scandalous carnival of that year, and the theater for which Raphael was forced to paint the scenery. A year later, an unknown savant, under the mask of Pasquino, complained of the sad state of the sciences in Rome, of the exile of the muses, and the starvation of professors and literary men. From all this data, the conclusion has been drawn that Leo X was by no means a Maecenas of the fine arts and sciences, that the high enthusiasm for them shown in his letters, as edited by Bembo and Sadaletto, betrays more of the thoughts of his clever secretary than his own ideas, and that his literary dilettantism was lacking in all artistic perception and all delicate cultivation of taste. Leo has been thought to owe his undeserved fame to the circumstance that he was the son of Lorenzo, and that his accession seemed at the time destined to put an end to the sad confusions and wars of the last decades. Moreover, throughout the long pontificate of Clement VII, and equally under the pressure of the ecclesiastical reaction in the time of Paul IV, no allusion was allowed to the wrongdoing of this leonine period, till at last the real circumstances were so far forgotten that the fine flower of art and literature in the first 20 years of the 16th century was attributed to the Medicean Pope. But there are points to be noted on the other side. Even if we discount much of the praise which Poliziano lavishes on his pupil in deference to his father, we cannot question the conspicuous talent of Giovanni de' Medici, the exceptionally careful literary education which he had enjoyed, and his liberal and wise conduct during his cardinalship. We must also esteem it to his credit that as Pope he continued to be the friend of Raphael, and that in Rome and Italy at least he did not oppress freedom of conscience, nor sacrifice the free and noble character of the best of the Renaissance. Nor can it be overlooked that his pontificate made an excellent beginning, though certainly the decline soon set in. The pontiff's good qualities became less apparent, his faults more conspicuous, and events proved that, as in so many other instances, the man's intrinsic merit was not great enough to bear his exaltation to the highest dignity of Christendom, without injury to his personality. Such a change in outward position, promotion to an absolute sway not inherited, intercourse with a host of flatterers and servants who idolized him, there were 2,000 dependents at Leo's court. All this is almost certain to be fatal to the character of the man to whose lot it falls. Seldom does the possessor of the highest dignity find this enormous burden a source and means of spiritual illumination and moral advancement. Mediocre natures soon develop an immovable obstinacy, the despair of any reasonable adviser, and which is none the more tolerable for having received the varnish of a piety that worships itself. Talented natures too easily fall victims to megalomania, and by extravagant and ill-considered projects and undertakings drag their age with them into an abyss of ruin. Weak and sensual natures give themselves up to enjoyment, and consider the highest power merely as a license to make merry. Leo was not a coarse voluptuary like Alexander VI, but he certainly was an intellectual Epicurean, such as has seldom been known. Extremes should be avoided in forming a judgment of the pontificate and character of this prince. Not the objective historian, but the flattering politician spoke in Erasmus when he lauded the three great benefits which Leo had conferred on humanity: the restoration of peace, of the sciences, and of the fear of God. It was a groundless suspicion that overshot the mark when Martin Luther accused Leo of disbelief in the immortality of the soul, and John Bale in 1574 spread abroad the supposed remark of the Pope de Bembo: "All ages can testify enough how profitable that fable of Christ has been to us and our company." Hundreds of writers have copied this from Bale without verification. Much of Leo's character can be explained by the fact that he was a true son of the South, the personification of the soft Florentine temperament. This accounts for his childish joy in the highest honor of Christendom. "Questo mi da piacere, che la mia tiara." The words of the office which he was reading, when 5 days before his death news was brought to him of the taking of Milan by his troops, may well serve as motto for this reign, lacking not sunshine and glory, but all serious success and all power. Ut sine timore de manu inimicorum nostrorum liberati serviamus illi. This pontificate truly was, as Gregorovius has described it, a revelry of culture, which Ariosto accompanied with a poetic obbligato in his many-colored Orlando. This poem was in truth the image of Italy reveling in sensual and intellectual luxury, the ravishing, seductive, musical, and picturesque creation of decadence, just as Dante's poem had been the mirror of the manly power of the nation. End of Section 3. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 4 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 1, Medici and Rome, by F. X. Kraus, Part 3. On December 27, 1521, a conclave assembled, which closed on January 9, 1522, by the election of the Bishop of Tortosa as Adrian VI. He was born at Utrecht in 1459, and when a professor in Louvain, was chosen by the Emperor Maximilian to be tutor to his grandson Charles. Afterwards, he was sent as ambassador to Ferdinand the Catholic, who bestowed on him the bishopric of Tortosa. Leo X made him cardinal in 1517. This conclave, attended by 39 cardinals, offered a spectacle of the most disgraceful party struggles, but mustered enough unanimity to propose to the possible candidates a capitulation, by the terms of which the towns of the Papal States were divided amongst the members of the conclave, and hardly anything of the temporal power was left to the Pope. The Cardinals de' Medici and Cajetan de Vio rescued the assembly from this confusion of opinions and unruly passions by proposing an absent candidate. None of the factions had thought of Adrian Dedel. The astonished populace heaped scorn and epigrams on the cardinals and their choice. Adrian, who was acting as Charles's vice-regent in Spain at the time of his election, could not take up his residence at Rome till August 29th. It then looked, as Castiglione says, like a plundered abbey. The curia was ruined and poverty-stricken. Half their number had fled before the prevailing pestilence. The simple-minded old man had brought his aged housekeeper with him from the Netherlands. He was contented with few servants, and spent but a ducat a day for maintenance. He would have preferred to live in some simple villa with a garden. In the Vatican, among the remains of heathen antiquity, he seemed to himself to be rather a successor of Constantine than of St. Peter. His plan of action included the restoration of peace to Italy and Europe, a protective war against the invading Turks, the reform of the Curia and the Church, and the establishment of peace in the German Church. Not one of these tasks was he able to fulfill. He was destined only to show his good intentions. We shall deal presently with his attempts at reformation, which have for all time made him worthy of admiration, and his short pontificate memorable. He was not lacking in good intentions to make Rome once more the center of intellectual life, but Reuchlin had lately died. Erasmus, to whom the Pope had written on December 1st, 1522, preferred to remain in Germany. Sadoleto went to Carpentras, and Bembo, who thought Adrian's pontificate even more unfortunate than Leo's death, stayed quietly in northern Italy. Evidently, no one had confidence in the permanency of a state of things which could not but appear abnormal to everybody. And indeed, the silent, pedantic Dutchman, with his cold nature, his ignorance of Italian, his handful of servants, Fleming's stupid as a stone, was the greatest possible contrast to everything that the refinement of Italian culture and the well-justified element of Latin grace and charm demanded of a prince. The Italians would have put up for a year or two at least with an austere and pious pope, if his piety had been blended with something of poetry and grace, but this Dutch saint was utterly incomprehensible to them. And in truth, this was not entirely their fault. As Girolamo Negri wrote, one really could apply to him Cicero's remark about Cato. He behaves as if he had to do with Plato's Republic instead of the scum of the earth that Romulus collected. And it must have been unbearable for the Romans that the new pope should have as little comprehension for all the great art of the Renaissance as for classical antiquity. He wanted to throw Pasquino into the Tiber because the jests pasted on the statue irritated him. At the sight of the Laocoon, he turned away with the words, "These are heathen idols." He closed the Belvedere, and even a man like Negri was seriously afraid that some day the Pope would follow the supposed example of Gregory, and have all the heathen statues broken and used as building stones for St. Peter's. In a word, despite the best intentions, despite clear insight, Adrian was not adequate to his task. The moment demanded a pope who could reconcile and unite all the great and valuable elements of the Italian Renaissance, the ripened fruit of the modern thought sprung from Dante and Petrarch, with the conceptions and conscience of the Germanic world. Both the German professors who now posed as leaders of Christendom, Adrian Dedel and Martin Luther, were lacking in the historic and aesthetic culture which would have enabled them to understand the value of Roman civilization. Erasmus saw further than either of them, but the discriminating critic lacked the unselfish nobility of soul and the impulse which can only be given by a powerful religious excitement, an unswerving conviction, the firm faith in a personal mission confided by Providence. He, too, despite his immense erudition, his deep insight, left the world to its own devices when it required a mediator, for a gentle and negative criticism of human folly is, taken by itself, of little value. Adrian could neither gain the mastery over Luther's Reformation, nor succeed in reforming even the Roman Curia, to say nothing of the whole Church. The luxurious cardinals went on with their pleasant life. When he came to die, they demanded his money and treated him, as the Duke of Sessa expressed it, like a criminal on the rack. The threat of war between France and the German Empire lay all the while like an incubus on his pontificate. With heavy heart, the most peace-loving of all the popes, reminded by Francis I of the days of Philip the Fair, was at last obliged to enter into a treaty with England and Germany. Adrian survived to see war break out in Lombardy. He died on the day when the French crossed the Ticino, September 14, 1523. Giovio and Guicciardini relate that some wag wrote on the door of his physician, To the deliverer of the fatherland, from the Senate and the people of Rome. Little as the people were delighted with the pontificate of this last German pope, he was no better pleased with it himself. He spoke of his throne as the chair of misery, and said in his first epitaph that it was his greatest misfortune to have attained to power. The epitaph, written for his tomb in Santa Maria dell'Anima by his faithful servant, the Datary and Cardinal Enckenvoort, was certainly the best motto for this man and his pontificate. Pro dolor, quantum refert in quae tempora vel optime coisque virtus incidat. A conclave of 33 electors assembled on the 1st of October, 1523. Some sided with the emperor, some with the French, but the imperial party was also divided. Pompeo Colonna made an enemy of the future pope by opposing his candidature, and Cardinal Alessandro Farnese in vain offered the ambassadors of both sides 200,000 ducats. Cardinal Wolsey once again made all kinds of offers, but there was now a feeling against all foreigners. During the night of the 18th-19th of November, Giulio de' Medici was elected. He was the son of Giuliano, who fell in the Pazzi conspiracy. A certain Fioretta, daughter of Antonia, is mentioned as his mother. Little or nothing was known in Florence about her and her child. Lorenzo took the orphan into his house and had him brought up with his sons. In 1494, Giulio, then 16 years of age, followed them into exile. Living for some time in Lombardy, but mostly with Giovanni, on his cousin's rise in power, he too was quickly promoted. Leo nominated him Archbishop of Florence, having specially dispensed him from the canonical hindrance of his illegitimate birth. At his very first creation of cardinals, on September 23, 1513, the Pope bestowed on him the title of Cardinal of Santa Maria in Dominica, and made him legate of Bologna, witnesses having first sworn to the virtual marriage of his father Giuliano with Fioretta. During Leo's reign, as we have already seen, Cardinal Giulio had almost all the business of government in his own hands. He secured the election of Adrian, but left Rome and the Pope on October 13, 1522, in the company of Manuel, the imperial envoy, in order to retire to Florence. A difference with Francesco Soderini brought him back in the following April to the Eternal City. He entered it with 2,000 horse, and already greeted as the future pope, kept great state in his palace. A few days later, Francesco Soderini, accused of high treason, disappeared into the castle of Sant'Angelo. He was released during the next council. With the new reign, a return of happier times was expected. Una corte florida e un buon pontifice. The restoration of literature fled before the barbarians. Est enim Mediciae familiae decus favere musis. And indeed, many things seemed to point to a fortunate pontificate. The new pope was respected and rich, and now of a staid and sober life. He had ruled Rome well in Leo's day, and as Archbishop of Florence had used his power successfully. He was cautious, economical, but not avaricious, though not an author himself, an admirer of art and science, a lover of beautiful buildings, as his Villa Madama gave proof, and free from his cousin's unfortunate liking for the company of worthless buffoons. He did not hunt, but he was fond of good instrumental music, and liked to amuse himself at table with the conversation of learned men. Very soon it became clear that Clement VII was one of those men who, though excellent in a subordinate position, prove unsatisfactory when placed at the head. The characters of both Medici popes are wonderfully conceived in Raphael's portraits. In Leo's otherwise intellectual face there is a vulgarity that almost degenerates into coarseness and sensuality. And with Clement, the cold soul, lacking all strong feeling, distrustful, never unfolding itself. In spite of all his talents, said Francesco Vittori, he brought the greatest misery on Rome, and on himself. He lost courage at once, and let go the rudder. Guicciardini, too, complains of Giulio's faint-heartedness, vacillation, and indecision as the chief source of his misfortune. This indecision kept him wavering between the counsels of the two men in whom from the beginning of his reign he placed his confidence, one belonging to the French faction, the other to that of the emperor. One was, like himself, a bastard, Giamatteo Ghiberti, rightly valued by all his contemporaries for his piety, honesty, and insight. He took an active part in the foundation of the Order of the Theatines, 1524, by the pious Gaetano de Thean, afterwards canonized, in company with Carafa. He was appointed Datary by Clement, and afterwards Bishop of Verona. Gaspari Contarini, writing in 1530, says that he was on more intimate terms with the Pope than were any of his other counselors, and that in politics he worked in the French interest. He left the court in 1527 to retire to his bishopric, which he made a model of good government. In Verona he founded a learned society and a Greek printing press which published good editions of the Fathers of the Church. Paul III summoned him to Rome several times. It was on his way back that he died in 1543. The emperor's interests were represented by Clement's other counselor, Nicolaus von Schomberg of Meissen in Saxony. On the occasion of a journey to Italy in 1497, carried away by the preaching of Savonarola in Pisa, he had joined the same monastery. Later, scorned by the populace as a Judas, he had gone over to the party of the Medici, was summoned to Rome as a professor of theology by Leo X, created Archbishop of Capua in 1520, and often entrusted with diplomatic missions, in which capacity Giulio came to know and value him. Contarini speaks well of him, but evidently only half trusted him. Schomberg received the cardinal's hat from Paul III in 1534, and died in 1537. Clement's accession had at once brought about a political change in favor of France. The Pope's policy wavered long between the king and the emperor, weak towards both of them, undecided, and on occasion faithless enough. On January 5, 1525, he himself announced to the emperor the conclusion of his treaty with Francis I. The Battle of Pavia, the greatest military event of the 16th century, February 24, 1525, made Charles V master of Italy, and Francis I his prisoner. By April 1st, Clement had made his peace with the emperor, but soon began to intrigue and tried to form a league against him with Venice, Savoy, Ferrara, Scotland, Hungary, Portugal, and other states. This was mainly the work of Ghiberti. At this time, the bold plan of a League of Freedom, which was to claim the independence of Italy from foreign powers, was formed by Girolamo Moroni. Pescara, the husband of Vittoria Colonna, the real victor at Pavia, was to stand at its head. The conspiracy in which Clement, on his own confession, see his letter to Charles V of June 23, 1526, had taken part, was betrayed by Pescara himself. At his instigation, Moroni named the Pope as the originator of the offers made to Pescara. The veil of secrecy still covers both Pescara's action, Guicciardini characterized it as eterna infamia, and his early death, which occurred on March 30, 1525. The emperor freely expressed his opinion of the Pope's faithlessness, September 17, 1526. On May 22, 1526, Clement concluded the Holy League of Cognac with Francis, who had returned to France at the beginning of March, his captivity over. This brought on open war with the emperor, the attack on Rome by the Colonna, September 20th, the plundering of the Borgo, the march of the imperial troops against Rome under the command of Bourbon, the storming of the part of the city named after Leo, in which Bourbon fell, May 6, 1527, the flight of the Pope to the castle of Sant'Angelo, and finally the storming of Rome and the sack which followed it. Cruel and revolting to all Christian feeling, it remains to this day a memory of terror for all Italians. No Guiscard appeared this time, as in the days of Gregory VII, to save the beleaguered Pope. On June 5, 1527, he was forced to capitulate, yield the fortress, and give himself up to the mercy of the emperor. When a prisoner and deprived of all his means, Clement bade Cellini melt down his tiara, a symbol of his own position, for the whole temporal power of the papacy lay at the feet of the emperor, who could abolish it if he chose. We know that this policy was suggested to him. We know also that Charles had serious thoughts of utilizing the position of the Pope for an ecclesiastical reformation, and forcing him to summon the General Council, which all sides demanded. But France and England declared they would recognize no council until the Pope was set free again, and the Spanish clergy also petitioned for the release of the head of the Church. Once more the imperial troops returned to Rome from their summer quarters, and in September 1527 the city was once more sacked. Vera arrived as the emperor's agent to offer Clement freedom on condition of neutrality, a general peace, and the promotion of reform by means of a council. The agreement was signed on November 26th, but on December 8th the Pope escaped to Orvieto, whence on June 1st, 1528, he removed to Viterbo. The war proved disastrous for France. Lautrec's defeats, his death by plague August 15th, the terrible state of Italy, which was now but one vast battlefield strewn with corpses, induced Clement at last to side with the emperor. On October 8, 1528, he returned horror-stricken to half-burnt, starving Rome. Harried by the plague, her population diminished by one-half. Her importance for the literary and artistic life of humanity had been forever marred by the awful events of the year 1527. Those of her artists and learned men who had not fled were maltreated and robbed during the sack. Those that were left were beggars and had to seek their bread elsewhere. Erasmus wrote to Sadoleto, October 1st, 1528, that not the city but the world had perished, and that the present sufferings of Rome were more cruel than those brought on her by the Goths and the Gauls. From Carpentras in 1529, Sadoleto wrote a mournful letter to Colocci, in which he speaks of past glories, a letter aptly called by Gregorovius the Swan Song, the farewell to the cheerful world of humanist times. Clement's participation in the league against Charles and the Empire had favored the spread of the Lutheran Reformation in Germany. Unwittingly, the Pope had become Luther's best ally at the very moment when, for Catholicism, everything depended on strengthening the emperor's opposition to the Reformation, which had the hour in its favor. Even after the sack, the Pope was not chiefly concerned for the preservation and improvement of the Church, or for the reparation of the evil done to Rome. What absorbed his attention were the dynastic interests of his own house, which had once more been expelled from Florence, and the restoration of the Papal State. The emperor could have ended the temporal power with a stroke of the pen, had he not feared the immense influence of the clergy and the threatening voice of the Inquisition, which did not hesitate to cross the threshold even of the most mighty. Charles needed the Pope, since a lasting enmity with him would have cut the ground from under his feet both in Spain and Germany. He needed him in order to keep his hold on Italy, and by his influence to divide the League. And so the Treaty of Barcelona was brought about, June 29, 1529, whereby the emperor acknowledged the power of Sforza in Milan, gave the Papal State back to the Pope, undertook to restore Florence to the Medici by force of arms, and as a pledge of friendship to give his illegitimate daughter Margaret to Alessandro de' Medici. The imperial coronation was moreover to take place in Italy. The Ladies' Peace of Cambrai, August 5, 1529, confirmed Spanish rule in Italy. Clement crowned Charles emperor on February 24, 1530, in Bologna, having come thither with 16 cardinals. The emperor left for the Diet at Augsburg on June 15th. The Pope returned to Rome on April 9th, and on August 12th Florence fell after a heroic death struggle, burying the honor of the Pope in its fall, since he had not hesitated to hand over the freedom of his native town to his family. The Republican constitution of the town was formally annulled on April 27, 1532, and Alessandro de' Medici was proclaimed Duke of Florence. Clement VII is said to have sighed during the siege, "Oh, that Florence had never existed." The papacy itself, as well as its representative in that time, had good reason to utter this cry. For the fall of the Republic, brought about by the Pope and accomplished by the Emperor and his bands of foreign mercenaries, joined the papacy henceforth to all movements inimical to the freedom and unity of Italy. It delivered over Italy and the Church to the idea of an ecclesiastico-political despotism native to Spain. It severed the bond which in the Middle Ages had kept Rome in touch with the national aims of the Italian people. In December 1532, Emperor and Pope met once more in Bologna in order to conclude an Italian league. At the same moment Clement was negotiating with France, who did her utmost to draw the papacy from the embrace of Spain. Francis I proposed the marriage of his second son Hendrie with Catherine, daughter of Lorenzo de' Medici the Younger, and did his very best to help Clement prevent an assemblage of the council, as we now know from the disclosures of Antonio Soriano. The marriage of Catherine de' Medici, through whom her house attained to royal honor, was celebrated with great solemnity at Marseilles in October 1533. Clement himself had come to witness the triumph of his family in the person of his great niece. The young girl, scarcely more than a child, whom he handed over to the royal house of France, proved a terrible gift to the land. For some 38 years later she contrived the massacre of St. Bartholomew. The jewels which Filippo Strozzi counted over to the French as forming part of the dowry of the little princess, Genoa, Milan, Naples, never came into the possession of France, and Henry was forced in the Treaty of Cateau Cambresis to yield all the gains of the French policy of annexation in Italy. Clement was back in Rome by December 10, 1533, and in that following March annulled Thomas Cranmer's declaration that the marriage of Henry VIII with his cousin Catherine of Aragon was void. The Pope threatened the king with excommunication if he did not re-establish the marriage. The king's answer was the separation of England from the obedience of Rome. Shortly before this, the Articles of the League of Schmalkalden had recorded the desertion of a considerable part of South Germany to the Reformation. The council, which was to have restored unity to the Church, had not come into being. Clement certainly raised hopes of it in the near future at Bologna, January 10, 1533, but only for the sake of appearances. In reality, he had every reason to prevent all discussion by a council of his personal and dynastic policy, and he attained his end by excuses and means which led the emperor's confessor, Cardinal Garcia de Loyasa, May 1530, to write to Charles V that this pope was the most mysterious of beings, that he knew more ciphers than anyone else on earth, and that he would not hear of a council at any price. Even the last act of the dying pope leaves a painful impression. On September 23, 1534, he wrote a long letter to the emperor to recommend to his care not the welfare of the Church or of Italy, but the preservation of the rule of the Medici in Florence and the protection of his two beloved nephews, the Cardinal Ippolito and Alessandro, whom Clement had appointed to be his heirs. After a painful illness, Clement VII died on September 25, 1534. His friend Francesco Vittori gives testimony that for a century no better man had occupied Peter's chair than Clement, who was neither cruel nor proud, neither venal nor avaricious, nor luxurious. And despite of this, he continues, the catastrophe came in his time, while others stained with crime lived and died happily. And indeed, many an excellent quality seemed to promise this Medici a happier reign, but he had to atone for his dynastic egotism and for the sins of his predecessors. A fatal confusion of politics and religion bore its bitterest fruit in his pontificate. Rome was ruined, Italy, from Milan to Naples, was turned into a field of slaughter, bathed in blood and tears. The unity of the Church was destroyed, and half Europe fell away from the center of Christianity. All this was a painful commentary on the theories of political Catholicism and the esteem of that temporal sway over the world which some still affirm to be useful or even necessary to the cause of Christ. End of Section 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 5 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 1. Medicean Rome by F.X. Kraus. Part 4. The harmonious union of medieval with modern thought. The organic arrangement of the ideas brought by the Renaissance in the system of Christian ethics, the inner development of Catholicism on the basis of this harmony, as planned in the scheme of the Camera della Segnatura. All this miscarried, and was bound to do so, since the acting powers, on whom devolved the accomplishment of this great scheme, conceived in the true spirit of the Apostle Paul, lacked the ability and enthusiasm necessary for the execution of so enormous a task. The preceding paragraphs have shown to what extent these acting powers were incapable of fulfilling the mission set before them. The powers at work were two in chief, the papacy and the Italian nation. We have seen the papacy of Medicean Rome, swayed by political, by worldly considerations, guided in all its actions and decisions by the dynastic interests of its rulers. The religious and moral point of view was ignored in this domain of worldly aims and ideas. The pontificate of Adrian VI, that came as an interlude between those of Leo X and Clement VII, certainly was representative of religious Catholicism, honorable, wise, sincere. But on the one hand, it was of too short a duration to ripen any of its fruits, and on the other, it failed, not only because of Italian corruption and the general dislike to foreigners, but also because the last Teutonic pope could not comprehend the development of Italian culture, the right of the Latin world to its own characteristics, and the aesthetic interests swaying all minds south of the Alps. The predominance of the worldly and sensuous elements in life, in science, and even in art came into play. They did their part in preventing the victory of idealistic views. Although the Curia was not equal to its task, had Italy been still in a healthy state, the nation and public opinion could have forced the papacy into right courses. But here also, corruption had long since set in. Strong moral force, such as proclaims itself in Dante, in Caterina of Siena, was gone from the people. They had but lately given its last profit to the flames in the Piazza della Signoria at Florence. No nation can sin thus against its best men without punishment. The people of Italy could not put new blood and fresh life into the Curia, because in them the law of the body had triumphed over the law of the spirit. The same observation has to be made in the province of literature. We have spoken of Ariosto. The other productions of the Medicean period in the domain of literature are, for the most part, trifling and frivolous in their contents. As Gregorovius says, their poets sang the praises of Maecenas and Phryne. They wrote pastorals and epics of chivalry, while the freedom of Italy perished. The theater, still more early and markedly than pictorial art, cut itself adrift from ecclesiastical subjects and from the whole world of religious ideas. It became not merely worldly, but distinctly pagan, and at the same time incapable of any great creation of lasting value which could touch the heart of the nation. Serious theological literature was almost entirely lacking at Leo's court, and during his pontificate, with the exception of 2 or 3 names, such as Sadoleto, Egidio of Viterbo, and Tommaso di Vio. After the death of Raphael and Leonardo, painting and sculpture at once took a downward path. Michelangelo upheld for himself the great traditions of the best time of the Renaissance for almost another quarter of a century, but he was soon a very lonely man. Decadence showed itself directly after Raphael's death, when Marc Antonio engraved Giulio Romano's indecent pictures, and Pietro Aretino wrote a commentary on them of still more indecent sonnets. Clement VII, who had at one time received this most worthless of all men of letters as a guest in his Villa Correggi, repulsed him after this. But Aretino was characteristic of his time. What other would have borne with him? After Raphael's death, ideas were no longer made the subject of paintings. The world of enjoyment, sweet, earthly, sensual enjoyment, was now depicted before art declined into a chilly mannerism and the composite falseness of eclecticism, a time which is no longer able to give an artistic rendering of ideas is incapable of resolution and of great actions. Not only the Muses and the Graces wept by Raphael's grave, the whole Julian epoch was buried with him. During Leo's reign, he had undertaken with feverish activity to conjure up not only ancient Rome, but the antique ideals. In vain. His unaided force was not enough for the task, and he saw himself deserted by those whom he most needed and on whom he relied. And then came the sack of Rome. It was the tomb of all this ideal world of the Renaissance period. From the smoking ruins of the Eternal City rose a dense gray fog, a gloomy, spiritless despotism, utterly out of touch with the joyous spring of the mind of the Italian people, whose harbinger was Dante. Under its oppression, the intellectual life of the nation soon sank, asphyxiated. The Guelph movement of the Middle Ages, which had its home in the free states of Tuscany and North Italy, was dead and gone. It can no longer give life or withhold it. And the old Ghibellin principle was dead too. No German emperor arose in whom the dreams of Henry VII could live again. What Charles V sought and attained in the two conferences at Bologna, and during his subsequent visit to Rome, April 5, 1536, had nothing whatever to do with the plans of the emperors before him. The restoration of the Medici in Florence and the emperor's dealings with the doomed republic inaugurated that unhappy policy which down to 1866 continued to make the Germans enemies of the Italians. This it was that, after the tribulations of Metternich's government, brought on the catastrophe of Solferino and Sadowa. The program of 1510 demanded in the first place a reformation of the Church, both in its head and its members. Let us consider the attitude of Rome under the Medici with regard to this question. The reformations attempted by the councils of Constance and Basel had utterly failed. Since Martin V had returned to Rome, the papacy could consider nothing beyond the governing of the papal state, and since Calixtus III, it was involved in dynastic intrigue. Aeneas Sylvius had stated with the utmost clearness 13 years before he became pope that no one in the Curia any longer thought of reformation. Then Savonarola appeared. France and Germany cried out for reform. At the synods of Orleans and Tours, 1510, the French decided on the assembling of an ecumenical council. In view of the decree frequens of the Council of Constance, the dilatoriness of the Pope, and the breaking of the oath he had sworn in conclave, the Second Synod of Pisa was convoked, May 16, 1511. It was first and foremost a check offered to Julius II by French politicians, but was also intended to obtain a general recognition by the Church of the principles of the Pragmatic Sanction of 1438, drawn from the articles of the Basel and Constance Conventions. This pseudo-synod was attended only by a few French prelates and savants. Meantime, the Emperor Maximilian had conferred with the leading theologians of his empire, such as Gehler von Kaiserberg, Wimpfeling, Trithemius, Johann Eck, Matthias Long, and Conrad Peutinger, about the state of the Church. In 1510, he commissioned the Schlettstadt professor, Jakob Wimpfeling, to draw up a plan of reform, which the latter published in his Gravamina Germanicae Nationis cum remediis et avisamentis ad Caesarem Majestatem. It is composed of an extract from the Pragmatic Sanction, an essay on the machinations of courtiers, another on the 10 grievances with their remedies, notifications for the emperor, and an excursus concerning legates. The 10 gravamina are the same which Martin Meyer had mentioned as early as 1457 in his epistle to Aeneas Sylvius. The emperor, who since 1507 cherished the wild plan of procuring his own election to the papacy on the death of Julius, at first gave his protection to the Council of Pisa. Afterwards he withdrew it, and the German bishops also refused to have anything to do with the schismatic tendencies of the French. On July 18, 1511, Julius II summoned an ecumenical council to Rome. It assembled there on April 19, 1512, with a very small attendance composed entirely of Italian prelates. The Spaniards also showed an interest in the work of Reformation, as is proved by the noteworthy anonymous Brevis Memoria published by Dollinger, but they took no part in the council. Before the opening of the Lateranense 5, a controversy had arisen on the powers within the scope of councils. The Milanese jurist Decius had upheld the side of the Pisan Council, so had the anonymous author of the Status Romani Imperii, published in Narduin, and Zaccaria Fereni of Vicenza. The chief disputant on the side of the Curia was Tommaso de Via, Cajetan. It was a good omen for the council that the best and most pious man of intellect then in Rome made the opening speech. Aegidius of Viterbo, as principal of the Augustinian order, had worked energetically at the reform of his own order ever since 1508. Bembo and Sadaletto praised his intellect and his learning, and the latter wrote to the former that though humanity and the artis humanitatis had been lost to mankind, yet Aegidius alone and unaided could have restored them to us. In his opening speech, Aegidius uttered some earnest truths and deep thoughts. He touched on the real source of decadence in the Church, when, perhaps in allusion to Dante's words about the donation of Constantine, he said, Ita firme post Constantini tempora, quae ut sacrus in rebus multum adaceri, splendoris et ornamenti, ita morum et vitae severitatem non parum enerverant. Quoties a synodis habendis cessatum est, toties vidimus sponsum a sponso derelictum. Unfortunately, the council did not fulfill the expectations which might have been based on this inaugural address. When Leo X opened the 6th sitting, April 27, 1513, the assembly numbered, besides 22 cardinals and 91 abbots, only 62 bishops. Bishop Simon of Modena appealed to the prelates to begin by reforming themselves. At the 7th sitting, the preacher Rio revived the theory of the two swords. On December 19, 1513, France was officially represented, and at the 8th sitting, the council condemned the heresies taken from the Arabs concerning the human soul, which was explained as humani corporis forma. These had already been denounced at Vienne. Then the theologians were called on to prune the infected roots of philosophy and poetry. Philosophers were to uphold the truth of Christianity. Bishop Nicholas of Bergamo and Cardinal Cajetan opposed this measure. The first did not wish restrictions to be imposed on philosophers and theologians. The second did not agree that philosophers should be called upon to uphold the truth of the faith, since in this way a confusion might arise between theology and philosophy, which would damage the freedom of philosophy. At the 9th sitting, the curialist Antonio Pucci spoke on reform, and said that the clergy had fallen away from love, that the tyranny of inordinate desire had taken its place, that their lives were in opposition to the teaching and canons of the Church. The bull of Reformation published after this, Superne Dispositionis Arbitrio, was concerned with the higher appointments in the Church, elections, postulations, provisions, the deposing and translation of prelates, commendams, unions, dispensations, reservations. with cardinals and the curia, reform in the life of priests and laity, the incomes and immunities of clerics, the widespread of superstition and false Christianity. The reform of the calendar was also debated, but at the 10th sitting, May 1515, proved still unripe for discussion. The sitting was then devoted to the contentions of the bishops and the regular clergy. Resolutions were passed concerning moneylenders, and Leo's bull pointed out the duty of furthering beneficial modern institutions. Of great interest is the bull concerning the printing and publishing of books. It attributes the invention of printing to the favor of heaven, but adds that what was made for the glory of God ought not to be used against him, for which reason all new books were to be subjected to the censorship of the bishops and inquisitors. The 11th sitting was occupied with the complaints of the bishops against the regulars, whom Aegidius of Viterbo defended, December 19, 1516. It was declared unlawful to foretell coming misfortunes from the pulpit with any reference to a definite date. This was probably a retarded censure on Savonarola. The bull Pastor Aeternus was issued, which proclaimed the abolition of the pragmatic sanction. Leo declared it null and void, and confirmed the decision of the bull Unum Sanctum issued by Boniface VIII that all Christians are subject to the Pope. At this point, the ordinances for the clergy and their privileges were read. At the 12th sitting, Giovanni Francesco Pica della Mirandola presented his Oratio de Reformandis Moribus to the Pope. In it, he announces to Leo that should the Pope delay healing the wounds of society, he whose representative the Pope was, would cut off the corrupted members with fire and sword, and scatter them abroad, sending a terrible judgment on the Church. Christ, he said, had cast out the doves and pigeons that were sold in the temple. Why should not Leo exile the worshippers of the many golden calves, who had not only a place, but a place of command in Rome? This again was a reminiscence of Savonarola's sermons. Pico had constituted himself his biographer and apologist. It was strange that the flaming words of the prophet should rise once more from the grave at the moment when their terrible prophecy was to be fulfilled in Germany. On March 16, 1517, the council closed with its 12th sitting. It had made many useful orders and shown good intentions to abolish various abuses, but the carrying out of the contemplated reforms of the Curia was entirely neglected. The council was from first to last a dead letter, and even had it gained effect for its resolutions, the catastrophe in the north would not have been averted. For there, an inward alienation from Rome had long been going on, ever since the days of Ludwig the Bavarian. Little was needed to make it externally also an accomplished fact. Neither Leo nor his Lateran Council had the slightest conception of this state of affairs north of the Alps. The government of the Church was entirely in the hands of Italians. The Curia could count scarcely more than 1 or 2 Germans or English in their number. Terrible retribution was at hand. Leo X had seen no trace of the coming religious crisis, although its forerunners, Reuchlin and Erasmus, Wimpfeling and Hutten, and the appearance of Obscurorum Virorum Epistolae might well have opened his eyes. His announcement in the midst of all this ferment of the great absolution for the benefit of St. Peter's was a stupendous miscalculation, due to the thoughtless and contemptuous treatment vouchsafed to German affairs in Rome. Instead of directing his most serious attention to them, Leo had meantime made his covenant with Francis I at Bologna, December 1515, on which followed directly the French Treaty of 1516. At Bologna, the king had renounced the pragmatic sanction, in return for which the Pope granted him the right of nomination to bishoprics, abbeys, and conventual priories. It was the most immoral covenant that church history had hitherto recorded, for the parties presented each other with things that did not belong to them. The French Church fell a victim to an agreement which delivered over her freedom to royal despotism. In return, Francis I undertook that the Pope's family should rule in Florence, and as a pledge of the treaty, gave a French princess to the Pope's nephew Lorenzo in marriage. The hour in which this compact was made was the darkest in Leo's pontificate. North of the Alps, this act undermined all confidence in him or in his cousin Clement VII. No further reform of the Church was expected of two popes who cared more for their dynasty than for the welfare of Christendom. The short interregnum of Adrian VI was, as we have seen, not equal to the task of carrying out the Reformation. But it must be remembered that in his reign the worthiest representative of the Church's conscience during the Medicean era came forward once more with a plea for reform. The great document, laid before the Pope at his command by Egidius of Viterbo, revealed the disease when it pointed to the misuse of papal power as the cause of all the harm, and demanded a limitation to the absolutism of the head of the Church. This tallied with the Pope's ideas, and the celebrated instruction issued to the Nuncio Chiarregado, 1522, which announced that the disease had come from the head to the members, from the Pope to the prelates, and confessed, "We have all sinned, and there is not one that doeth good." Alessandro Farnese came forth from the conclave of 1534 on October 12th as Paul III, a pupil of Pomponio Leto, and at the age of 25 in 1493, invested with the purple by Alexander VI, he had taken part in all phases of the humanistic movement, and shared its glories and its sins. Now the sky had become overcast, but a clear, sunny gleam from the best time of the Renaissance still lay over him, though his pontificate was to witness the inroad of Lutheranism on Italy, the appearance of the doctrine of justification by faith, and, on the other hand, the foundation of the Society of Jesus, September 3, 1539, the convocation of the long-wished-for Ecumenical Council of Trent, 1542, and also the reorganization of the Inquisition, 1541. The last pope of the Renaissance, as we must call Farnese, left as the brightest memory of his reign the record of an effort, which proved fruitless, to unite the last and noblest supporters of the Renaissance who still survived in the service of the Church, for an attempt at reformation. This is celebrated as the Consultum Delectorum Cardinalium et Aliorum Prelatorum de Emendanda Ecclesia, and bears the signatures of Contarini, Carafa, Sadaletto, Reginald Pole, Federigo Fregoso, Ghiberti, and Cortese. Contarini must be acknowledged to have been the real soul of the movement, which aimed at an inward reconciliation with the German party of reform. All these ideas had root in the conception represented by the scheme of Julius II. The greater number of those who worked at the Consultum of 1538 must be regarded as the last direct heirs of this great inheritance. The religious conference of Ratisbon in 1541 forms the crisis in the history of this movement. It was wrecked, not, as Romont states, by the incompatibility of the principle of subjective opinion with that of authority, but quite as much, if not more so, by the private aims of Bavaria and France. So ended the movement towards reconciliation, and another came into force and obtained sole dominion. This regarded the most marked opposition to Protestantism as the salvation of the Church, and to combat it summoned not only the counter-reformation of the Tridentinum, but every means in its power, even the extremest measures of material force, to its assistance. The representatives of the conciliatory reform movement, Contarini, Sadaletto, Pole, Morone, became suspect, and despite their dignity of cardinal, were subject to persecution. Even noble ladies like Vittoria Colonna and Giulia Gonzaga were not secure from this suspicion and persecution. Paul IV, 1555 to 1559, and Pius V, 1566 to 1572, carried out the Counter-Reformation in Italy. While the pagan elements of humanism merged in the anti-Trinitarian and Socinian sects, The Inquisition was stamping out the sola fides belief, but its terrorism at the same time crushed culture and intellectual life out of Italy. The city of Rome recovered from the sack of 1527, but from the ruin wrought by Carafa, the nation, or at any rate papal Rome, never recovered. Whatever intellectual life still remained was forced in the days of Paul III to shrink more and more from publicity. The sonnets which Vittoria Colonna and Michelangelo exchanged, the converse these two great minds held in the garden of the Villa Colonna, of which Francesco del Landa has left us an account, were the last flickerings of a spirit which had once controlled and enriched the Renaissance. What comparisons must have forced themselves on Michelangelo as all the events since the days of Lorenzo il Magnifico, his first patron, whom he never forgot, passed in review before his great and lonely spirit, now sunk in gloom. We know from Condivi that the impressions Buonarroti had received in his youth exercised a renewed power over his old age. Dante and Savonarola were once his leaders. They had never entirely forsaken him. Now the Favole del Mondo, as his last poems bear witness, fell entirely into the background before the earnest thoughts that had once filled his mind at the foot of the pulpit in San Marco. His Giudizio Universale sums up the account for his whole existence, and is at the same time the most terrible reckoning made in the spirit of Dante with his own nation and its rulers. All that Italy might have become, had she followed the dictates of Dante and Savonarola, floated before his eyes as his brush created that judge of all the world, whose curse falls on those that have exiled and murdered his prophets, neglected the church, and bartered away the freedom of the nation. His last judgment was painted at the bidding of the Pope. Paul III can scarcely have guessed how the artist was searching into the consciences of that whole generation, which was called to execute what Julius had bidden Raphael and Michelangelo depict for all Christendom, and which had ignored and neglected its high office. Since 1541, the schism was an accomplished fact, a misfortune alike for North and South. The defection of the Germanic world deprived the Catholic Church of an element to which the future belonged after the exhaustion of the Latin races. Perhaps the greatest misfortune lay, and still lies, as Newman has said, in the fact that the Latin races never realized, and do not even yet realize, what they have lost in the Germanic races. From the time of Paul III, and still more from that of Paul IV onwards, the old Catholicism changes into an Italianism which adopts more and more the forms of the Roman curialism. The idea of a Catholicity, once so comprehensive, was sinking more and more into a one-sided, often despotic insistence on unity, rendered almost inevitable by the continual struggle with opponents. And this was due, not to the doctrines of the Church, but to her practice. Romanism alone could no longer carry out a scheme such as that of which Julius II had dreamed. It was now clear to all minds what intellectual, moral, and social forces the schism had drawn away. This is manifest even in the fate of Italy. The last remnant of Italian idealism took refuge in the idea of national unity and freedom, which had been shadowed forth in the policy of Alexander VI and Julius II, and which Machiavelli had written on the last wonderful page of his Principe as the guiding principle for the future. This vision it was which rose dimly in Dante's mind. For its sake, the Italian people had forgiven the sins of the Borgia and of Della Rovere. It had appeared to Machiavelli as the highest of aims. After another 300 years of spiritual and temporal despotism, it burst forth once more in the minds of Rosmini, Cesare Balbo, Ghiberti, and Cavour, and roused the dishonored soul of the nation. End of section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 6 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. Chapter 2. Habsburg and Valois 1 by Stanley Leathes. Part 1. The secular struggle between the houses of Burgundy and Valois reaches a new stage in the era of the Reformation. The murder of the Duke of Orleans in the streets of Paris in 1407 involved at first only a junior branch of the French royal house in the blood feud with Burgundy. The alliance of Orleans and Armagnac in 1410, and of both with Charles the Dauphin in 1418, swept in the senior branch, and led to the retributive murder of John of Burgundy in Montereau in 1419. Steadily, the area of infection widens. A relentless attack dominates all the early years of Philip the Good, and then, laid for a while to sleep at Arras, 1435, reappears in the days of Charles the Bold. Not only political and national aims, but an hereditary dynastic hatred might have inspired Louis XI in his campaigns of war and intrigue until the crushing blow at Nancy. The grandson of Charles the Bold, Philip the Fair, seemed, in his jealousy of Ferdinand and his devotion to the interests of the Netherlands, to have forgotten the ancestral feud. But his son and heir, whom we know best as Charles V, inherited, together with the inconsequent rivalries of Maximilian and the more enduring and successful antagonism of Ferdinand, the old Burgundian duty of revenge. Thus, the chronic hostility between the kings of Valois-Angoulême and the united line of Burgundy, Austria, Castile, and Aragon has a dramatic touch of predestined doom, which might find a fitting counterpart in a Norse saga or the Nibelungenlied. But greater forces than hereditary hate drove Europe to the gulf in which the joy of the Renaissance was forever extinguished. The territorial consolidation of the previous age in Europe, though striking, had been incomplete. The union of the French and Spanish kingdoms had gone on natural lines, but Italy had been less fortunate. At the death of Ferdinand, her fate was still uncertain. The Spaniards stood firm in Sicily and Naples. The French seemed to stand secure in Milan. Venice had withstood the shock of a united Europe. Florence seemed strengthened by the personal protection of the Holy Father. But so long as two rival foreign powers held their ground in Italy, consolidation had gone too far or not far enough. Italy must be either Italian or Spanish or French. The equilibrium was unstable. No amicable agreement could permanently preserve the status quo. The issue could only be solved by the arbitrament of arms. In Germany, the case was different. There, consolidation seemed to be out of the question. Neither the preponderance of any single power, nor that of any combination of powers, held out hopes of successful conquest. And the German nation, inured to arms, could offer a very different resistance to that which any of the Italian states could maintain. Thus, the history of Europe in this period falls into two well-marked sections. The Teutonic lands work out their own development under the influence of the new religious thought, unaffected as a whole by the competition for supremacy in Europe. They had their own dangers from the Turk and in civil strife. But the struggle, although ostensibly between the Emperor and the King of France, was in reality between Spain and France for hegemony in Western Europe, supremacy in Italy. The struggle was dynastic, but dynasties are the threads about which nations crystallize. At the outset, the forces were not ill-matched. On the death of Ferdinand in 1516, the Archduke Charles succeeded by hereditary right to the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon and their dependencies, to the kingdoms of the two Sicilies, to the Franche-Comté of Burgundy, and to the provinces of the Netherlands. On the death of Maximilian in 1519, he added to these the Habsburg inheritance in Eastern Europe, which he wisely resigned before long to his brother Ferdinand. For soldiers, he could rely on his Spanish dominions, on the regular forces organized by Charles the Bold in the Netherlands, on the less trustworthy levies of Germany and Italy. The Netherlands and Spain gave him a considerable revenue, which exceeded in gross the revenue of the French king, but was not equally available for common dynastic purposes, owing to the difficulty of exporting and transporting treasure, and the cogent necessities of internal government. The Sicilies might pay for their own government, and provide an occasional supplement, but the resources of these kingdoms hardly compensated for the needs of their defense. The maritime resources of Spain were considerable, but ill-organized, and therefore not readily available. The French king, on the other hand, though his dominions were less extensive, had manifest advantages both for attack and defense. His territory was compact, and almost all capacity for internal resistance had been crushed out by the vigorous policy of Louis XI and Anne of Beaujeu. His subjects were rich and flourishing, and far more industrious than those of Spain. All their resources were absolutely at his control. Even the clergy could be relied upon for ample subsidies. His financial system was superior to that of any existing state. He could make such laws and impose such taxes as suited his sovereign pleasure. Since the Concordat of 1516, all important clerical patronage was in his hands, and the great ecclesiastical revenues served him as a convenient means for rewarding ministers, and attaching to himself the great families whose cadets were greedy of spiritual promotion. His cavalry and artillery were excellent and well organized. His infantry had not yet been satisfactorily developed, but his resources permitted him to engage mercenaries, and Germans and Swiss were still ready to serve the highest bidder. In defense, he could fight upon interior lines. For attack, he had a ready road to Italy through the friendly territories of Savoy. The possession of Milan secured to him the maritime power of Genoa, a very valuable addition to his own. In character, the two potentates were less equally matched. Francis was bold and vigorous upon occasion, but inconsequent in action. His choice of men was directed by favoritism. His attention was diverted from business by the pursuit of every kind of pleasure, the more, as well as the less, refined. His extravagance was such as to hamper his public activity. To the last, he never showed any increasing sense of royal responsibility, and preserved in premature old age the frivolous and vicious habits of his youth. At the death of Ferdinand, Charles was still a boy, and, until the death of Guillaume de Croix, Sire de Chièvres, 1521, his own individuality did not make itself clearly felt. Chièvres, his old tutor, now his principal minister, dominated his action. Yet at the election to the empire, it was his own pertinacity that secured for him the victory when others would have been content to obtain the prize for his brother Ferdinand. Throughout his life, this preeminent trait of manly perseverance marks him with a certain stamp of greatness. Slow in action, deliberate in counsel to the point of irresolution, he yet pursued his ends with unfailing obstinacy until by sheer endurance he prevailed. Extreme tenacity in the maintenance of his just rights, moderation in victory, and abstinence from all chimerical enterprise are the other qualities to which he owes such success as he obtained. Fortune served him well on more than one conspicuous occasion, but he merited her favors by indefatigable patience, and he never made on her exorbitant demands. Of his two grandfathers, he resembles Ferdinand far more than Maximilian. In the course of his career, these characteristics were developed and became more notable. Unlike his rival, he learnt from life, but from his youth he was serious, persistent, sober. In his choice of ministers and judgment of men, he showed himself greatly superior to Francis. He was well served throughout his life, and never allowed a minister to become his master. Unsympathetic, unimaginative, he lacked the endearing graces of a popular sovereign. He lacked the gifts that achieve greatness. But, born to greatness, he maintained unimpaired the heritage he had received, and at whatever price of personal and natural exhaustion, he left the House of Habsburg, greater than he had found it. When we consider the ineluctable burden of his several and discrete realms, the perplexing and multifarious dangers to which he was exposed, the mere mechanical friction occasioned by distance and boundaries and intervening hostile lands, the inefficient organization, political, financial, and military, of his countries at that time, the obstacles opposed by institutions guarding extinct and impossible local privilege, the world-shaking problems which broke up all previous settled order, then the conscientious sincerity with which he addressed his mediocre talents to the allotted work must earn for him at least a place in our esteem. On neither side was the struggle for world empire. Charles would have been content to recover Milan in self-defense, and the Duchy of Burgundy as his hereditary and indefeasible right. France had good grounds for claiming Milan and Naples, but it is doubtful whether Francis would have been as moderate after victory as Charles. The struggle can be considered apart from developments in Germany, but it has its reaction on German fortunes. Had Charles not been hampered throughout his career by the contest with France, he would not have been forced to temporize with the reforming movement until it was too late for effective action. The Most Christian King was an unconscious ally of Luther, as he was a deliberate ally of the Turk. Immediately, the conflict concerned the fate of Italy. Indirectly, it weakened the resistance of Europe to the Reformed opinions, and to the Muslim in Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. After Marignano, 1515, and the Peace of Noyon, 1516, which professed to shelve all outstanding questions and secure perpetual friendship between Spain and France, Europe had peace for a while. It was arranged at Noyon that Charles should take Louise, the daughter of the King of France, to wife, and that the rights of the Kingdom of Naples should go with her. Until this babe in arms should become his wife, Charles was to pay 100,000 crowns a year as rent for Naples, and 50,000 until she bore him a son. If Louise died, some daughter of a later birth was to be substituted as his affianced bride, and this clause actually took effect. Charles promised satisfaction with regard to Spanish Navarre, conquered by Ferdinand in 1512. Perhaps he even secretly engaged himself to restore it to Catherine, its lawful queen, within 6 months. The treaty was concluded under the influence of Flemish councillors, who had surrounded Charles since he had taken up the government of the Netherlands in the previous year. It was inspired by a desire for peace with France in interests exclusively Burgundian. But it had also its value for Spain, for it gave Charles a breathing space in which to settle the affairs of his new kingdoms. Maximilian, now in isolation, was forced to come to terms with France and Venice and surrender Verona, and peace was secured in Italy for a while. At a subsequent conference at Cambrai in 1517, the partition of Italy between Habsburg and Valois was discussed, but nothing was definitely settled. English diplomatists looked on askance at the apparent reconciliation, but their hopes of fishing in troubled waters were soon revived. Charles utilized the respite for his visit to Spain in 1517. While here, he was not only occupied with the troublesome affairs of his new kingdoms, but with the question of the empire. Maximilian, who, although not yet 60 years of age, was worn out by his tumultuous life, was anxious to secure the succession to his grandson. At the Diet of Augsburg, 1518, he received the promise of the electors of Mainz, Cologne, the Palatinate, Brandenburg, and Bohemia for the election of Charles as Roman king. The French king was already in the field, but the promises and influence of Maximilian, and the money which Charles was able to supply, overbore for the moment this powerful antagonism. On the receipt of this news, Pope Leo X, who had already been attracted to the side of France, was seriously alarmed. The union of the imperial power with the throne of Naples was contrary to the time-honored doctrines of papal policy. Thenceforward, he declared himself more openly a supporter of the French claims. Meanwhile, if Charles was to be elected before Maximilian's death, the latter must first receive from the Pope the imperial crown. This Leo refused to facilitate. In all this, the Pope showed himself as ever more mindful of the temporal interests of the Roman See and of his own dynastic profit than of the good of Europe or religion. Both in the coming struggle with victorious Islam and against the impending religious danger, an intimate alliance with Charles was of far more value than the support of France. But the meaner motives prevailed. On January 19th, 1519, Maximilian died, and the struggle broke out in a new form. The promises of the electors proved to be of no account. All had to be done over again. The zeal of his agents, his more abundant supplies of ready cash, the support of the Pope, at first gave Francis the advantage. Troubles broke out in the Austrian dominions. Things looked black in Spain. Even the wise Margaret of Savoy lost hope, and recommended that Ferdinand should be put forward in place of Charles. Charles showed himself more resolute and a better judge of the situation. He had friends in Germany, Germans who understood German politics better than the emissaries of Francis. The influence of England on either side was discounted by Henry VIII's own candidature. German opinion was decidedly in favor of a German election, and although Charles was by birth, education, and sympathy a Netherlander, yet the interests of his house in Germany were important, and it may not have been generally known how little German were his predilections. The great house of Fugger came courageously to his aid, and advanced no less than 500,000 florins. The advantage of this support lay not only in the sum supplied, but in the preference of the electors for Augsburg bills. The Elector of Mainz refused to accept any paper other than the obligations of well-known German merchants. At the critical moment, Francis could not get credit. The Swabian League forbade the merchants of Augsburg to accept his bills. He endeavored in vain to raise money in Genoa and in Lyon. It is needless to pursue the base intrigues and tergiversations of the several electors. The Elector of Saxony played the most honorable part, for he refused to be a candidate himself, and declined all personal gratification. The Elector of Mainz showed himself perhaps the most greedy and unfaithful. He received 100,000 florins from Charles alone, and the promise of a pension of 10,000, which it is satisfactory to note was not regularly paid. Money on the one hand, and popular pressure on the other, decided the issue. The Rhinelands, where the possessions of 4 electors lay, and where the election was to take place, were enthusiastic for the Habsburg candidature. It was here that the national idea was strongest, and the humanists were eloquent in their support of Maximilian's grandson. The army of the Swabian League, under Franz von Sickingen, the great German condottiere, was ready to act on behalf of Charles. It had been recently engaged in evicting the Duke Ulrich of Württemberg from his dominions, and was now secured by Charles for 3 months for his own service. Here also money had its value. Sickingen and the Swabian League received 171,000 florins. At the end, the Pope gave way and withdrew his opposition. On June 28, 1519, the electors at Frankfurt voted unanimously for the election of Charles. The election cost him 850,000 florins. It is a commonplace of historians to exclaim at the fruitless waste of energy involved in this electoral struggle, and to point out that Charles was not richer or more powerful as emperor than he was before, while on the other hand his obligations and anxieties were considerably increased. But so long as prestige plays its part in human affairs, so long a reasonable judgment will justify the ambition of Charles. He was still perhaps in the youthful frame of mind which willingly and ignorantly courts responsibility and faces risks, the frame of mind in which he entered on his first war with Francis, saying, quote, "Soon he will be a poor king, or I shall be a poor emperor." End quote. But the imperial crown was in some sort hereditary in his race. Had he pusillanimously refused it, his prestige must have suffered greatly. As a German prince, he could not brook the interference of a foreign and a hostile power in the affairs of Germany. The imperial contest was inevitable, and was in fact the peaceful overture to another contest, equally inevitable, and more enduring, waged over half a continent through nearly 40 years. War was in fact inevitable, and Charles was ill-prepared to meet it. His affairs in Spain went slowly, and it was not until May 1520 that Charles was able to sail for the north, leaving open revolt at Valencia and discontent in his other dominions. The fortunate issue of these complications has been related in the first volume of this history. Diplomacy had already paved the way for an understanding with Henry VIII, which took more promising shape at Gravelines, after a visit to Henry at Dover and Canterbury, and the famous interview of Henry VIII and Francis I at the Field of the Cloth of Gold. Wolsey's skillful diplomacy had brought it about that both the greatest monarchs of Europe were bidding eagerly for his and his master's favor. A pension and a bishopric for the cardinal, a renewal for England of the commercial treaty with the Netherlands, were the preliminary price. At Gravelines, it was agreed that Charles and Henry should have the same friends and the same enemies, and that neither power should conclude an alliance with any other without the consent of both. If war broke out between Charles and Francis, Henry was to act against the aggressor. For 2 years, the agreements for the marriage of the Dauphin with the English Princess Mary, and of Charles with Charlotte, the daughter of Francis, Louise having died, were to receive no further confirmation. Towards the end of this period, another meeting was to take place, at which another agreement should be concluded. Each power was to maintain a regular ambassador at the court of the other. The pains taken by Wolsey to reassure Francis and to show that Henry had rejected propositions from Charles for a joint attack on France prove that he was still anxious to prevent the Roman king from drawing near to France. But the net result of the interviews was to guarantee Charles against any immediate adhesion of England to his rival. Fortified by this belief, and leaving his Aunt Margaret of Savoy to govern the Netherlands with extensive powers, Charles proceeded to his coronation, which took place at Aachen on October 23, 1520. Meanwhile, in Castile and Valencia, the troubles continued, until the rising of the Comuneros was definitely crushed at the Battle of Villar, April 24, 1521. Charles was thus relieved from one of his worst anxieties, though the condition of his finances was so bad that he could only look with alarm on the prospect of war. All his Spanish revenues were pledged, and nothing could be expected from that source. Still, the outbreak of war was delayed, and he was able to bring the Diet of Worms to a close before any decisive step was needed. And more important still, in the eager hunt for alliances on both sides, Charles proved the more successful. On May 29, 1521, a secret alliance had been concluded on his behalf with the Pope. From the time of the imperial election, Leo had foreseen the consequences, and had turned his shallow statecraft to the task of considering what could be got for the papal see and his own family from the impending war. At first, he had urged a prompt and united attack upon Charles, in which France, Venice, and England were to join. This might well have succeeded while Charles was still embroiled in Castile. Then, while negotiations with France and England flagged, and each power was maneuvering for the weather gauge, Leo began to see that France and Venice could never consent to his favorite scheme for the annexation of Ferrara, the one part of Julius's design which yet remained unexecuted. France was closely linked with Alfonso d'Este, and Venice preferred him as a neighbor to the Pope. Then Leo turned to Charles, and Charles was ready to promise all that he could ask: Parma, Piacenza, Ferrara, imperial protection for the Medici, the restoration of Francesco Sforza in Milan and the Adorni in Genoa, and the suppression of the enemies of the Catholic faith. In return, the Pope promised the investiture of Naples and a defensive alliance. Leo would have been glad to make the alliance offensive, but the emperor was in no hurry for war, and still hoped that it might be averted. The alliance with Leo was valuable to Charles for the resources, material and spiritual, which the Pope and the Medici controlled, for the protection which the Papal States afforded against attacks on Naples from the north, and for the access they gave to Lombardy from the south. Still more valuable appeared the alliance with England, as securing the Netherlands against a joint attack. Wolsey at first was anxious to play the part of mediator or arbitrator between the hostile powers. At length, at Bruges, the agreement was reached on August 25th. Kiev was dead May 18, 1521, and Charles took himself the leading part in these negotiations. Charles was to marry Mary, the daughter of Henry VIII. The emperor and king entered the most solemn alliance not only for the defense of their present possessions, but for the recovery of all that they could severally claim. The emperor, who was mediating a visit to Spain, was to visit England on the way. War was to be openly declared in March 1523. But if no suspension of hostilities came between Charles and France, the declaration of war was to take place on the occasion of Charles's visit to England. All this was to be secured by the most solemn and public declarations within 4 months. The Treaty of Alliance, solemn as it professed to be, left something to be desired. France was already effectively at war with Charles. Robert de la Marck, Lord of Bouillon and Sedan, earlier in the year had invaded the southern Netherlands, and Duke Charles of Guelders, an old ally of France and enemy of the Burgundian rulers, had attacked the north. Henri d'Albret had marched into Navarre, and at first had met with considerable success. These attacks were manifestly supported by France, and Charles could therefore claim the aid of England by virtue of earlier treatises as the victim of unprovoked aggression. But for the time being, it must suffice that England was neutralized. In the border warfare which succeeded, Charles could hold his own. Sickingen chastised the Lord of Bouillon. Henri d'Albret was driven from Navarre by local levies. And although on the frontier of the Netherlands things looked black for a while, though Mézières under Bayard held out against attack, and the emperor himself risked a serious defeat near Valenciennes, though the Admiral Bonnivet succeeded in occupying Fuenterrabia, the most important position on the Western Pyrenees, all was compensated, and more than compensated, by the seizure of Milan on November 19, 1521, by the joint forces of the emperor and the pope. Lombardy, with the exception of a few fortresses, was easily occupied, and in the north Tournai capitulated. After these astonishing successes, the death of Leo on December 1st came as an unexpected blow to the imperial hopes. But his aid had done its work. His support had been the chief instrument in preventing the Swiss from assisting Francis with their full force. Papal and Florentine money had supplied the needs of the joint expedition. In return, he received before his death the news that Parma and Piacenza had been recovered for the Holy See. The campaign in Lombardy had been conducted by Prospero Colonna in command of the papal and imperial forces, among which were 16,000 German infantry brought by way of Trent. The French army was commanded by Odet de Foix, Viscount de Loutre, who owed his position to his sister's favor with the French king. They were joined by a considerable contingent from Venice. The Spanish troops under Antonio de Leyva and the Marquis of Pescara came up slowly from Naples. Operations began badly. No plan of campaign commanded approval. And when at length the siege of Parma was undertaken, it had to be abandoned owing to danger from Ferrara. In October, however, on the news of the approach of a body of Swiss whom the Pope had induced to serve for the protection of the Holy See, Colonna crossed the Po. Giovanni de' Medici defeated a Venetian force, and the Marquis of Ferrara suffered a defeat. Loutre failed to prevent the junction of Colonna with the Swiss. There were now Swiss in both armies, and the orders of the Swiss Diet came to both armies that they were to return. But the papal contingent held firm, while those in the pay of the French deserted in great numbers. Colonna forced the passage of the Adda, and Loutre retired on Milan, where the exactions and repressive measures of the French provoked a Ghibelline rising as soon as the enemy appeared before the walls. The Venetians led the flight, and Loutre abandoned the city for Como, whence he passed to winter in the Venetian territory. The strange election of Adrian of Utrecht to the papal throne, which followed on the death of Leo, appeared at first to favor the imperial side. Adrian had been the emperor's tutor, and was left by him as regent in Castile in 1520. But Adrian's visionary and unworldly character unfitted him to take the traditional part of the popes in Italian politics. It was long before he appeared in Italy, and after his arrival he long endeavored to maintain neutrality. At last, about a month before his death, in September 1523, Adrian was forced to take a side, and joined the emperor. The news of the successes in Lombardy put an end to the exertions of Wolsey to conclude an armistice between the powers, and to secure his own acceptance as arbitrator. The alliance with England was confirmed, and Charles was free to sail for Spain, May 26, 1522. On his way, he landed at Dover and visited Hendrie, and on June 19th, the Treaty of Windsor was concluded, according to which both sovereigns were bound to invade France, each with a force of 30,000 foot and 10,000 horse. The date named for this great effort was May 1524. In July 1522, Charles reached Spain, and the last remnants of rebellion were stamped out. Meanwhile, his armies in Italy had been left almost to their own resources. The ample supplies voted by the Netherlands in 1521 had been all expanded in the war of that year. No more money was forthcoming from the Pope or Florence. A great part of the imperial army had to be disbanded. The death of Leo threw the Swiss entirely onto the side of France. The French king, moreover, found no more difficulty in hiring German Landsknechte than did the emperor himself. In the papal state, the forces of disorder reigned unchecked, and the old tyrants appeared in Urbino, Camerino, Rimini, and Perugia. Early in March 1522, Loutre moved across the Adda to join the Swiss, who were coming to the number of 16,000 from the passes of the Alps. The junction was effected at Monza. But the defensive works of Colonna, executed during the winter, rendered Milan impregnable to assault. The enthusiastic support of the Milanese provided garrisons for the principal towns of that duchy. Francesco Sforza entered Milan on the 4th of April, and the Milanese were now fighting for a duke of their own. Lautrec, although reinforced by a French force under his brother Thomas de Lescun, could achieve nothing against the defensive strategy of Colonna. At length, the impatience of the Swiss, who demanded battle or pay, forced the French to attack the enemy in a strong position of their own choosing, called the Bicocca, 3 miles from Milan, April 27th. Here they were repulsed with considerable loss, the Milanese militia doing good service side by side with the Spaniards and the Germans. The Swiss then returned to their homes, discontented and humiliated, and the French army shortly afterwards evacuated Lombardy, excepting the 3 castles of Novara, Milan, and Cremona. Genoa was stormed and pillaged by the imperialists on May 30th. A new government was set up in Milan under Francesco Sforza, though the unpaid Spanish and German soldiers recompensed themselves for their arrears by pillage and exactions. In Florence, the imperial success restored the Medici authority, which had been seriously threatened by malcontents from the Papal States, supported by hopes of French assistance. The Treaty of Windsor led to an immediate declaration of war by Henry VIII, and during the summer of 1522, the English and Spanish fleet raided the coasts of Brittany and Normandy. Later, an invading force under the Earl of Surrey and the Count Van Buren entered Picardy. but little was achieved against the defensive opposition of the French. A systematic devastation of hostile country took place in this region. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brize, Youngstown. Chapter 2, Habsburg and Valois by Stanley Leathes, Part 2. In spite of their ill success in 2 campaigns, the French did not give up their hope of reconquering Milan. Financial distress had again forced the emperor to reduce his forces, and the necessary means were with difficulty collected from the Italian towns and princes. The Netherlands had up to this time been the only trustworthy source of revenue, and the expenditure of Charles's court had made great inroads upon his treasury. Money was now coming into the Castilian exchequer, but these funds had been pledged in advance. The Italian army was a year in arrear. Ferdinand was begging for money for measures against the Turks. The desperate appeal of Rhodes for aid in 1522 had to pass unregarded, and this outlying bulwark of Christendom capitulated at the close of 1522. Although Charles was in Spain to stimulate operations, Fuenterrabia was successfully defended by the French against all attacks until February 1524. On the other hand, since the autumn of 1522, the Allies had been counting on powerful aid in France itself. The Duke of Bourbon, with his extended possessions in the center of France, was almost the only remaining representative of the great appanage princes of the 15th century. Although his wings had been clipped by legislative and even more by administrative changes, he still commanded a princely revenue and considerable local support. His position in the kingdom had been recognized by the gift of the highest of crown offices, the post and dignity of Constable of France. But his title to the vast possessions which he held was not beyond question. The Duchy of Bourbon had been preserved from reunion with the crown under Louis XII, by the influence of Anne, Duchess of Bourbon, better known as Anne of Beaujeu, who first procured for her daughter Suzanne the right to succeed her father in the duchy, 1498, and then, 1505, married her to Count Charles of Montpensier, her cousin, who represented the rights of a younger branch of the Bourbon house. By this marriage, Charles of Montpensier was elevated to the Duchy of Bourbon, but when his wife Suzanne died without issue in 1521, his title became questionable at law. From motives, probably of cupidity and of cupidity alone, a double claim was now advanced against him. The Queen Mother, Duchess of Angoulême, claimed the female fiefs as being more closely related to the main line of the Bourbon house, and the king claimed the male fiefs as escheating to the crown. Against claimants so powerful, Charles of Bourbon felt himself unable to litigate before the Parliament of Paris. The points of law were nice and the tribunal amenable to royal influence. He turned therefore to the enemies of his country. He approached Charles V and boldly asked for his sister Eleonora, widow of the King of Portugal, in marriage, offering in return to raise 500 men-at-arms and 8,000 foot soldiers, and to cooperate with an invasion from the east. But the intrigues became known, and although the king hesitated to arrest his constable when he had him at Paris in his power, and though again in August 1523, when the king passed through Moulins to take part in the great expedition to Italy, the constable was allowed to stay behind on a plea of sickness. At length a peremptory summons was sent ordering him to join the king at Lyons. On this the Duke, who had been looking in vain for the approach of aid from the east, took to flight and, after attempting to escape to Spain by way of Roussillon, succeeded at length in reaching the frontier of Franche-Comté. The elaborate plans of the Allies, which included the dispatch of a force of 10,000 Landsknecht to Bourbon, an invasion of Picardy by a joint army of 21,000 men, and an attack on Languedoc with 34,000 men from Spain were thus defeated. The constable brought with him only his name and his sword, but the danger was judged sufficiently real to prevent Francis from leading his army in person into the Milanese as had been intended. Great preparations had been made for an expedition on a royal scale, but the Admiral Bonnivet was appointed to take command instead of the king. While Bonnivet was advancing on Italy, some attempt was made by the Allies to execute the other parts of the plan. The Duke of Suffolk and the Count Van Buren advanced by Picardy to the neighborhood of Compiègne and Senlis. The German force threatened the frontier from the side of Brest, while a Spanish force crossed the Pyrenees in October and threatened Bayonne. The delays had shattered the effect of the combination, but the kingdom was almost undefended, and even Paris was thought to be insecure. Yet little came of all these efforts. The Germans from Brest made an ineffectual attempt to join with Suffolk and Buren, but were hunted back across the frontier by the Count of Guise. The leaders of the northern expedition showed little enterprise, and money as usual was deficient. The Spanish army advanced upon Bayonne, but was repulsed by the vigorous defense of Lautrec and retired ineffective. In spite of a liberal subsidy in August from the Corte of Castile and the seizure in October of gold coming on private account from the Indies, the great design for the partition of France proved entirely abortive. Meanwhile, Bonnivet had pursued his path to Lombardy. His army consisted of 1,500 men-at-arms and some 25,000 foot, Swiss, Germans, French, and Italians. On the 14th of September, he reached the Ticino. Prospero Colonna, who was in command of the imperial troops, had no adequate resources with which to resist so powerful a foe in the field. Adrian VI, it is true, had recently announced his reluctant adhesion to the imperial party, and about the same time Venice had renounced her French alliance and concluded a league with Charles. But the value of these accessions had not begun to be felt when Adrian's death, September 14th, introduced uncertainty afresh at the very moment when Bonnivet appeared in Italy. Colonna was no longer supported by Pescara, but he had at his disposition Giovanni de' Medici, the celebrated leader of the Black Italian bands, and Antonio de Leyva. The imperial leaders abandoned the western part of the duchy to the French and retired on Milan. If Bonnivet had pressed on, he would have found the capital unready for defense, but his delay gave time to improvise protection, and when he arrived an assault appeared impracticable. He determined to endeavor to reduce the city by famine. Besides Milan, Colonna still held Pavia, Lodi, and Cremona, and wisely confined his efforts to the retention of these important posts. Bonnivet divided his forces and sent Bayard to attack Lodi and Cremona. Lodi fell, but Cremona held out, and Bayard had to be recalled. The election of Clement VII on November 19th gave for the moment strength to the imperial side. Money was sent, and the Marquess of Mantua brought aid. Bonnivet was forced to abandon the siege of Milan and retire upon the Ticino. On December 28th, Prospero Colonna died, but Charles de Lannoy, the Viceroy of Naples, with the Marquess of Pescara, arrived to take his place, bringing with him a small supply of money and troops. Reinforcements came from Germany, and the imperialists, now supported more effectively by Venice, were able to take the offensive. They drove Bonnivet from Abbiate Grasso, then from Vigovano to Novara. The reinforcements which he was eagerly expecting from the Grisons at length arrived at Chiavenna, but found neither men nor money to meet them. Giovanni de' Medici hung upon their flanks and drove the Grisons' levies back over the mountains. At length Bonnivet was forced to leave Novara and endeavor to effect a junction with a force of 8,000 Swiss whom he met upon the Sesia. But this relief was too late. The morale of the army was destroyed. The remnants could only be saved by retreat. Bonnivet himself was wounded at this juncture, and the task of conducting the wearied and dispirited troops across the mountains fell upon Bayard. Bayard took command of the rear guard, and in protecting the movements of his comrades, fell mortally wounded by the ball of an arquebus, April 30th, 1524. With him perished the finest flower of the French professional army in that age, the knight who had raised the ideal of a warrior's life to the highest point. But his last task was successfully accomplished. The Swiss effected their retreat by Aosta, the French by Suza and Briancon. The last garrison of the French in Lombardy capitulated. Adrian's successor, Giulio de' Medici, Clement VII, had been supported in his election by the imperial influence in spite of Charles's promises to Wolsey. Giulio had long controlled the papal policy under Leo, and it was assumed that he would tread the same path, but Clement had all the defects of his qualities. Supremely subtle and acute, he had not the constancy to follow up what he had once come to regard as a mistake. He relied upon his own ingenuity and duplicity, and endeavored to sail with every wind. Thus he failed alike to serve his own interests and those of his allies. Clement began almost at once to detach himself from the imperial alliance, dangerous in defeat, oppressive in the event of success. His efforts, however, to conclude a truce proved unsuccessful, and on May 25, 1524, a new compact was accepted by the Allies. The Duke of Bourbon was to invade France at the head of the victorious army of Italy. A joint expedition was to invade Picardy, and a Spanish army was to attack by way of Roussillon. Henry VIII seemed to see a chance of making good the pretensions of his ancestors to the French throne, and exacted from the unwilling Duke of Bourbon an oath of fidelity to himself as King of France. In July, the first point of this agreement was carried into effect. The Duke of Bourbon crossed the Alps in company with Pescara and invaded France, July 1st. His artillery joined him by sea at Monaco. Provence offered little resistance. The Duke entered Aix on August 9th, but the other movements were delayed, and it was thought dangerous to advance on Lyons without this support. Accordingly, it was determined to lay siege to Marseille, which was surrounded on August 19th. Francis had here shown unusual foresight, and the town was prepared for defense under the command of the Orsini captain, Renzo de Seri, who had shown himself throughout a passionate friend of France. The breaches in the walls were immediately protected by earthworks, and the besiegers could not venture an assault. The French navy, reinforced by Andrea Doria with his galleys, was superior to the invaders on the sea. Meanwhile, Francis was collecting with great energy an army of relief at Avignon. Unexampled taille were imposed, the clergy were taxed, the cities gave subsidies, and the nobles forced loans. Time pressed, and the assault of Marseille was ordered for September 4th, but the troops recoiled before the danger. The Marquess of Pescara, hostile throughout to the enterprise and its leader, did not conceal his disapproval, and the project was abandoned. The promised aid from Roussillon was not sent, and the diversion in Picardy was not made. On September 29th, much against his will, the Duke of Bourbon ordered the retreat. The troops, ill-clothed, ill-provided, ill-shod, made their way across the mountains, closely pursued by Montmorency. Francis followed with his whole army and reached Vercelli on the same day that the retreating army arrived at Alba, about 16 miles south-southwest of Asti. With troops humiliated, discontented, exhausted, resistance in the field was impossible. The Imperialists adopted the same strategy that had succeeded so well against Bonnevet. They determined to hold Alessandria, Pavia, Lodi, Pizzighettone, Cremona. The citadel of Milan was garrisoned, and it was hoped that the city might be held. But it had suffered terribly from the plague, and on the approach of Francis with his whole army, the attempt was given up. Bourbon, Lannoy, and Pescara retired to Lodi, and the defense of Pavia was entrusted to Antonio de Leyva. Instead of following up the remnants of the imperial army to Lodi and crushing them or driving them east into the arms of their uncertain Venetian allies, Francis turned aside to make himself master of Pavia. The siege artillery opened fire on November 6th. An early assault having failed, Francis attempted to divert the course of the Ticino, and by this means to obtain access to the south side of the town, which relied mainly on the protection of the river. But the winter rains rendered the work impossible. Francis determined to reduce the city by blockade. Meanwhile, he called up reinforcements from the Swiss and took Giovanni de' Medici into his pay. Italy prepared to take the side which appeared for the moment stronger. Venice hesitated in her alliance. Clement, while endeavoring to reassure the emperor as to his fidelity and ostensibly negotiating for an impossible peace, concluded on December 12, 1524, a secret treaty with France in which Florence and Venice were included. This treaty led both Clement and Francis to their ruin. Clement paid for his cowardly betrayal at the sack of Rome, and Francis was encouraged to detach a part of his army under the Duke of Albany to invade Naples, an enterprise which weakened his main force without securing any corresponding advantage. The Duke, after holding to ransom the towns of Italy through which he passed, reached the south of the papal territory, where he was attacked by the Colonna and driven back to Rome. It was hoped, however, that this diversion would induce the imperial generals to leave Lombardy to its fate and hurry to the protection of Naples. But reinforcements were coming in from Germany under Frundsberg, and it was Naples that was left to fortune. On January 24, 1525, the imperial forces moved from Lodi. After a feint on Milan, they approached Pavia and encamped towards the east to wait their opportunity. Thence they succeeded in introducing powder and other most necessary supplies into the famished city. The seizure of Chiavenna on behalf of Charles recalled the Grisons' levy to the defense of their own territory. Reinforcements coming to Francis from the Alps were cut off and destroyed. Giovanni de' Medici was incapacitated by a wound, but the condition of the beleaguered city and lack of pay and provisions did not permit of further delay. It was decided to attack Francis in his camp and risk the issue. On the night of February 24th to 25th, the imperial army broke into the walled enclosure of the Park of Mirabello. Delays were caused by the solid walls, and day broke before the actual encounter. The news of the attack induced Francis to leave his entrenchments and to muster his army, which consisted of 8,000 Swiss, 5,000 Germans, 7,000 French infantry, and 6,000 Italians. He was not much superior in actual numbers, but stronger in artillery and cavalry. An attempt of the Imperialists to join hands with the garrison of Pavia by marching past the French army, which had had time to adopt a perfect order of battle in the park, proved impossible under a flanking artillery fire. Nor was it possible to throw up earthworks and await assault, as Lannoy had hoped. A direct attack upon the French army was necessary. In the mêlée which ensued, it was almost impossible to disentangle the several causes of the issue, but it seems clear that the complete victory of the Imperialists was due to the admirable fire discipline and tactics of the veteran Spanish arquebusiers, to the attack of Antonio de Leyva with his garrison from the rear, to an inopportune movement of the German troops of the French which masked their artillery fire, and perhaps in some measure to the cowardly example of flight set by the Duke of Alençon. The French army was destroyed, the French king was captured, and all his most illustrious commanders were taken prisoners or killed. As Ravenna marks the advent of artillery as a deciding factor in great battles, so perhaps Pavia may be said to mark the superiority attained by hand firearms over the pike. The Swiss pikemen were unable to stand against the Spanish bullets. Once more the duchy had been reconquered, and it seemed lost forever to France. Francis was sent as a prisoner first to Pizzighitone and then to Spain. Here the unwonted restraint acting on a man so passionately devoted to field sports shook his health. He thought at one time of resigning the crown of France in favor of the Dauphin, in order to discount the advantage possessed by Charles in the custody of his royal person. But he was at length constrained to accept the emperor's terms. The result was the Treaty of Madrid, signed by Francis on January 14, 1526, and confirmed by the most solemn oaths and by the pledge of the king's knightly honor, but with the deliberate and secretly expressed intention of repudiating its obligations. Francis was to marry Eleonora, the emperor's sister and the widow of the King of Portugal. He renounced all his rights over Milan, Naples, Genoa, Asti, together with the suzerainty of Flanders, Artois, and Tournai. He ceded to Charles the Duchy of Burgundy, in which, however, the traditional dependencies of the duchy were not included. The Duke of Bourbon was to be pardoned and restored to his hereditary possessions. Francis abandoned the Duke of Guelders and gave up all claims of D'Albret to Navarre. As a guarantee for the execution of the treaty, the king's two eldest sons were to be surrendered to the emperor's keeping, and Francis was to return as a prisoner in the event of non-fulfillment. In spite of the outcries of historians, the terms of this treaty must be regarded as moderate. Charles exacted nothing after his extraordinary success except what he must have considered to be his own by right. But how far his moderation was dictated by policy, and how far by natural feelings of justice, may remain undecided. The Duke of Bourbon and Henry VIII had pressed upon him the pursuit of the war, the invasion and dismemberment of France. Had Charles really aimed at European supremacy, this course was open to him. But he did not take it, whether from a prudent distrust of his English ally, or from an honest dislike for unjust and perilous schemes of aggrandizement. That he took no pains to use his own victory for the furtherance of the ends of England may appear at first sight surprising, but Henry VIII had had no part in the victory of Pavia, and almost none in any of Charles's successes. English subsidies had been a factor, though not a decisive factor, in the war, but English armed assistance had been uniformly ineffective. Even before the Battle of Pavia, Charles had known of Henry's contemplated change of side. Moreover, since the rejection of Henry's plans for the dismemberment of France, the English king had concluded an alliance with Louise of Savoy, the regent of France, and profited by his desertion to the extent of 2 millions of crowns. Charles owed nothing to Henry at the time of the Treaty of Madrid. Other considerations of a politic nature may have inclined Charles to moderation. The Pope, appalled by the disaster of Pavia, had been preparing against the Emperor an Italian league. Francesco Sforza had been approached and had lent an ear to proposals of infidelity. Venice was secured. Even Pescara, Charles's own servant, had been sounded by Girolamo Moroni, the Chancellor of Milan, with the offer of the kingdom of Naples. Pescara was discontented with the favor and good fortune of Lannoy, with his own position, the conditions of his service, and his rewards. He seems to have hesitated for a moment, but eventually disclosed all to Charles, and threw Moroni into prison, July to October, 1525. Sforza was deprived of the chief places in the Milanese, retaining only the citadel of Milan and Cremona. But all this meant further trouble in Italy and pointed to an understanding with France, although Mircorino Gattinara throughout had urged that no reliance be placed upon French promises. Charles deserves credit for his prudence, if not for his generosity. The notion that Francis's permanent friendship could have been won by any greater liberality can be at once dismissed. Francis I was liberated at the French frontier on March 17, 1526, leaving his two little sons in his place. He at once made known his intentions by delaying and finally refusing the ratification of the Treaty of Madrid, and on May 22 at Cognac, a league was concluded against the emperor, in which Francesco Sforza, the Pope, Florence, and Venice joined with France. Sforza was to receive the Duchy of Milan unimpaired, the states of Italy were to be restored to all their rights, and the French princes were to be released for a ransom of 2 million crowns. Henry VIII gave fair words and encouragement in abundance, but did not join the league. The aid of France was equally illusory. The Allies talked of peace, but in reality they courted war, and with it all the disasters which followed. The adhesion, however, vacillating, of Henry VIII to the party of his enemies set Charles free from any obligations toward Mary of England, and in March 1526 he concluded his marriage with Isabella of Portugal, a union which he had long desired, securing to him an ample dowry and promising peace between the two Iberian kingdoms. The affairs of Italy still occupied his attention. Francesco Sforza received the first blow. Pescara was dead, but Charles still had able and devoted servants in Italy. With the troops at their disposal, Antonio de Leyva and Alfonso de Guasto besieged Francesco Sforza in the citadel of Milan. After the League of Cognac had been concluded, the Allies advanced to his relief. The Imperialists were in piteous case. Left without means of support, they were obliged to live upon the country and to levy money from the citizens of Milan. In consequence, they had to deal with an actual revolt of the inhabitants, which was with difficulty repressed, while the siege of the citadel was still vigorously maintained. Francesco Maria, Duke of Urbino, moving deliberately and cautiously at the head of the united Venetian and Papal army, after seizing Lodi, advanced to the relief of Sforza and was only at a short distance from the town when the Duke of Bourbon opportunely arrived with a small force, July 5th. Bourbon had been named as Duke of Milan to compensate him for the loss of his French possessions, which Francis had refused to restore. The Duke of Urbino then commenced an attack, which, if vigorously pushed, might have resulted in the destruction of the imperialist forces between the invaders and the citadel, and among a hostile population. But he showed neither resolution nor activity, and on July 25th, the citadel surrendered. The Duke of Urbino, now reinforced by some 6,000 Swiss, the only aid which Francis supplied, turned to the siege of Cremona, in which he consumed his resources and 2 months of valuable time. The final capture of the city, September 23rd, was an inadequate compensation. The attitude of Charles towards Clement VII at this juncture was expressed in his letter of September 17, 1526, in which the misdeeds of the Pope were systematically set forth. This letter was afterwards printed in Spain, Germany, and the Netherlands as a manifesto to all Christendom. The arraignment was severe, but not on the whole unjust. In view of his wrongs, real and supposed, the means used by the emperor are not surprising. His emissary, Hugo de Moncada, after vainly endeavoring to win back Clement, had turned to the still powerful family of Colonna. These nobles, Ghibellines by tradition, soldiers by profession, and raiders by inclination, after terrifying the Pope by forays in the south and by the capture of Anagni, concluded with him a treacherous peace, August 22nd. The Pope, already overburdened by his efforts in the north, was thus induced to disarm at home, and on September 20th, the Colonna struck at Rome. They penetrated first into the southern part of the town, and then into the Leonine city, where they sacked the papal palace and the dwellings of several cardinals. Clement took refuge in the castle of St. Angelo, where he was shortly forced to conclude a truce of 4 months with the emperor, promising to withdraw his troops from Lombardy and his galleys from before Genoa, and giving hostages for his good faith. The emperor disavowed the actions of the allies, but profited by the result, which was indeed only partial, since Giovanni de' Medici, with the best of the papal troops, continued to fight for the League in the name of the King of France. An amnesty promised to the Colonna was disregarded, and in full consistory their lands were declared to be confiscated, and a force was sent to execute the sentence. Inert as ever, after the capture of Cremona, the Duke of Urbino allowed 3 weeks to pass before, strengthened by the arrival of 4,000 French, he moved upon Milan, not to assault but to blockade. These delays were invaluable to Charles. They allowed him to win the adhesion of Alfonso, Duke of Ferrara, which was facilitated by the papal hostility. They allowed him to send troops from Spain to Naples, December, and to collect German levies who arrived in Italy under Frundsberg in November. Their presence in the Duchy of Mantua forced the Duke of Urbino to abandon the siege of Milan. He divided his army, leaving a part at Vari on the Adda, and advanced with the remainder against Frundsberg, whom he found at Borgefort near the Po. In the skirmish which followed, Giovanni de' Medici was wounded, and he died shortly afterwards at Mantua. The Duke of Urbino gave up all further attempt to prevent the junction of the Imperialists and returned to Mantua. The want of energy displayed by the Duke of Urbino throughout this campaign is not wholly to be attributed to his character. He had a well-grounded mistrust of the troops of which his army was composed, and doubted their competence to face the Spaniards. Moreover, the Venetians were uncertain as to the Pope's real intentions and were reluctant to push matters to an extreme. The success of Charles, however, was principally due to this policy of inaction. The Duke of Bourbon, now extorted by the extremist measures the money necessary to enable him to move, requiring, for instance, 20,000 ducats of Moroni as the price of his life and pardon, and at length the forces met at Fiorenzuola in the territory of Piacenza, February 1527. The united army then moved towards the Papal States, watched at a distance by the Duke of Urbino, while garrisons were sent to save Bologna and Piacenza. The Pope, in extreme alarm, threatened by Bourbon from the north and Lannoy with the Colonna from the south, implored Francis to act, and showed himself willing to make whatever terms he could with the emperor. Then, on hearing of a small success of his troops in the south at Frosinone, January 1527, he determined to pursue the war. A sudden raid by Renzo de Seri on the Abruzzi seemed at first to promise a welcome diversion, but very soon the invasions of Naples proved as unprofitable as the campaigns in the north. The project of conferring the kingdom on Louis, Count of Vaudemont, the brother of the Duke of Lorraine, which Clement had put forward, faded into the visionary. The Pope shifted his ground again, and on March 15th concluded a truce of 8 months for himself and Florence. End of section 7. Recording by Brize, Youngstown.
Section 8 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeyapaul Caleb. Chapter 2, Habsburg and Valois 1 by Stanley Leathes, Part 3. Meanwhile, the imperial army had been long inactive at St. Giovanni N.W. of Bologna. Destitute of everything, it was not likely that they would accept a truce which brought them only 60,000 ducats. A meeting had, in fact, already taken place, and Frundsberg, while endeavoring to pacify his Landsknechte, was struck by apoplexy. His days of activity were over. Hereupon came the news of the truce, with its impossible proposals prolonging the intolerable condition of inaction and want. The army clamored to go forward, and Bourbon decided to lead them. The Count del Guasto, Pescara's nephew, whose Italian patriotism always competed with his duty to his master, protested and withdrew, but on March 30 the others set forth, scantily provided with transport and provisions by the Duke of Ferrara. Clement, on the conclusion of the truce, had disbanded his troops, and while Lannoy was endeavoring on his behalf to raise the money at Florence to appease the imperialists, the tumultuous advance continued. On April 21st, Lannoy met Bourbon with 100,000 ducats, but he now demanded more than twice that sum, and the march proceeded down the valley of the Arno, threatening Florence. But the army of the League was near enough to protect that city, and the only result was a futile rising of the citizens and the accession of Florence to the League. Bourbon then determined to move on Rome, a resolution acceptable above all to his Lutheran followers. The Pope proclaimed his adhesion to the Confederates and clamored for aid, but it was too late. On May 5th, the mutinous army appeared before Rome on the Monte Mario. They had left their artillery on the road, but the city was almost undefended except for some measures as Renzo Desiree had been able to take on orders given at the last moment. The next day, the Leonine city was assaulted and captured, the Duke of Bourbon being killed at the moment of escalading the wall. Philibert, Prince of Orange, took the command. Clement had only just time to seek refuge in St. Angelo. In the main city, Renzo de Seri endeavored to persuade the Romans to protect themselves by breaking down the bridges and preventing the entry of the Colonna from the south. But he failed. The Trastevere was easily captured and the Imperialists advanced without opposition across the Bridge of Sixtus. For 8 days the sack continued, among horrors almost unexampled in the history of war. The Lutherans rejoiced to burn and to defile what all the world had adored. Churches were desecrated, women, even the religious, violated, ambassadors pillaged, cardinals put to ransom, ecclesiastical dignitaries and ceremonies made a mockery, and the soldiers fought among themselves for the spoil. The population of Rome had been much reduced by the plague of 1522, and a rough census taken shortly before the capture gives the number as about 55,000, of whom 4,000 are estimated to have perished in the sack. All who were able took to flight, and the deserted city was left to the soldiers. The Duke of Urbino came and looked at the city from without, but decided to do nothing, though the disorder of the imperial troops gave good hopes for an attack, and the Pope at least might have been rescued. In default of all aid, Clement made terms, the payment of 400,000 ducats and the surrender of Ostia, Civita, Vecchia, Piacenza, and Modena being stipulated. The Pope was closely guarded in the castle of St. Angelo. While he was helpless there, the Imperialists occupied Ostia and Civita Vecchia, but were not able to obtain possession of the other places. The Duke of Ferrara seized Modena and Reggio. The Venetians, in spite of their alliance, Ravenna and Sevilla. The papal state was crumbling. From Florence also the Medici nephews were expelled with their guardian, the Cardinal of Cortona. A republic was established, though the city still adhered to the League. Meanwhile in Rome, the Prince of Orange had been forced to relinquish his command, and Lannoy, who took his place soon afterwards, died of the plague, which was raging in the army. For 9 months the city and its neighborhood were at the mercy of the lawless and leaderless troops. The responsibility of Charles for the sack of Rome cannot be accurately weighed. That he who wills the act wills also the consequences of the act is a principle that applies to both sides. Charles willed the advance of Bourbon and the armed coercion of the Pope. He willed that the Pope should be deceived by truces, which he did not intend to honor. He could not foresee that Bourbon's army would have been completely out of control, but sooner or later such must have been the case with these Italian armies, among whom destitution was chronic. On the other hand, Clement brought his fate upon himself. He who observes faith with none cannot expect that faith will be observed with him. He who takes the sword must accept what the sword brings, and although an honorable motive, the desire to liberate Italy, and a natural motive, the desire to preserve the real independence of Florence and the papal power, may have partly influenced his actions, it is impossible to acquit Clement of a desire for personal and pontifical aggrandizement, while in the use of means for the accomplishment of these ends he showed neither rectitude nor practical wisdom. Even in his own game of Italian duplicity, he allowed himself to be outwitted. The Pope and the papacy were crushed into the dust, but the struggle was not yet over. Before the sack of Rome, Henry VIII and Francis had concluded a new and offensive alliance at Westminster, April 30th, 1527, and after the news had spread through Europe, this was confirmed on May 29th and strengthened still further by the interview of Amiens, August 4th. One more great effort was to be made in Italy to force the emperor to accept 2,000,000 crowns in lieu of Burgundy and to release the sons of the French king. The King of England was to give support with money and with men. His zeal was quickened by a desire to liberate the Pope from imperial control and to bring influence to bear on him for the divorce of Catherine. In July, Lautrec set forth once more from Lyons for the Milanese with an army of 20,000 foot and 900 men at arms, to which Italian additions were expected. Advancing by the usual route of Susa, he easily made himself master of the western districts, including Alessandria, and took Pavia by assault. Andrea Doria, the great Genoese sea captain, who was in himself almost a European power, came again into the king's service, leaving the Pope, and by his aid the imperialist Adorni were driven from Genova, and the Fregoso party set up in their place. Teodoro Trivulzio was appointed to govern the city for France. Francesco Sforza was re-established in the chief part of the Milanese. Milan alone under Leyva resisted. But without completing the conquest of the duchy, Lautrec determined to go south to deliver the Pope. Prospects were favorable, for Ferrara had changed sides again, and Federico de Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua, abandoning his policy of neutrality, joined the League. But while Lautrec was still approaching, the Pope was forced on November 26th to accept the Emperor's terms, which, except for the promise to convoke a general council to deal with the Lutheran heresy, chiefly concerned the payment of money and the grant of ecclesiastical privileges of pecuniary value, but provided against future hostility by the guarantee of Ostia, Civita Vecchia, and Città Castellana, and the surrender of notable cardinals as hostages. Indeed, the Pope, though unlikely to turn again to Francis, who had deserted him in his need, expelled his family from Florence and was now allied with the Duke of Ferrara. Before the day appointed for his release, the Pope was allowed to escape to Orvieto, December 6th, his original hostages having been also liberated by the intervention of the Cardinal Pompeo Colonna. He at once set his influence to work to establish a permanent peace. Both monarchs were prepared for peace, but the terms were difficult to arrange. In view of the great expenditure required, whether for the ransom of Burgundy or for the alternative of war, Francis called together an assembly of notables, December 16, 1527, to justify the levy of an extraordinary imposition. The church offered 1,300,000 livres. Nobles promised unlimited aid, an offer which they afterwards unwillingly and grudgingly translated into prose, and those who spoke for the towns guaranteed 1,200,000 crowns. But the terms which were offered to Charles were rejected by him in January 1528, and war was solemnly declared on behalf of France and England. Charles, in reply, reproached Francis with having cowardly broken his knightly word and offered to sustain his contention with his body. Francis took up the challenge and asked that time and place should be named. But for one reason or another, this fantastic and frivolous proposal never came to its accomplishment, and it may be doubted if either monarch desired to be taken at his word. Lautrec was at Bologna when he heard of the liberation of the Pope, and he continued his march throughout the Romagna, favored by the secret friendship of Clement. Thence he penetrated through the Abruzzi and advanced upon Apulia. This move drew the imperial army out of Rome February 17, 1528, which they had sacked once more and left deserted. Of the forces which had sacked Rome, some 11,000 were left. The Prince of Orange had resumed the command and taken up his position at Troja to protect Naples. Lautrec refused to attack him in this strong position, professing to be waiting for reinforcements, but when the Florentine troops arrived, the Prince of Orange retired towards Naples. Meanwhile, the Venetians, as in previous wars, occupied the cities on the Adriatic seaboard. The prince saw that the utmost he could accomplish was to save Naples, but it was with difficulty that he could collect sufficient provisions for the immediate needs of the troops and city, while Filippino Doria, cruising off the coast, intercepted supplies from Sicily. An attempt made by Moncada to surprise and crush the Genoese commander ended in disaster, with the loss of 4 galleys, the death of Moncada and of other captains, April 28, 1528, and almost immediately afterwards Lautrec appeared before the walls. Naples was now completely blockaded by the Genoese fleet, soon reinforced by the Venetians, while Lautrec established a siege on land. Meanwhile, Henry the Younger, Duke of Brunswick, crossed the Alps with a German force and on June 9th joined Leyva on the Adda, unopposed by the Duke of Urbino. But instead of marching to Naples, Leyva at once proceeded to the reconquest of the duchy, a part of which, including Pavia, he had previously recovered, and Lodi was besieged. But the country was bare of all sustenance, and even when bills arrived, there was no one to cash them. So after 3 weeks, the Germans refused to continue the thankless task, and the chief part of them went home. The imperial government in Milan about this time was reduced to such straits that they were driven to impose a ruinous tax on bread to meet their most necessary expenses. French reinforcements were collecting at Asti under the Count of St. Paul. Never had the prospects of Spain in the peninsula looked so black. Suddenly, July 4th, orders came to Filippino Doria from his uncle Andrea to withdraw his blockading force from Naples. Francis had made the great mistake of offending the powerful sea captain. In addition to private slights, Andrea Doria was incensed at the apparent intention of Francis to develop Savona for war and commerce at the expense of Genoa, and when he expostulated with the king, Francis formed the dangerous design of arresting the captain in his own city and put a French commander without experience, Barbezieux, over his head. Charles saw his opportunity, and by the advice of the Prince of Orange, he won Doria for his own service on favorable terms of engagement, and with the promise of liberty for Genoa under imperial protection. In vain, when Francis learnt his danger, he conceded too late everything that Doria had asked. The admiral's suspicion and resentment had been aroused, and he joined the emperor once and for all. This defection changed the whole position of affairs. While the French camp before Naples was ravaged by the plague, abundance succeeded to famine in the city. The French fleet under Barbezieux arrived on July 17th, bringing a few men, but little real assistance. Lautrec clung desperately to his siege and endeavored to collect fresh troops. The besieged became more and more audacious in their attacks. Doria appeared at Naples with his galleys, and when on August 16th Lautrec died, the situation was hopeless. On August 28th, the remnants under the Marquis of Saluzzo retired to Aversa, where they were obliged to capitulate shortly after. On September 12th, Doria entered Genoa and established a new oligarchical republic, the French taking refuge in the Castelletto. The form of government then set up persisted, with some modification in 1576 until 1796, and Genoa had internal peace at last. In the north, Pavia had been retaken by St. Paul. The French commander made an effort to recover Genoa, but without success. The Genoese soon after occupied Savona, and the Castelletto surrendered October 28th. Finally, in the spring of 1529, the combined armies of St. Paul and the Duke of Urbino determined to reduce Milan, not by a siege, but by a combination of posts of observation. This plan, unpromising enough in itself, was frustrated by the conduct of St. Paul, who attempted to surprise Genoa but allowed himself to be waylaid and defeated on his march by Leva at Landriano, June 20th. Francis and his allies still held some places in the Milanese and some outlying posts in the kingdom, as well as the cities of the Adriatic littoral. But negotiations begun in the winter between Louis of Savoy and Margaret, the ruler of the Netherlands, had resulted in a project of peace which was vehemently desired in the interests of all countries, but especially of the Netherlands, where public opinion made itself perhaps most felt. Charles was mediating a great expedition to Italy under his personal command, but he consented to treat. He sent full powers and instructions, elastic though precise, to Margaret, who was visited by the king's mother, Louis, at Cambrai, July 5th. Here the terms of peace were definitely concluded, and the treaty was signed on August 3, 1529. The compact of marriage between Francis and Eleonora was renewed. Francis resigned all pretensions to Italy, left his allies in the lurch, renounced his suzerainty over Flanders and Artois, and all the frontier places on the northeast remained in the hands of the occupant. Robert de la Marck and the Duke of Guelders were abandoned. 2 millions of crowns were to be paid as ransom for the young French princes, and in lieu of the presentation of Burgundy, to which Charles reserved his right, while the possessions of Bourbon and the Prince of Orange were left to the French king. With this treaty, the first stage in the settlement of the affairs of Western Europe was reached. To Spain was surrendered the unquestioned supremacy in Italy, while the territory of France remained practically undiminished. The agreement seemed stable. Both powers were thoroughly tired of war. The minor Italian potentates had begun to learn that nothing could be gained by war except a change of masters, accompanied by devastation, exaction, plague, and famine. The Pope had made his choice at last. The influence of Ghiberti, which had always been on the French side, was removed. The moderation which Charles showed in the use of his success confirmed them in this frame of mind. It was his policy, while changing as little as possible in the government of the smaller states, to make such order as should secure to him in each effective supervision and control. The expedition which Charles had prepared for war in Italy set forth from Barcelona, after a treaty had been concluded with the Pope, June 29th, and in the hope of peace from the negotiations at Cambrai. Charles may have received the news of peace on his arrival at Genoa, August 12th. With the troops that he brought with him, with the victorious force from Naples, the army of Leva, and fresh German levies from the Tyrol, he was absolute master of Italy and could shape it at his will. His dispositions were made at Bologna, whither Clement came to confer on him the imperial crown. Peace was made with Venice, who restored all her conquests and paid a war indemnity. Francesco Sforza was restored to Milan, but Charles reserved the right to garrison the citadel of Milan and the town of Como, and a Spanish force was left in the duchy. Florence was restored to the Medici, an operation which required a 10-month siege, October 1529 to August 1530. Alessandro de' Medici was appointed as head of the government of the city by the decree of October 28, 1530. The claim of the Duke of Ferrara to Reggio and Modena was reserved for the future decision of Charles. In all other respects, the Pope was restored to his full rights and re-entered on the possession of his temporal power, though his status now resembled that of an inferior and protected prince. Malta and Tripoli were given to the Knights of St. John. A League of the Powers of Italy was formed, to which finally not only the Pope, Venice, Florence, the Marquis of Mantua, now created Duke, but also the Duke of Savoy and all the minor states adhered. The Duke of Ferrara was to join when he had been reconciled to the Pope. After all was concluded, Charles received at the hands of the Pope the Iron Crown of Lombardy and the Imperial Crown, February 23 to 24, and left Italy for Germany, April 1530. All the years of war he had spent in Spain, and this was the first time he had visited the ill-fated peninsula, where so much of all that is precious had been expended in supporting and combating his claims. How much had been sacrificed to these ends may best be indicated by noting that the Battle of Mohacs was fought in 1526, that Ferdinand was elected to the thrones of Bohemia and Hungary in the same year, and that the Diet of Speyer and the Siege of Vienna are dated in 1529. The success of Charles appeared complete and permanent. Far other and even more difficult tasks awaited him beyond the Alps, but so far as Italy was concerned, he might sleep secure. He seemed to have brought for once in her troubled history unity to Italy. That so much had been achieved appears at first sight due more to good fortune than good management. Again and again, above all at Pavia and at Naples, luck had declared in his favor when everything seemed to promise disaster. But good fortune seldom comes where it is wholly unmerited. Though always unequal in intellect and resources to the gigantic tasks that were imposed upon him, Charles had shown perseverance almost adequate to his needs. Moreover, the brilliant work of his servants, of Pescara, of Leyva, of Lannoy, of the Prince of Orange, even of the Duke of Bourbon, seems to augur something in this king which enabled him to choose the right men and retain their permanent and devoted service. The fidelity of his Spanish and to a less degree of his German soldiers compares very favorably with the conduct of other ill-paid mercenaries during this period. The emperor's name might count for much, but men may also well have felt that in serving Charles they were serving one who could always be trusted to do his best, who would never forget or neglect his duties, even though sheer physical incapacity might often leave him far below the level of his conscientious aspiration. But not less than the inexhaustible persistency of Charles, the defects of his rivals had contributed to the result. Francis's choice of men was persistently unlucky. Lautrec and Bonnevet compare ill with the leaders of the imperial army. French support was never forthcoming at the crisis. When it came, it was ineffectively employed. On the Italian side, the leaders and the policy were similarly deficient. After all excuses have been made for the Duke of Urbino, he must be judged an unenterprising commander. Giovanni de' Medici, though brilliant as a subordinate, never had a chance to show if he had the capacity to conduct a campaign. The Venetians never dared to push home the resolution on which they had for the moment decided. Clement showed all the characteristics of a man of thought involved in uncongenial necessity of prompt, continuous and definite action. The shadowy figure of Francesco Sforza flits upon the stage and leaves no clear impression. Some features of the war deserve particular notice. It followed the path of least resistance and was therefore concentrated on Italy. The invasion of France, of the Netherlands, of Spain, though occasionally attempted, was always fruitless. Germany was never touched, though an attack might have been directed upon Württemberg and the Habsburg possessions in Alsace. In each of these countries, national resistance would be real and vigorous. The population was warlike. Spain was further protected by its inhospitable country, northeast France and the Netherlands by the numerous defensible towns. Italy had no effective feeling of nationality. Its inhabitants could fight for others but not for themselves. The immunity of the county and duchy of Burgundy from attack is surprising, but their security was mainly due to the guarantee which the Swiss exacted for their Burgundian friends and neighbors in their French Treaty of 1522. Except on this occasion, the national actions of the Swiss, which for a brief period had decided the fortunes of Italy 1512 to 15, does not reappear. They fought as mercenaries, rarely for any national interest, and even as mercenaries their unquestioned military supremacy was passed away. The best Spanish foot was probably better, good Germans equally good. Moreover, religious differences were beginning to paralyze the Confederation, and the reformers discouraged foreign service. Savoy and Piedmont were the highway of the French armies, exposed on the other hand to the incursions and requisitions of the imperialists when they had for the moment the upper hand in Milan. German assistance in men was more than might have been expected, considering the difficulties with which Ferdinand had to contend in the hereditary Habsburg lands. When the war was against the Pope, Lutheran ardor facilitated recruiting. The English alliance, though eagerly sought for, proved of little advantage on any occasion. But the outcome of events in Italy decided the question of Henry's divorce, and with it the defection of England from the papal obedience. The possession of Milan, on which the struggle chiefly turned, was a luxury to France, a point of vital importance to Charles, so long as he held the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily together with the Netherlands. The continued presence of two first-class powers in the peninsula was an impossibility. On the other hand, without the defense afforded by the territory and fortresses of Lombardy, Italy was constantly open to invasion, and the value of this barbican was shown in the fact that only once in all these campaigns the kingdom of Naples was seriously threatened by the invasion of Lautrec. The other consideration, that Milan was the door by which the Spanish forces through Genoa and the Italian forces from the south could come to the rescue of the Netherlands in event of civil war or foreign attack, was not overlooked by Charles and his advisers, but its full significance was not in fact disclosed until the reign of Philip II. On the question of right, Charles professed to be fighting for a vassal of the empire wrongfully deposed than for an imperial fief forfeited by Sforza's treason, and the restitution of Milan to Sforza shows that the plea of right was not wholly insincere. We can see that the whole issue of the struggle centered in the question of finance, but unfortunately we are unable to follow the details or draw up any budget of expenses or receipts either for France or the Spanish possessions. During the years from the election to the empire until the Conference of Bologna, the Netherlands were the chief resource of Charles. Year after year, the estates voted unheard of subsidies. The total contributions of the Low Countries are estimated for 1520 to 30 at no less than 15 million livres tournois. And though a considerable part of this was consumed in the defense of the provinces, for the necessities of their government and the maintenance of the court of the regent, it was to the Netherlands that Charles looked in the moments of his greatest despair. Castile came next, so soon as the revolt of the Comuneros had been crushed. The annual income of Spain may be estimated at about 1,500,000 ducats in the first years of Charles' reign. The empire and the hereditary Habsburg lands may for this purpose be neglected. Money was raised in Castile by pledging the taxes in advance, by issuing juros or bonds at fixed interest charged upon the national revenues, by mortgaging to financial houses every possible source of profit. In this way, the great house of Fugger took over in 1524 the estates, maestrazgos, belonging to the masterships of the three military orders, and later the quicksilver mines of Almaden and the silver mines of Guadalcanal. The cruzada, or revenue from indulgences granted on pretext of a fictitious crusade, became a regular source of revenue, and when, as in the time of Clement, the papal sanction was refused, the king did not scruple to raise it on his own authority and to pledge it for many years in advance. The fifth on all treasures imported from the Indies was since the conquest of Mexico becoming a valuable supplement, and as an exceptional measure the treasure could be seized and juros issued in recompense. But the objection of the Spaniards to the export of treasure from the peninsula made the use of these resources at a distance a very difficult operation, which could only be negotiated by the aid of the most powerful financial houses. From his early years, Charles relied greatly on the Fuggers. Genoa from the first, except when it was in French hands, and in the later years of his reign Antwerp, were mainstays of his financial power. Charles was very punctilious in defraying at least the interest, if not the capital, of his debts, and thus he was at all times able to borrow upon terms. His juros were sometimes issued at a price equivalent to a rate of 7.5%. But in times of great need and danger, when time was the dominant factor, he was obliged to pay as much as 12 and even 16% for loans. As time went on, the revenues of the Netherlands were similarly pledged in advance. The revenues of the Duchy of Milan in time of peace might have been considerable. In time of war, they were whatever the army could raise from the impoverished inhabitants, and before the war was over, the state of the country was such that not only was there no superfluous wealth, but the army and the inhabitants alike seemed in a fair way to perish of starvation. The case of Naples and of Sicily was not quite so desperate, in spite of two rather serious risings in Sicily which we have not had occasion to mention. But here a considerable army of occupation had to be kept up, and a fleet, if possible, for the protection of the coast, if not from the French and the Genoese, at any rate from the pirates of Algiers. The surplus revenues of the southern kingdoms cannot have been large, and although very often in an emergency Lannoy produced money to content some starving troops or to move some paralyzed army, the sums which are mentioned are almost always small and give but a poor idea of the capacity of the kingdoms to assist their king. Here also the same ruinous policy was pursued as in Castile, of pledging everything in advance, of selling everything that could be sold, and years of peace would be required before the kingdoms could recover. In Italy, another valuable source of occasional revenue was the subsidies raised from the lesser Italian states, which, unless actually at war with the emperor, could generally be coerced into payment, and if in his alliance were expected to contribute handsomely. The Pope was the largest giver, but Venice could sometimes be bled, and Florence, Lucca, Siena, Ferrara, Mantua were often in a condition which made refusal difficult. The King of France had a better financial system and was not troubled like the Spanish king by the necessity of consulting his estates. His entire revenue was somewhat less than the joint revenues of Spain and the Netherlands, but on the other hand he could increase it more rapidly by raising the taille, and it was entirely at his disposal. Nor was he troubled like Charles by the necessity of difficult financial operations before he could fit out an army. On the other hand, when his army was abroad, these obstacles confronted him also. His financial ministers were not conspicuous for honesty, and the institution of the Trésor de l'Épargne in 1523 to receive all casual and unexpected sums of revenue and to build up a reserve fund to be at the king's absolute disposal was not so great a success as was hoped. The deficits during the years of war reached an alarming figure, and it is difficult to see how they were met, for the credit system in France was not developed as it was in Augsburg, Genoa, and Antwerp. The first public loans in France were raised on the security of the revenues of particular towns, and it was not until 1542 that the king began to build up Lyons as a financial center to perform for him the same functions that the bourses of Genoa and Antwerp were fulfilling for Charles. The attempt had some success, and similar bourses were started at Toulouse 1556 and at Rouen 1563. Henry II on his accession acknowledged the debts of his father, and the royal credit sensibly improved. At the outset the king was obliged to pay 16% for advances, but by 1550 the rate had fallen to 12%. But confidence was rudely shaken when in 1557 the king suspended the payment of interest on the debt, which at that time amounted perhaps to 5,000,000 crowns. We can thus get a glimpse of the methods by which the enormous expenses of these and subsequent wars were liquidated. All the spare cash of Europe, withdrawn from commerce and industry, flowed at a crisis into the king's coffers. The road was opened to national bankruptcy, which was general soon after the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis. Princes had learnt to borrow, but they had not learnt to pay. The sources of wealth were diverted from profitable and useful enterprise to destructive war, and in the long run not even the financiers profited, though in the interval some capitalists built up fortunes which are almost comparable with those of our own day. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3, Habsburg and Valois II, by Stanley Leathes, Part 1. After the Treaty of Cambrai and the Conference of Bologna, the interest of European history shifts its center to Germany. Charles's efforts in the south were chiefly devoted to the preservation of the existing equilibrium in Italy, to resisting the continuous advance of Moslem power in the Mediterranean, and to the restoration of some degree of prosperity to the shattered homes of Italy. His main attention was centered on the religious question in Germany, and the maintenance of Habsburg power on the Danube. France was still a chronic menace, but the wars were neither so frequent nor so dangerous as they had been from 1522 to 1529. The death of Margaret of Savoy, December 1st, 1530, who had governed the Netherlands during Charles's minority, 1507 to 1515, and again with intervals from 1517 until her death, made another break with the past. Margaret had been the confidante and intimate adviser of her father Maximilian, and, although for a time after his accession in the Netherlands, Charles had been estranged from her, he soon discovered her worth and relied on her as on another self. She was perhaps the most capable woman of her time, well versed in all of the arts of politics and diplomacy, a friend of letters and of art, but under her rule the authority of her nephew over the Burgundian states had sensibly increased, though the prosperity of the provinces had not shown a corresponding advance. He was fortunate in finding in the circle of his own family another woman, perhaps less gifted, but well competent to take her place and carry on her policy. Her sister Marya, the widow of the unfortunate king of Hungary who fell at Mohacs, was persuaded to undertake the task, for which she had shown her capacity in the troubles which followed the death of her husband Louis, and she entered upon the duties of her office in 1531. Her government was strengthened by the new ordinance establishing 3 councils in the Netherlands for foreign affairs, justice, and finance. Shortly before, Charles had procured the election of his brother, the Archduke Ferdinand, to the dignity of the King of the Romans, and he could therefore regard the relations of his house to Germany and the Netherlands as satisfactorily established. But his other European concerns gave him grave cause for anxiety. Henry VIII had been brought into marked hostility with Charles by the affair of the divorce. Francis was ever on the lookout for opportunities of reversing the decisions of Cambrai. Clement was perplexed by the demand of a general council, irritated by the appointment of Cardinal of Colonna, his enemy, as governor of Naples, and aggrieved by the award of Reggio and Modena to the Duke of Ferrara, April 21st, 1531. Charles's earnest desire for joint action against the Turks was thwarted by the scarcely concealed hostility of Francis, and the more secret manoeuvring of the Pope. On June 9, 1531, Clement concluded an agreement for the marriage of Catherine de' Medici to Henry, Duke of Orleans, second son of Francis, with secret articles binding the Pope to assist France in the recovery of Milan and Genoa. The German antagonists of Ferdinand were allied with Francis. The formation of the League of Schmalkalden and the renewed advance of Soliman upon Vienna, July 1532, added further complications, and Charles was in consequence obliged to temporize with the Protestant powers of Germany, August 1532. Aid was sent to Ferdinand not only from Germany but from Italy, which for once enabled Ferdinand to meet the enemy in force. Soliman retired, and Charles had a respite. In the autumn of 1532, Charles was again able to visit Italy. Here he found all the states wavering. Venice watched the situation with a cautious eye, well informed of all that was moving in every court, and ready to take any advantage that offered. Milan groaned under the foreign occupation. Mantua and Ferrara were of doubtful fidelity. In Florence, where the old constitution had been abolished in 1532 in favor of an unmasked autocracy, and in Genoa, where the party of Spinola and Fiesco still were strong, there were powerful political forces working for change. Armed intervention had been necessary at Siena. After a long visit to Mantua, where the famous meeting with Titian took place, Charles met the Pope once more at Bologna in December 1532. Clement managed to avoid the General Council by imposing impossible conditions, and Charles failed to induce him to give up the projected marriage of Catherine with the Duke of Orleans. All that he could secure was the renewal of a defensive league in which Clement, Milan, Ferrara, Mantua, Genoa, Lucca, Siena were all included. Venice alone refused to join even this deceptive league. On April 9th, Charles left Italy for Spain, where his presence had long been eagerly desired. The marriage of Henry with Anne Boleyn, which was solemnized on May 23, 1533, now threatened a change in the political situation. but Henry was in close alliance with Francis, and Charles was obliged to accept the insult. And although on July 11th the Pope launched against Henry the bull of excommunication, which was not, however, to come into force until October, he was at the same time arranging for a meeting with Francis and preparing to hand over in person his niece to the Duke of Orleans. The meeting took place at Marseilles in October 1533. What matters may have been discussed between these rulers, whether Francis disclosed to the head of Christendom his projected alliance with the Turks, is unknown, and matters little, for Clement did not live to see any of their plans carried into execution. But the marriage sets a stamp on his policy and marks it as essentially dynastic, not Italian or ecclesiastical. In order to win a doubtful Milan for his niece, he was ready to expose the peninsula and once more to the terrors of war, terrors of which she had earned bitter and personal experience. The death of the Marquis of Montferrat in 1533 and the enfeoffment by Charles of the Duke of Mantua with this frontier state led to hostilities between Saluzzo and Mantua, which shook the unstable equipoise of Italy. The news of the conquest of Peru, 1532, and the welcome arrival of its treasures were items to set on the other side. But the relations between the German Protestants and Francis assumed a more dangerous phase in 1534 when the Habsburgs were driven out of Württemberg. In September, Francis made proposals to Charles which showed that he was meditating the disturbance of peace. A double marriage was to unite the royal houses, but Milan, Asti, and Genoa were to return to France, and the emperor was to give satisfaction to Francis's allies in Germany. The last conditions showed that war was inevitable, but Charles determined to gain time by negotiations until a needful piece of work had been accomplished. For years, the western waters of the Mediterranean had been rendered unsafe by a settlement of Muslim pirates on the north coast of Africa, whose headquarters were at Algiers. In 1518, an expedition from Spain had succeeded in defeating and killing Barbarossa, the founder of this power, but his younger brother Kheyr Eddin, who is known as Barbarossa II, had then taken up the command, under the protection of the Porte, and had still further extended the strength and activity of his robber fleets. The settlement by Charles of the Knights of St. John at Tripoli and Malta, 1530, had been intended to afford a counterpoise to the Muslim, and the war had been waged on both sides with piracy and rapine. The dangers of this situation concerned Charles above all others. Not only had Spain a number of possessions dotted along the African coast, but the coasts of Spain, Naples, and Sicily were especially exposed to the raids of the pirate fleets, and their active commerce were endangered. During the Italian wars, Charles had neither leisure nor spare energy to attend to this peril. But now immediate measures were not only desirable but possible. The Barbaresques had recently extended their power to Tunis, and in July 1534, emboldened by the unconcealed favor of Francis, who had concluded with them a commercial truce, they had made a raid of unusual extent upon the Italian coast. Barbarossa had also been named by Soliman as admiral of the Turkish fleet, and although still a pirate, he was a representative of a great power. Charles considered that there might just be time for a blow before he was once more paralyzed by hostilities with France. The winter of 1534 was spent in preparations, and on May 30th, 1535, Charles sailed from Barcelona and was joined by Doria from Genoa and the galleys of Italy and Sicily. Assistance came from Portugal, from the Knights of Malta, from Venice, and other Italian states, and especially from the new Pope Paul III. The force amounted to 74 galleys, 30 smaller warships, and 300 ships of burden. The attack was directed against Tunis and proved completely successful. Landing at Carthage, the army first won its way into the fortress of Goleta, taking 84 ships and 200 guns, and then, after some hesitation, advanced upon Tunis, defeated the troops of Barbarossa, and assisted by the rising of some 5,000 Christian slaves, captured the town. The former ruler of Tunis, Muley Hassan, was restored there, the Spaniards retaining Goleta, Bona, and Bizerta. Charles returned in triumph to Sicily, though he had not ventured to attack Algiers. The blow was opportune, for a few months later, February 1536, Francis concluded a treaty with Soliman, with whom he had previously entered into relations in 1525 and 1528. It had another significance, for the Moors of Valencia, after their forcible conversion to Christianity ordered in 1525 and executed in the following years, had been in relations with the Muslim in Africa, and many of them had escaped to swell the bands of Barbarossa. Meanwhile, on September 25th, 1534, Clement had died, nowhere regretted unless in France. To him, more than to any other man, is due to the success of the Reformation, as a movement antagonistic to Rome. Intent upon dynastic and political interest, he had not only refused persistently to face the question of religion, but he had done as much as any to fetter the only force, except his own, that could have attempted its solution. At his death all England, Denmark, Sweden, part of Switzerland, and the half of Germany were in revolt, but up to the last of the possession of Florence or Milan was of more account in his eyes than the religious interests of all Christendom. The College of Cardinals, immediately on their meeting, came to the almost unanimous choice of Alessandro Farnese, who took the name of Paul III. He soon showed his proclivities by attempting to take Camerino from Francesco Maria della Rovere, the Duke of Urbino, to give it to his own son Pier Luigi. But the choice of the cardinals was grateful to the emperor, who hoped better things from Farnese than he had ever obtained from Clement, and in particular the summons of a general council. The death of Francesco Sforza, November 1st, 1535, to whom the emperor had in 1534 given his niece Christina of Denmark, disturbed the settlement of Milan, and threatened the early outbreak of war. Charles seemed to have made up his mind to this, for the demands now made by him on France were provocative rather than conciliatory. He offered the duchy of Milan not to the Duke of Orleans, but to Charles, Duke of Angoulême, with the hand of Christina of Denmark, requiring in return the support of France in the matter of the General Council against the Turks, and in particular against Barbarossa, for the recognition of Ferdinand's election, for the subjection of Hungary, against Henry VIII, even in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Even Milan was not to be unconditionally given, for the emperor was to retain the chief places under his own captains, and the Duke of Angoulême was to be deposited in his hands. The position of Charles was strengthened on the one hand by the death of his aunt, Queen Catherine, January 7, 1536, and on the other hand by the attitude of the Bavarian dukes, who for dynastic reasons now turned more definitely to the imperial side. The Pope maintained neutrality, and his help could only be expected for France if the guilt of aggression could be fastened on the emperor. The Duchy of Savoy, during the campaigns of the First War, had been at the disposal of the French, and opened for them the easiest path to Italy. But the settlement after the Peace of Cambrai had brought the weak Duke Charles III into the Imperial Defensive League, and his marriage with Beatrice of Portugal in 1521, followed by the marriage of the Emperor with her sister in 1526, formed a permanent link. The first step, therefore, towards Italy required a subjection or adhesion of Savoy, and the somewhat fanciful claims which the King of France put forward to a part of the ducal inheritance can only be regarded as a cover for attack or a pretext for coercion. Charles III was the weaker at this moment, since he had been at war since 1530 with his city of Geneva, and early in the year 1536 his hopes of recovering the town were shattered by an expedition of Bern and the Swiss Protestants, which relieved Geneva and overran the territory of Lausanne and the Pays de Vaud. In March 1536, the French invaded Savoy, and, in spite of the obstinate resistance of its inhabitants, conquered the whole of Savoy and occupied Turin. The remainder of the fortified places in Piedmont were seized by order of De Leyva from Milan, to prevent their falling into the hands of the French. Meanwhile, since his landing in Sicily, August 17, 1535, Charles had been devoting his attention to his southern kingdoms. Sicily he now visited for the first time, and he spent 10 weeks in considering propositions of reform laid before him by the Parliament, and inspecting the country. Thence he passed into Italy, leaving Ferrante de Gonzaga as viceroy in Sicily, and reached Naples on November 25th. Here Pedro de Toledo had been viceroy since 1532, and had given himself to the restoration of order, the improvement of the city, and the re-establishment and extension of royal power. An attempt which was made to induce Charles to remove him only resulted in strengthening his position, for it soon appeared that the charges against him arose from the stern impartiality of his administration. At Naples, Charles remained 4 months, and a subsidy of 1,000,000 ducats was voted to him, after a larger offer, made in a vainglorious spirit, had been wisely refused. That so large a sum could be raised proved the excellent result of Toledo's 3 years' rule. From Naples, Charles proceeded to Rome, learning on his way that the French had attacked Savoy. He had already begun his preparations for defense in Navarre and Roussillon, and now sent urgent orders to assemble troops and collect money. His presence in Italy, however, was worth an army to his cause. While still in Naples, he had succeeded in securing Venice once more for the defensive league, and after his magnificent entry into Rome on April 5, 1536, he could hope that personal influence and concessions to the Pope's family ambitions would secure for him at least the neutrality of Rome. Eager, however, to vindicate his honor, he made before the consistory and ambassadors in solemn session a detailed exposition of his case against France and called upon the Pope to decide between them. Paul III declared his intention of remaining neutral, and yielded at length to long-continued pressure. He issued on May 29th a bull summoning a general council to Mantua for May 1537. The Pope had promised to do his best to reconcile the parties, but as France was determined to accept nothing less than Milan for the Duke of Orleans, and Charles could not, in view of the Dauphin's precarious life, accept his second brother, Hendrie, whose marriage alliance with the Medici family was another bar, the prospects of successful mediation were poor. But the position in Italy seemed fairly secure, and Henry of England, though an impossible ally for the Emperor, was too busy at home to cause much anxiety. The contest thus confined itself to France, and Charles, who had collected a great army of 50,000 or 60,000 men, was unwilling to consume it in the unpretending task of reconquering Savoy. The invasion of Provence seemed likely to secure the evacuation of Savoy, besides the promise of further gain. Accordingly, on July 25, 1536, the imperial army, taking advantage of the accession of the Marquis of Saluzzo to the Emperor's side, crossed the French border. But Montmorency, to whom Francis had entrusted the chief command, maintained the strictest defensive. His army was lodged in 2 fortified camps at Avignon and Valence. The country was systematically devastated, and Charles, though he was able to advance to Aix, found an attack on Marseille or Arles impracticable. Nothing could be less French, and nothing could be more effective than the strategy of Montmorency. On September 13, Charles was obliged to order the retreat. Meanwhile, in the north, the Count of Nassau had conquered Guise and undertaken the siege of Peronne. The war was unpopular in the Netherlands, however. Subsidies were unwillingly granted and the money came in slowly. Peronne held out under the vigorous command of Souranges, and at the end of September Nassau was also forced to retire. In Italy, Leyva was dead, and the prospects of the imperial cause were not promising. The little place of Mirandola, whose ruler, Galeotto Pica, had put himself under the protection of France, was a valuable outpost for the French, a base where their troops could find harbor and issue forth to attack the confines of Lombardy. On August 10th the Dauphin had died, and the offer of Milan to Charles of Angoulême assumed a different aspect. Charles, while negotiating for peace, prepared for war. For this purpose it was necessary that he should visit Spain to raise the necessary funds, leaving many Italian questions unsettled. The Duke of Mantua received the investiture of Montferrat. Del Guasto was appointed to the command in Milan in the place of Leyva, but the attitude of the Pope aroused suspicion, and Charles was obliged to depart without having contented him. On November 17th he left Genoa, but his journey was repeatedly interrupted by storms, while the hostile fleet of French and Turkish galleys lay at Marseilles. At length the fleet was able to make the coast of Catalonia. In Spain, many months and continuous efforts resulted in the raising of sums quite insufficient to meet the pressing needs. Francis, meanwhile, had proclaimed the resumption of the suzerainty of Flanders and Artois, which he had renounced at the Peace of Cambrai, and on March 16, 1537, a considerable army invaded Artois. Hesdin surrendered, and Charles of Guelders was once more in arms, but Francis soon grew weary and drew away a large part of his army to the south. The Estates of the Netherlands granted for self-defense the sums which they had refused for general purposes. The attack was driven back, and on July 30th a 10-months armistice was concluded for the Netherlands and northeastern France. Meanwhile, Del Guasto had held his own in Lombardy, and even won back some places of Piedmont from the enemy. The Turkish assistance had been worth little to the French. Even in the kingdom of Sicily, owing to the energetic measures of defense, Barbarossa had been able to effect little. The Mediterranean war deviated into a contest between Venice and the Moslem. The remaining islands of the Aegean fell into the hands of the Barbaresques. Nauplia and Monembegia, the sole strongholds of Venice in the Morea, were besieged by the Turks. The murder of Alessandro de' Medici in Florence, January 7, 1537, strengthened rather than weakened the position of Charles in Italy. In spite of the efforts of the French agents, the imperial vicegerents had their way. The attack of the forest city under Filippo Strozzi, though aided by the French, were driven off, and the cool and competent Cosimo became Duke of Florence in the imperial interests, and was married to a daughter of Toledo. Filippo Strozzi was put to torture and died in prison. Paul was won over by the gift of Alessandro's widow Margaret, the emperor's natural daughter, to his grandson Ottavio Farnese, and Pierluigi, the Pope's son, was invested with Novara. On November 8, 1538, a defensive league against the Turk was concluded between the Pope, the Emperor Ferdinand, and Venice, which prepared the way for a fabled intervention of the Pope between the two great powers. However, in October 1537, Montmorency with a new army had appeared in Savoy, and the imperial troops were obliged to evacuate Pinerolo and Turin. But these successes led to nothing further. Both monarchs were ready for peace. An armistice was concluded November 1537. Negotiations began in earnest, but were long prolonged. So many were the question and issue between the rivals. After the conclusion of the league against the Turks, the Pope left Rome and journeyed to Nice to mediate between Francis and Charles. Here some ill feeling was aroused because the Duke of Savoy refused to put the fortress of Nice, his last remaining possession, in Charles's hand for the meetings. In a neighboring monastery, therefore, the emperor and the king negotiated personally and separately with the Pope, and a truce was arranged for 10 years, June 17, 1538, on the basis of uti possidetis. The Pope and the emperor set forth at once for Genoa to concert operations against the Turk. Although at Nice the king and emperor had refused to meet, it soon became known that a future interview had been arranged, perhaps through the mediation of Queen Eleonora. At Aigues-Mortes the visits took place on July 14th to 16th, with the most surprising demonstrations of good feeling. Nothing definite was arranged, but hopes of agreement succeeded to something like despair, and Charles was anxious to make the most of the apparent friendship. For the emperor, the war of 1536-7 had been on the whole far less successful than those of 1522-29. Francis had overrun almost the whole of Savoy and Piedmont. He had invaded Artois, and successfully repelled 2 invasions of France. He was content for the present to rest upon his conquests, to hold Savoy, an outpost for defense, a ready road for attack, and to defer the settlement of other outstanding questions for a season. Charles was the more willing to leave Savoy in Francis's possession because the Duke had offended him deeply in the matter of Nice. On the other hand, he needed peace above all for his affairs in Germany and to meet the Turkish danger. A long truce with the appearance of durability suited him as well as or better than a peace, which could have only been secured at the price of humiliating and damaging concessions. In fact, the two powers, after violent oscillations to and fro, had reached a position of comparatively stable equilibrium. They had learnt their own limitations, and the strength of their adversaries. A stage was reached on the road to the more permanent settlement of Cateau-Cambrésis. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 10, Habsburg and Valois, by Stanley Leathes. Part 2. The truce between the great powers and the League of 1538 led to the hope that something serious would now be undertaken against the Turks. But exhaustion, the mutiny of soldiers at Goleta in Sicily, in Lombardy, 1,000 reasons made it impossible for Charles to put out his full strength in 1538. The force that was sent under Andrea Doria to the Levant from Sicily, Naples, Genoa and Barcelona to cooperate with the Venetians under Papal squadron had no orders to undertake any great enterprise. The Venetians desired to attack Preface at the mouth of the Gulf of Arta, where the Turkish fleet was lying, but Doria was unwilling to risk so much on a single encounter. National, urban, and personal jealousies were at work. The League, like other leagues, soon showed its inherent weakness. Futile skirmishes were the only result, and the Allies soon began to talk of peace. Charles had important business elsewhere, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and the enterprise was put off. After long negotiations, delays, and disappointments, the Venetians made peace with the Turks, October 1540, surrendering Nauplia and Monembasia. Not only the affairs of Germany becoming more and more complicated, but a serious difficulty in the Netherlands contributed to this result. The War of 1536 had necessitated application to the States General of the Netherlands for a heavy subsidy. All the provinces consented, 1537, and in Flanders the three members, Ypres, Bruges, and Le Franc, gave their vote, but Ghent refused. And when Mary declared that the grant of 3 members out of 4 bound also the 4th, and took measures to levy the city's quota, the citizens appealed to Charles, who gave his full support to his vicegerent. After prolonged discontent, at length in 1539 Ghent broke into open rebellion. The government of the town gave way to the pressure of the mob, fortifications were repaired, militia was levied, the subject cities of Ghent, Alost, Oudenarde, and Courtrai were drawn into the rising, and Mary was obliged to recognise the revolutionary movement. At this moment, the friendly relations of Charles with France stood him in good stead. Charles had recently lost his beloved wife, Isabella of Portugal, and the French king hoped to engage him in some profitable marriage alliance. He offered a free passage through his states, and Charles, though he refused to hear of any marriage propositions, accepted the offer. Leaving instructions to his son Philip for the event of his death, which show that he would have been willing to allow the whole Burgundian dominions to pass to a French prince as the price of a permanent accommodation, he passed through France, met Francis at Loches, December 12, 1539, and was accompanied by him to Paris. Here he was royally received, and set on his way to Valenciennes, where he met Mary, January 21, 1540. Thence he proceeded to Brussels. The news of his coming, with the assembling of German troops, had quelled the rebellious, irresolute spirits of Ghent, and on February 14 he entered the city without resistance. Its punishment was stern, though not excessive. 9 of the ringleaders were executed. The town, by tearing up the famous calf skin, had declared its own sentence. The constitution was forfeited, and an oligarchical government set up. The disputed subsidy and a money indemnity in addition were exacted. The city was deprived of its rights over the surrounding territory and neighbouring towns. A fortress was to be built to prevent rebellion in the future. Solemn submission and humiliation was required. Finally, on these terms, the city was pardoned, at the price of all its remaining liberties. This rapid collapse of a formidable rebellion increased the prestige of Charles very opportunely, for the death of Charles of Guelders in 1538, instead of diminishing his difficulties, had increased them. The estates of the duchy had at once proceeded to the election of William de la Marck, the heir of Cleves, Berg, and Jülich. The death of his father, Duke John, soon followed, 1539, and the union of the four duchies under a prince whose leanings were Protestant was a serious menace to the Habsburg power in the north. Francis I gave Jean d'Albret to William of Cleves, Treaty of July 17, 1540, which compensated for the rejection of his sister by Henry VIII, announced about the same time. The project of settling matters between Charles and France by one of several alternative marriage schemes had again proved impracticable, and this French alliance with a German prince, an enemy of the Habsburgs, showed a renewal of French hostility, the more so that Charles had hoped that, by a different disposal of Jean's hand, the question of Navarre at least might be settled for ever. Charles replied by investing his son Philip, October 11, 1540, with the Duchy of Milan. Affairs in Italy were fairly quiet. The reduction of Camarino by the papal forces, 1539, the revolt of Perugia, 1540, the refusal of the Viceroy of Naples to allow his forces to cooperate in its repression, and quarrels between Ottavio Farnese and his bride were not sufficient to disturb the firm foundations on which the Spanish supremacy was built. The rebellion and chastisement of the Colonna were allowed to pass as of purely local importance. It was thought that some of these movements had been instigated to induce the Pope to give effect to the long-promised council, but the council, which had been put off time after time, seemed as far distant as ever. The conference at Ratisbon, 1541, and the benevolent intervention of Contarini proved of no avail, except to show that the Lutherans would not accept even the decisions of a general council. Secure for the time in Italy, and temporizing as usual in Germany, Charles thought the moment propitious for another attack on the power of the Barbaresques. When war with France once more became inevitable, the control of the western seas would be valuable, and meanwhile commerce and coast towns urgently required relief. Since 1538 an attempt had been made to win over Barbarossa by way of negotiation. Charles hoped to secure the Corsair for his own service, to create for him a vassal kingdom, including Tunis, and to turn his arms against the Porte. But at the last moment Barbarossa declined the proposals, and Charles determined, if possible, to destroy his power. In July 1541, two French envoys, Antonio Rinson, on his way to Constantinople, and Cesare Fregoso, accredited to Venice, were set upon near Pavia and killed by Spanish soldiers. Their papers were not secured, but the general nature of their errand was notorious. This delayed the conclusion of a new alliance between France and the Porte, and before it could be formed it was necessary, if possible, to take Algiers. The knowledge of the warlike preparations of the French king seemed to make postponement till the new year impossible, and although the Diet of Ratisbon, the journey through Italy, and a hurried interview with the Pope had brought Charles to September, and his most experienced advisers declared that the season was too late, he determined to push on his expedition. It was October 20, 1541, before the fleet which had collected at Majorca met the Spanish contingent off Algiers. Heavy weather prevented them from landing for 2 days, and when at length they were able to put the men on shore, the artillery, the supplies, the tents were left on board. A tempest then smote the army, who were at the same time attacked by the Barbaresques. 14 galleys and 100 ships were driven ashore, and Doria was obliged to draw off. The army had to go now to Cape Matifu, where they took ship again at Bugia, and with difficulty set sail for their homes after severe losses, and without any compensating success. November 1541. This failure encouraged the French in their long-determined scheme of attack. New agents had concluded the arrangements with the Sultan, and although the Venetians and Lorraine refused to join, the alliance of Cleves, with the support of Denmark and Sweden, promised results, though not in Italy. The main objective this time was the Netherlands. Antoine, Duke of Vendôme, July 1542, marched upon Artois and Flanders, hoping for a rising in Ghent and Antwerp. From the side of Cleves, Martin van Rossum advanced with 18,000 men, and the Duke of Orleans with a third army entered Luxembourg. A fourth army entered Roussillon under Francis and invested Perpignan, but the defence of Perpignan under the Duke of Alva checked any further advance on this side. Van Rossum, after devastating Brabant and threatening Antwerp, joined the Duke of Orleans in Luxembourg, where before long no place of importance held out excepting Thionville. But the capricious withdrawal of the Duke of Orleans from Luxembourg, with the intention of sharing in the great victory expected for the king in the south, took the heart out of this attack, and the Netherland troops soon recovered Luxembourg, except Ivoire and Damvillers. In Roussillon, instead of a victory, an ignominious retreat followed. The following year was threatening for Charles. The Sultan was advancing in force upon Vienna. Barbarossa, after devastating the coasts of Italy, joined the French fleet under the Duke of Enghien, and laid siege to Nice. August 5, 1543. The city surrendered before long, but the citadel held out until it was relieved by the approach of Del Guasto by land and of Andrea Doria by sea. September 8. Barbarossa returned to winter at Toulon, where throughout the winter Christian slaves were openly sold. Francis, on his part, invaded Hainault, but Charles, leaving Barcelona for Genoa with the fleet of Doria, arrived in Italy, May 1543, and after a hurried interview with the Pope, whose desire for Milan or Siena he was not able to content, continued his journey towards Germany with a small force of Spaniards and Italians. The council, already summoned 1542 to Trent, had to be postponed. Other things for the moment were more pressing. Ferdinand was left to manage as best he could in the east. At Speyer, Charles picked up a considerable force of Germans who had assembled to bring aid against the Turks, but Charles led them on with him to Cleves and attacked Duren. In 2 days the city was captured by assault. In a fortnight the Duke was at his feet imploring pardon, and on September 7, 1543, a treaty was signed by which the Duke broke off all alliance with France, Denmark, and Sweden, and ceded the Duchy of Guelders with the county of Zutphen. This success fully compensated for the reoccupation of Luxembourg by the French, which was completed about the middle of September. Charles moved into Hainault to effect a juncture with the troops which Henry, his ally in this war, as he had been in his first, had sent to Calais, and advanced, October 20, to the siege of Landrecies. Francis was in the neighbourhood with a superior army. Charles was anxious to meet him in the field, and advanced in hopes of tempting him to battle. In this he did not succeed, but the retreat of the French army left him with the honours of the campaign. But the war was not over, and Charles needed all the aid that could be by any means procured. Charles was induced to promise to invade France in the coming spring with an army of 35,000 men. Peace was made with Christian III of Denmark. At the Diet of Speyer, 1544, Charles met the German princes, and by extensive concessions secured the neutrality or support of the Protestant estates. Francois, Count d'Enghien, had invaded Italy, and advanced to recover Carignano near Turin, which Del Guasto had occupied. Del Guasto hurried from Milan to relieve it, and d'Enghien, having received permission to risk a battle, attacked him at Cerasole on April 14, 1544, and completely defeated him, with the loss of some 8,000 killed and 2,000 prisoners. All Italy began to consider the division of the spoil, but their hopes were vain. The Spanish, holding all the strong places of Lombardy, were able to prevent d'Enghien from any further success. Piero Strozzi, who had collected 10,000 foot at Mirandola, advanced boldly to Milan, in the hopes of joining d'Enghien there, but the Swiss refused to move for want of pay, and Strozzi had to extricate himself as best he could, and the brilliant victory of Cerasole had no results. Still, the news of this defeat rendered his success at Speyer the more welcome to Charles. His army under Count William von Fürstenberg now advanced upon Luxembourg and recovered his duchy. The siege of Saint-Dizier was then undertaken, and on July 13 Charles arrived with 10,000 foot, 2,300 horse, and 1,600 sappers to take part in the siege. Here the Prince of Orange was struck by a bullet and died on the following day, leaving as his heir his more famous cousin, Count William of Nassau. The siege dragged on, while the Dauphin and the Admiral Annebault, with a strong army of observation, lay at Jalons between Epernay and Châlons, and outposts at Vitry harassed the besiegers. But on July 23 these outposts were crushed with considerable loss to the French. On August 17, Sancerre, the captain, surrendered Saint-Dizier with all the honours of war. Charles now advanced on Châlons, and declining to attack the Dauphin's army, pressed on to Château-Thierry and to Soissons, September 12. If Henry's army had shown equal enterprise, the case of France would have been desperate. He arrived on July 15 at Calais with the bulk of his army, and was joined by the Count von Buren with a small force from the Netherlands. Leaving the Duke of Norfolk to besiege Montreuil, he proceeded with his main force to besiege Boulogne. Without aid from him, Charles had reached the end of his tether. His relations with the Pope were becoming more and more uncomfortable. Paul had allowed Piero Strozzi to raise troops in his state. The Orsini had been suffered to join him, and the Pope was considering the gift of his grandchild Vittoria to the Duke of Orleans, with Parma and Piacenza as her dowry. On the other hand, Charles' position for concluding peace was favourable, and he seized it. The result was the Peace of Crépy, September 18, 1544. Henry was informed of the terms which Charles was willing to accept. He disapproved of the conditions, but was forced to content himself with Boulogne, which surrendered on September 14. On both sides, the territory occupied since the Truce of Nice was to be restored. Francis was to renounce all claims to Naples, Flanders, and Artois. The Emperor did not insist on the restitution of the Duchy of Burgundy. The rivals were to cooperate for the restoration of unity in the Church and against the Turks. Charles was to give to the Duke of Orleans either his eldest daughter with the Burgundian lands, or the second daughter of Ferdinand with Milan. If the Netherlands were given, Charles was to retain the supreme dominion for his life, and Francis was to renounce his rights to Milan and Asti, which were, however, to revive in case there was no issue of the marriage. If Milan were given, the Emperor was to retain effective hold on the duchy until a son was born, and the gift was declared to be a new fief, not dependent on hereditary rights of the House of Orleans. The king, in return, was to give a handsome appanage to his son in France. As soon as either of these transfers took place, Savoy was to be evacuated, and the questions of right between the king and the duke were to be decided by arbitration. These public conditions were supplemented by a secret treaty by which the king was required to aid in procuring a general council to give help against the German Protestants, and to assist the emperor to a peace or durable truce with the Turks. The Dauphin shortly afterwards made a solemn protest before witnesses against the treaty as contrary to the fundamental interests of the kingdom. The Pope was left out in the negotiations, although the religious motive is prominent in the conditions. But Paul was obliged to accommodate himself, and to avoid worse, he issued a fresh summons to the council to meet at Trent on March 15 of 1545. Thus another stage is reached in the settlement of Europe. The war of 1543-5 differs from preceding wars in that the principal effort was directed on the Netherlands, that an attempt was made on both sides to win substantial support in Germany, that Italy was neglected as no longer offering a favourable ground for attack in spite of the possession of Savoy. It resembles the Second War in proving that offensive operations on either side, though in this war more extensive and determined, could not lead to any permanent result. The solidity of the several countries was more abundantly demonstrated. The ugly features of this episode are on the one hand the alliance of Francis with the Turk and the Corsairs of Barbary, on the other hand the concessions of Charles to the Protestants of Germany, which involved either treason to the Church or the betrayal of his dupes. But some excuse must be made on the ground of the extremity of his need. Charles was a zealous churchman, but he could not master fate. So long as he was opposed by France and the Ottomans, ill seconded, even thwarted by the popes, he could not in addition take upon himself the task of coercing Protestants in Germany. He, and he alone of the princes in Europe, formed a just opinion of the religious danger, and did his best to meet it. His desire for ecclesiastical reform was frustrated by the blind opposition of the popes. Toleration was forced upon him as a political necessity, but to sacrifice the material to the spiritual was a virtue that lay beyond his ken, and one moreover ill-suited to the spirit of the age. After all, Charles was a temporal prince, and as such his first duty was to the state which he governed. The Peace of Crépy set Charles free for the first time in his life to intervene effectually in the affairs of Germany. His religious zeal is attested by the stringent repressive measures which followed in the Netherlands, and the edict 1544, which called upon all his subjects in the hereditary Habsburg lands to conform to the Confession of Louvain. The acts of a bigot, perhaps, but a good man cannot do more than follow his conscience, and Charles was a conscientious Catholic. His first need was to come to an understanding with the Pope. Charles proposed to him definitely the use of the great sums accumulated for a crusade against the Turks in a war against the Protestants, and in support of the Council. At the Diet of Worms, March 1545, the refusal of the Protestants to be satisfied with a general council in which the Pope would be both party and judge was openly declared. Charles held himself released from his obligations to the Protestants by this attitude, though indeed the proposed council at Trent was very different from that which he had promised. But the Pope still hung in the wind. To win him, the material must be sacrificed to the spiritual, and the exact nature of the sacrifice was made clear when Paul invested his son Pier Luigi with Parma and Piacenza, August 1545, in spite of the claims of Milan to these districts, and without the imperial sanction. Still, the General Council was actually opened at Trent in December 1545, after many delays and proposals for a removal to an Italian city, which the Emperor emphatically rejected. The choice of Trent was a compromise. Italian cities would attract only Italian clergy, who were too much interested in the abuses of the Curia. German cities would be acceptable only to the Germans. A truce was concluded with the Turks in October 1545 on very unfavourable terms. The decision of Charles between Milan and the Netherlands as the marriage gift of the Duke of Orleans had at length been made in March 1545. Milan was to be given with the second daughter of Ferdinand, but the death of the Duke of Orleans in September relieved Charles of this necessity. Charles was thus free to act in Germany, and after the futile religious conference of Ratisbon, 1546, and the so-called Diet which followed, he signed a treaty with the Pope, who pledged himself to send 12,000 men to the support of the Emperor, with a substantial subsidy, and to allow considerable levies from the ecclesiastical resources of Spain, June 22. The Emperor was anxious to keep the terms of the League secret, but the Pope was eager that it should be known, and in letters to the several states he published it at once, exhorting them to join. But the course of the German war aroused once more his fear and suspicions. Only the obstinate resistance of the Emperor had prevented the Pope from removing the council from Trent to some town where he could more effectively control all its proceedings. Many differences had arisen over the policy to be observed with reference to the council. The Pope sent his troops, though not the full number, and the 200,000 crowns which he had promised did not arrive. Difficulties were raised with regard to the pledging of church lands in Spain. The Emperor was obliged to raise money by an agreement with the southern cities of Germany, promising them religious liberty. In January 1547, the Pope withdrew his contingent, the 6 months for which he had promised it having expired. He was intriguing with the French. In March 1547, the council was removed to Bologna, and the Spanish bishops refused to follow, while Charles refused to recognize a council at Bologna. The victory of Mühlberg, April 23, 1547, made Charles' position still more formidable. An actual rupture between the Pope and the Emperor seemed probable, suggested not only by fear of Charles' exorbitant position in Europe, but by minor Italian interests. The solidity of Spanish power in the Italian peninsula was apparent especially at this juncture. Ferrante di Gonzaga, who had been named as governor of Milan in 1546, though the appointment proved unfortunate, secured at least the support of Mantua. The Venetian policy grew more and more cautious, and the greater this caution, the greater the difficulty of disturbing existing arrangements. The policy of Ercole II of Ferrara was almost equally prudent. Cosimo de' Medici showed himself the faithful servant of Charles, and in view of his watchful guardianship, troubles at Lucca and Siena might pass almost unnoticed. Naples was in the firm hands of Toledo. Doria seemed safe at Genoa and could be absolutely trusted. Only the Pope showed inclinations to disturb the settled order, and in the interests of his greedy Farnese family. And so long as the other factors remained unchanged, he was powerless for serious harm. But in Italy, revolutions were always possible. The remarkable enterprise of Francesco Burlamacchi, directed from Lucca against Florence with the aid of the Strozzi, failed miserably. 1546. A more dangerous conspiracy was set on foot in Genoa by Gianluigi Fiesco. Gianluigi, moved by the loss of his own property, jealous of the power of the Doria, and taking advantage of the discontent of the people with the Constitution of 1528, which gave all the power to the old nobility, had long since entered into relations with France for the overthrow of the Doria and the Spanish power resting upon them. The possession of Genoa was the key to the peninsula, and the wealth of the Genoese capitalists a mainstay of Charles. On the other hand, the immense debts owed by Charles to the Ligurian financiers secured for him the support of the moneyed interest, but could hardly prevent a sudden stroke of force. The Pope allowed Fiesco to arrange for the purchase of 4 of his own galleys, at that time lying in Civitavecchia, 1546. The Pope's relations with Doria were far from friendly, apart from any animus against the Emperor. The time fixed for the attempt was the night of January 2, 1547. At 10 o'clock, the conspirators, who had a galley and 300 foot soldiers at their disposal, issued from the palace of Fiesco in 3 bands. Fiesco himself, with one made for Doria's galleys, seized them, and in the attempt to prevent the liberation of the galley slaves, fell overboard and was drowned. The other 2 bands made for 2 of the gates of the city, and at the noise of the tumult, Gianettino, the adopted son of Andrea Doria, came up and was promptly killed. Andrea, however, escaped with his life, and when the conspirators looked upon their work in the morning, they discovered that their own chief was missing. Left thus without unity or direction, they wavered. The senators offered them an amnesty on condition that they left the city, and the formidable plot resulted in nothing but the re-establishment of Doria and his master. The amnesty was revoked. The possessions of the conspirators were confiscated, but Doria succeeded in repelling proposals for the reduction of Genoa under direct Spanish rule and for the erection of a fortress. Certain alterations were made in the constitution for the purpose of securing authority to the partisans of Doria, but Genoa retained at least the forms of liberty. The castle of Montobbio, the sole remaining possession of the Fieschi, became a danger for a while, but surrendered to the forces of the Republic on June 11, 1547, and Doria succeeded in suppressing other plots instigated by Francesco and Pierluigi Farnese. The removal of the council from Trent came a little too soon for Charles, and it would have been impossible for him at that moment to follow the radical counsel of Cosimo de' Medici, February 6, 1547, who advised him to use his power for a complete reform of the Church through the Council, taking away the tyranny of priests, reducing the power of the Pope to its proper spiritual limits, and restoring the pure faith of Christ without the abuses that had grown up about it. Charles was powerless to prevent the removal of the Council, though its subsequent adjournment was a concession to him. The gulf between Emperor and Pope widened, but neither of them was anxious for an open rupture. Henry VIII had died on January 28, and Francis I on March 31, 1547, and the whole scheme of European policy was likely to undergo revision. The Pope would not move until he was sure of support, and Charles was too busy in Germany to wish to provoke complications in the peninsula. Henry II of France showed friendly inclinations towards Paul, but gave him no more definite assurance of friendship than a promise of the hand of his natural daughter for Orazio Farnese. From England under Somerset, nothing was to be hoped. The negotiations of the Pope with Charles still turned on the investiture of Parma and Piacenza, and the addition of Siena, as much as upon the question of the Council. Charles was determined that no session should be held at Bologna, and although the Pope had set out to preside over a solemn session intended as preparatory to the close of the council, Diego de Mendoza, the Emperor's envoy, had succeeded in procuring a further postponement, when a series of unexpected events changed the whole situation. The aspect of Naples and Siena was threatening, but the cloud burst in Piacenza. The progress of heretical opinions in Naples was notorious, and in May Paul had sent a commissary to the kingdom with a brief which hinted at the establishment of the Inquisition. A rebellion at once followed, and the small Spanish garrison was in difficulties. But the prompt and judicious measures of Toledo, and the assurance of Charles himself that he had no intention of introducing the Inquisition or of allowing it to be introduced, soon restored order. Yet an uneasy feeling remained that the brief had been sent with the secret intention of provoking revolt. Siena had already in 1545 risen in arms against the imperial commissioner Juan de Luna and the Monte dei Novi, whom he supported, and had driven out the Spanish garrison. Cosimo succeeded in preventing any great excesses, but Francesco Grassi, whom Charles sent from Milan to appease discontent, failed to effect a compromise. The citizens took up arms again and accepted the protection of the Pope, protesting against any foreign garrison, and excluding the Noveschi from any share in the government. Cosimo, however, succeeded in procuring the acceptance of his own mediation, and on September 28 a garrison of Spaniards was admitted. Mendoza arrived in October, restored the Noveschi, and set up as before a governing body of 40, 10 from each monte, but insisted on naming the half of them himself. November 1548. In Piacenza, the rule of Pierluigi Farnese was hated. His measures for reducing the nobility to obedience, by depriving them of their privileges and forcing them to live in the city, though salutary, made him many enemies. Private wrongs increased their number. Gonzaga, who represented the forward policy in Italy, was anxious to take advantage of the troubles at Genoa and Siena to establish direct Spanish rule over those cities, and the discontent at Piacenza was much to his mind. Aware of the hostile movements directed against him, and of the support given by Gonzaga from Milan to his assailants, Pierluigi prepared to defend himself by the building of a fortress at Piacenza. This accelerated the blow which had been long prepared by Gonzaga. On September 10, 1547, the conspirators took up arms. Pierluigi was killed in his palace, and the city was in the power of the rebels. Gonzaga's promptitude is a sufficient proof of his complicity. On the 12th, he entered the city and occupied it in the name of Spain. Of the projects of his minister, Charles had been sufficiently informed, and although he had counselled prudence, he had not discouraged the enterprise. It was an act of open war against the Pope, wounding him where he was most sensitive. Charles de Guise, the newly elected cardinal, appeared at Rome in October, and this seemed to give the Pope his opportunity of revenge. Conditions for a league with France were drawn up. Parma and Piacenza were to be given to Orazio Farnese, not to Ottavio, the emperor's son-in-law. The king was to supply troops for the defence of the Papal States. French bishops were to attend the council at Bologna. The Pope was to contribute 7,000 men, if the king were to be attacked in his own states. The projected league, like many others, though ostensibly defensive, was really intended for offence. The Diet of Augsburg, 1547, gave Charles a lever in his negotiations. He was able to offer the submission of all Germany to the Council as a price for its return to Trent. But the Pope referred the decision to the Fathers at Bologna, who decided in favour of that city. Charles could do nothing but enter a solemn protest before the assembly at Bologna and in the consistory, January 1548, and the Spanish bishops remained at Trent. Negotiations continued while the council remained in effect suspended. Threats made by the Pope of an attack upon Naples came to nothing, and a fresh plot conducted by Giulio Cibo against Genoa failed. On the other hand, Henry II was not satisfied with the terms of the league offered by the Pope. Meanwhile, France was arming, the Pope was arming, and Charles put his possessions in a state of defence. Cosimo de' Medici occupied Elba and Piombino for the further defence of his coasts in the imperial interest. The remonstrances, however, of the Genoese, who feared an attack upon Corsica, led Charles to take these places into his own hands. The visit of Henry II to Savoy and Piedmont, May 1548, proved to be no more than a reconnaissance in force, and led only to the seizure of the Marquisate of Saluzzo. Further delay was caused by the French war with England, which broke out in 1548 over the Scottish question, and the Pope's revenge had to be postponed. The interim, May 1548, agrees with the tone of general European politics at the time. Every power was seeking to enjoy the benefits of time, and in such a policy Charles was a master. End of section 10. Recording by Tom Denham. Section 11 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 3, Habsburg and Valois 2, by Stanley Leathes. Part 3. And so the stormy year 1547 passed into the sullen peace of 1548, while the Pope was still offering ecclesiastical concessions as the price for the restitution of Piacenza, and Charles replied by asserting his right not only to Piacenza but to Parma also. Gonzaga continued to push his adventurous plans upon the Emperor, and hoped to take advantage of the passage of the Archduke Philip through northern Italy in the autumn of 1548, at least to secure the building of a castle in Genoa. But nothing could be done except by force, and the Emperor was above all anxious to preserve the existing equipoise, as is shown by his instructions to Philip, written in 1548. With Gonzaga was cooperating Mendoza. He increased his personal authority over Siena, disarmed the citizens, and finally proposed the erection of a castle. The Pope proceeded with his negotiations with France, and although he allowed certain ecclesiastical concessions to be extorted from him, nothing certain resulted. The affairs of the council became more and more desperate, and finally, in September 1549, the order came to suspend it. The proposal to give Parma to Orazio Farnese, or to incorporate it with the domains of the Church, had alienated Ottavio, who, after a futile attempt to seize the city, took refuge with Gonzaga. Paul III died on November 10, 1549. His last days embittered by dissension with his family, whose advancement had been his chief thought, and for whom he had sacrificed the friendship of the Emperor and the interests of the Church. His last act was to sign an order to place Parma in Ottavio's hands, but the Orsini, who were holding the town, refused compliance. The conclave which followed was unusually prolonged. The imperial party, with whom the Farnese party made common cause in the hopes of winning Parma at least, if not Piacenza, for the family, were in a majority and aimed at the election of Pole or the Cardinal Juan de Toledo, both known to be well disposed towards ecclesiastical reform. But the French party, though not able to elect any of their own candidates, were fully able to prevent the election of any other, and after the conclave had lasted more than 2 months, the two parties agreed to elect the Cardinal del Monte, who took the name of Julius III, February 7, 1550. Although his sympathies on the whole had been French, although he had been associated with the removal of the council to Bologna, although he had the reputation of frivolity and vice, the imperial party accepted him as likely to choose tranquillity rather than war and intrigue. Tranquillity meant the continued domination of Spain. His good disposition towards the Emperor soon became evident in a number of matters, trifling in themselves, but important in the aggregate. More important still was the intention which he soon announced of reopening the council at Trent. In fact, on November 14, 1550, he published a bull summoning the council to meet at Trent in the following May, notwithstanding the opposition of France and the impossibility of settling the conditions in accordance with the wishes of the Emperor, the demands of the German Diets, and the interests of the Curia. Julius had restored Ottavio Farnese to Parma in fulfilment of promises made in the conclave, but he could not effectually protect him against the hostilities of Gonzaga from Milan. Nor could he persuade Charles to restore to his son-in-law Piacenza also. On the contrary, the pressure of Gonzaga on the borders of Parma and his intrigues within the duchy drove Farnese to apply for aid from France. December 1550. Terms were arranged with France, and Ottavio passed into the service of Henry. The king assembled troops at Mirandola. The emperor pressed for a sentence of confiscation against Ottavio and offered a loan to enable Julius to carry it out. Gonzaga seized Brescello, to the northeast of Parma, from the Cardinal d'Este. The Pope hesitated, but finally decided it was more dangerous to offend the emperor, and, May 1551, declared Ottavio deprived of his fief. It then became necessary to resort to force, and Giambattista del Monte, the Pope's nephew in command of the papal troops, received orders to cooperate with Gonzaga in the occupation of the Parmesan. June. The war opened badly. On his way to join Gonzaga, Giambattista suffered a slight reverse. Bologna's territory was attacked by the Farnese, and the safety of Bologna itself was doubtful. The Pope was anxious to protect Bologna and called off the chief part of his troops for its defence. Reinforcements reached Parma from Mirandola. Although Mirandola was under French protection, it became necessary to attack it, and the double enterprise against Parma and Mirandola proved too much for the scanty forces. The country was ruined, but nothing was effected. War had not yet opened between the French king and the emperor, but the peace concluded with England by Henry II, March 24, 1550, by which Boulogne was restored for a money payment, left him free on that side, and he could choose his own moment for overt hostilities. Meanwhile, the truce between Charles and the Sultan had been broken. A new corsair, Dragut, had established himself on the Tunisian coast of Africa at Mehedia, known as the Port of Africa. His ravages on the neighbouring littoral of Sicily and further afield had rendered action imperative, and in September 1550 the united fleet of Charles' dominions had attacked and captured his headquarters, though his fleet escaped on this occasion, and again from Doria's blockade in the following spring. Charles could represent that this act of reprisal had been abundantly provoked, but the Sultan had made Dragut his commissioner to rule over the whole of Barbary, and regarded the attack upon him as an attack upon himself. On his return from an expedition against the Sophie of Persia, which the truce with Charles had permitted, the Sultan prepared for war. In July 1551, a great Turkish fleet appeared in Sicilian waters, and after vainly demanding the restoration of Mehedia, the Ottomans turned upon the Knights of St. John and captured Tripoli, August 14. In September of the same year, the Turkish war began afresh in Hungary. Once more, Charles had to withstand the simultaneous hostility of the most Christian king and of the infidels. In the course of 1551, Henry was submitting plans for common action to the Porte, and the use of the Turkish fleet was recommended. War in Hungary being calculated to unite the Germans in defence. The King of France was also in relations with Magdeburg and with Maurice of Saxony. Under these auspices, The council met once more at Trent in May 1551, though it was autumn before formal proceedings could be begun. Its prospects were not rosy, for in September 1551 war opened on the side of Savoy. Although François de Brissac, the French commander, did not push his attack, the necessity of action in two distant fields completely disorganized the imperial finances in Italy. The blockades of Parma and Mirandola were in consequence slackly pursued. The Pope saw little prospect of gain from the war. His debts were burdensome. French hostility threatened him with the failure of French funds. He began to think whether an arrangement with France was not possible. In April 1552, he concluded a truce with France, which allowed Ottavio Farnese to hold Parma unmolested for 2 years. About the same time, the Pope's nephew, Giambattista, died in action. Charles was fain to accept the truce, for the same reason which mainly influenced the final decision of the Pope: the rising of Maurice of Saxony in alliance with the French, and the news of a French invasion. A fresh advance of the Turks in September 1551 was another of the intolerable burdens which Charles had to bear at this, the darkest moment of his life. The alliance between Henry II of France and the Protestant princes of Germany was concluded at Chambord on January 15, 1552. It opened the way for a new development of French policy, the acquisition of territory not Burgundian at the expense of the Empire. On March 13, 1552, Henry invaded Lorraine, took the government from the Duchess and her infant son, and, in accordance with his agreement with the Protestant princes, occupied the principal towns of the three great bishoprics of Toul, Metz, and Verdun. Since the accession of René de Vaudemont, the power of the dukes had been consolidated by the Duchy of Lorraine, by the extension of their influence over the bishoprics, and the election of relations or partisans to the several sees. But the policy of the duchy, in the wars between France and Burgundy, had been to preserve neutrality as far as possible, and thus, up to this time, immunity had been secured. The marriage of Christina, the emperor's niece, to the heir of Lorraine in 1540 had not, during the life of her husband, disturbed this neutrality. But Christina had been recently left a widow, and her regency in the duchy gave a plausible excuse for French intervention. Lorraine was easily subdued, but an attempt to seize Strasbourg failed. The Netherland forces created a diversion by invading France and devastating Champagne, and Henry replied by marching on Luxembourg and occupying the southern part of the duchy. The emperor had hoped, before the crisis arrived in Germany, to reach the Netherlands, but his way was barred by the Confederates. In Innsbruck he was not safe, and he was a fugitive at Villach in Carinthia, while the French worked their will in Lorraine and Luxembourg. But in August 1552, after the Confederates had been brought to terms, he issued once more with an army, and passing through southern Germany was well received at Strasbourg, which had refused to admit the French. Thence, notwithstanding the lateness of the season, he proceeded to the siege of Metz, which meanwhile had been strongly fortified by François, Duc de Guise, and was ready to hold out. In spite of Charles' discreditable alliance with Margrave Albert Alcibiades of Brandenburg-Kulmbach, the siege, which did not begin until October, proved a complete failure, and on January 1, 1553, Charles had to order a retreat. These events had their reaction on the Council of Trent, which was suspended in April 1552 for 2 years, or until the troubles should be overpast. That no more general rising took place in Italy during the months when Charles was suffering the invasion of Lorraine, and afterwards flying from Innsbruck before his enemies, is a remarkable testimony to the solidity of the edifice which he had built up. Charles contributed indeed to this result by abandoning the forward policy and its agents. Mendoza was recalled, and Gonzaga was removed from the government of Milan. There were not wanting centres of dissatisfaction. Ferrara was French, even Cosimo wavered. Siena, irritated by the castle which Charles was building outside the walls by the advice of Mendoza, burst into open rebellion, July 17, 1552. But Cosimo was able to isolate the conflagration, and although the Spanish garrison was driven out and the fortress levelled, the rebellion did not spread. It was agreed that Siena should remain free under imperial protection, and foreign forces should be excluded. Nevertheless, French troops garrisoned the city, the fortifications were strengthened, and the Cardinal of Ferrara assumed the government in the French interest. The Spanish government had to acquiesce for the present and wait for its time to come. An attempt in January 1553 to subdue the city by force from Naples failed owing to the death of Toledo and the recall of his son, who was commanding the army. In 1554, however, Cosimo gave the word for more energetic action. Piero Strozzi, the ubiquitous opponent of Medici and Habsburg, had entered the city in January. During his temporary absence, Florentine troops surprised the gate of the city. Nevertheless, Siena held out for 15 months, the besieging army being commanded by that successful adventurer Gian Giacomo Medicino, Marquis of Marignano, while Blaise de Montluc governed the city for the French king, and Strozzi showed great ability and resource in frequent raids and sallies. But Strozzi's total defeat at Marciano on August 2, 1554, rendered it possible to complete the blockade, and in April 1555 the city surrendered to famine. The irreconcilables held out for 4 years longer at Montalcino, but the issue was no longer doubtful. The city was given up by Philip to Cosimo, 1557, and incorporated in his duchy of Tuscany. The Spaniards retained, however, the coast towns, the Presidi. Piombino and Elba, Cosimo had already received. So ended the last of the old-fashioned revolutions of Italy, and one more single and independent city was incorporated in the larger system. Cosimo was a main link in the Italian scheme of Charles, and the accessions of territory which he received were well earned by his services to the Habsburg cause. Meanwhile, the French and Turkish fleets had been cooperating in the Mediterranean, raiding the Italian coasts. They then provoked a rebellion in Corsica, which at first had considerable success, but ultimately, with Spanish and German aid, the Genoese recovered the principal fortresses, and the Treaty of Cateau Cambrésis restored the island to Genoa. The war on the French frontier continued its indecisive course. In June 1553, Charles had his first success. Terouanne was attacked in April, and after 2 months capitulated with its garrison of 3,000 men and Montmorency's eldest son. Emmanuel Philibert, who in this same year succeeded his father as Duke of Savoy, took and destroyed Hesdin. Robert de la Marck, whose hostilities had first involved the Emperor in war, 1522, was a captive. An attack on Cambrai by the French king failed. In the following year, the French changed their objective to the valley of the Meuse, capturing Marienburg, Dinan, and Bouvines. To resist them, two new fortresses, Charlemont and Philippeville, were built on the territory of Liège. The defence of Namur by Charles in person ended his fighting days with credit. Almost his last act of authority was to conclude the short-lived Truce of Vaucelles, February 5, 1556. The close of Charles' career is characteristic. A long campaign against odds in which reverses were fully compensated by success. The marriage of Philip with Mary of England, July 25, 1554, conceived in the true Habsburg spirit. The completion and final consolidation of his work in Italy. The religious peace of Augsburg, in which Charles was forced by political necessity to acquiesce against his will and against his convictions. His work was done. During 40 years he had striven to discharge the impossible tasks imposed upon him by accident and a mistaken dynastic policy. He had now accomplished what he could perform. The Duchy of Milan and preponderance in Italy was a set-off for the lost Duchy of Burgundy. The conquest of Lorraine he could regard as a wrong done not to himself but to others. The acquisition of this duchy would have tempted him had he resembled his ancestor Charles the Bold. It does not, however, appear that he ever contemplated such a conquest, a proof of his essentially conservative policy. He had given peace to Italy and Germany, at the price of much that was valuable, much that could never be restored, but still he had given peace. The accession of Paul IV, May 23, 1555, gave reason to believe that this peace might be disturbed, but its ultimate restoration could be confidently expected. The late war had shown the strong defensive position in Italy and the Netherlands, a position so strong that the main French attack had been diverted from Charles' hereditary possessions to the neighbouring independent and weaker powers. Spain, as usual, was regarded as inexpugnable. With the Reformation alone, he had proved unable to cope. It was an accomplished fact, but he had given it bounds and extinguished in Germany religious war. The question of Savoy still remained unsolved, but this he could leave to his son to settle. So long as France still held Savoy and Piedmont, she held the gates of Italy, and Spanish garrisons in Milan had to be maintained almost at war strength. But something must be left undone, and Charles had the right to demand his release. Although he was still young as we measure youth, his incessant labours had destroyed his health. He was racked with gout, the penalty of his voracious appetite and unsparing industry. His abdication, although it has often been regarded with surprise, was the most natural act, and the moment for it well chosen. In the Netherlands it was accompanied by a touching and impressive ceremony, October 25, 1555, when, in the midst of a splendid assembly at Brussels, the Emperor, with tears, explained his reasons, recounted his labours, and gave his last exhortation, and then solemnly invested his son with his northern provinces. Milan and Naples had been previously handed over. On January 16, 1556, Charles resigned his Spanish kingdoms and Sicily. Shortly afterwards, he gave up the Franche-Comté. He made over to his brother all his imperial authority, though his formal renunciation of the empire was not accomplished until 1558. Free at last, he set sail for Spain, September 17, 1556, and made his way to the monastery at Yuste. Here he took a constant interest in the political affairs of the time, and occasionally intervened by way of advice and influence. After 2 years of rest, broken by increasing infirmity, he closed his life in 1558, too soon to see the seal set upon his labours by the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis. Julius III had concluded on March 24, 1555, his insignificant career. Marcellus II, his successor, died on April 30, and on May 23 Giampero Carafa was elected and took the title of Paul IV. The ecclesiastical activity of Carafa, his share in the endeavour to restore pontifical and hierarchical authority in the years previous to his election as Pope, his religious attitude and tendencies do not concern us here. But the spirit shown by Carafa in the treatment of heretics and the affairs of the Church promised little peace if it were to be applied to the complicated political relations of the Papal See. What all expected to see was an uncompromising postponement of political expediency to the single object of restoring papal supremacy and ecclesiastical unity. What none could have foreseen was that not only the political interests of the Holy See, but also all chances of an effective Catholic reaction were to be sacrificed to the demands of intense personal hatred. It was known that Carafa was an enemy of Spain. As a Neapolitan, he detested the alien masters of his native country. In 1547 he had urged upon Paul III an attack on Naples in support of the rising which had then occurred in the kingdom, and it had subsequently required all the influence of Julius to procure his admission to the Archbishopric of Naples. But the overmastering nature of his hatred was not known, and is even now not completely to be explained. If we assume that personal grounds of animosity cooperated with intense hatred of foreign rule, a despairing sense that one last blow must be struck to free the papacy once and for all from Spanish domination, and a stern conscientious antipathy to those methods of compromise with heretics which had been the chief mark of Charles' action in religious matters, if we assume that all these feelings worked together, each intensifying and exacerbating the other, then we can perhaps begin to understand the attitude of Paul. In addition, his advanced age, he was 79 years old at the time of his election, admitted of no delay. What was to be done must be done quickly, and the history of the papacy can prove that old age exercises no mitigating influence over the passions of anger and hatred. The forces with which Paul entered on this struggle were in themselves insignificant. The total gross revenues of the papal state about this time are estimated at 1,000,000 crowns, from which sum 400,000 crowns must be at once deducted for taxation remitted by Carafa and necessary current expenses. The ecclesiastical revenues had been reduced by the apostasy of Germany, the practical independence of Spain, the condition of England, and by the austere refusal of the Pope himself to allow money to be raised by questionable means employed in the past. The papal troops were inefficient even if judged by an Italian standard. The population was neither prosperous nor devoted, and there were permanent centres of sedition and opposition. Paul set himself at once to gain external help. Ferrara joined, a league was concluded at Rome with France, which was represented by Charles de Guise, the Cardinal of Lorraine, December 16, 1555, but Venice, as usual, maintained a watchful neutrality. But his policy of enriching his nephews by confiscation of the goods of Roman nobles, while it agreed ill with the zeal for reform and justice hitherto professed by the Pope, gained him many enemies at home. The conclusion of the Truce of Vaucelles, February 1556, was a disappointment to Paul, but his able and unscrupulous nephew, Cardinal Carlo Carafa, succeeded during the summer in persuading Henry II to renew the League for defensive purposes. The security and imprisonment of Garcilaso de la Vega, the secretary of the Spanish embassy at Rome, was a measure of open hostility, and the Duke of Alva, who had succeeded Toledo at Naples, was forced to redress a remonstrance, almost an ultimatum, to the Pope in August 1556. No satisfaction was to be expected, and in September the Spanish troops crossed the frontier and began to occupy the Campagna. The Pope, ill-prepared for war, was forced to beg for an armistice, which was granted December 2, 1556. He used the interval to call on his ally for help, and before the month was out, the Duke of Guise crossed the Alps. Instead of allowing him to proceed to the reduction of Milan, Paul insisted on his pressing on through papal territory to Naples. The passage of the French troops increased the discontent of the papal subjects in Romagna and the Marches, which had already been aroused by the extraordinary subsidies required for the war. The papal troops were melting away for want of pay, and when the allied armies crossed the Neapolitan frontier and laid siege to Civitella, they were soon compelled to withdraw. In August 1557, the news of the Battle of St. Quentin caused the recall of Guise, and the Pope was left without defence. Alva could easily have taken Rome if he had wished, but neither he nor his master wished to reduce the Pope to extremities. The Pope was forced to beg for peace, which was granted on easy terms. The only serious concession required was the restoration to the Colonna and other friends of Spain of the property which had been taken from them and conferred upon the papal nephews. The Spanish hegemony in the peninsula stood firmer than ever, but the papal state was not curtailed. Alva visited Paul at Rome and was reconciled to the Pope. September 1557. After this brief and fruitless exposition of hatred, Paul returned rebuked to his work of ecclesiastical reformation and the stimulation of the Inquisition. That action of the Inquisition was frequently directed by political motives was generally believed at the time, and is not in itself improbable. Partly to quell the resentment caused by this and other measures, partly perhaps to indicate the recognition and abandonment of a mistaken policy, Paul, January 1559, deprived his nephews of all their offices and banished them from Rome. This act of justice was, however, only the preliminary to the enforcement of still sterner measures of religious repression, and when the Pope expired in August 1559, it was amid scenes of wild disorder. The headquarters of the Holy Office at Rome was stormed and wrecked. The Pope's statue was destroyed and dragged with ignominy through the streets. His ecclesiastical policy appeared to be as complete a failure as his attack upon the power of Spain. But indirectly the action of Paul had a permanent effect on the history of Europe. It led to the rupture of the Truce of Vaucelles. The conclusion of this truce had seemed to be a triumph for Montmorency, but Cardinal Carafa and the influence of Guise secured the real triumph for the party of Lorraine. Soon after the expedition of Guise to the peninsula, war broke out in the north of France, but both sides confined themselves for some time to preparations and defensive measures. On June 7, 1557, Mary of England declared war on France. At length, in July, the army of the Netherlands under Emmanuel Philibert began to move, and laid siege first to Guise and then to St. Quentin. Coligny succeeded in throwing himself into this place and animating its defence, but when Montmorency attempted to relieve the fortress, August 10, he was attacked and severely defeated. The constable himself, with many of the greatest men of France, was taken prisoner. The only French army in the north was scattered, and the way lay open to Paris. But Philip refused to allow the advance, and the French were given time to assemble troops and put their defences in order. Coligny's obstinate defence in St. Quentin gave 17 days of respite after the battle, and Guise was recalled from Italy. Philip occupied a few trifling fortresses, and then disbanded his army. In November, Guise, whose authority with the king was now no longer contested by the conflicting influence of Montmorency, had brought together an army, and on January 1, 1558, the siege of Calais was undertaken. In 8 days the town surrendered, and the English were expelled. Guines was captured shortly afterwards, and this gate of France was closed forever to the English. But the French need was extreme. While the siege of Calais was proceeding, the notables of France assembled in Paris at the king's command, and Henry demanded of them a loan of 3 million crowns, 1/3 from the clergy, 2/3 from the towns. The news of the capture of Calais caused the proposition to be accepted with acclamation. In April, the marriage of the Dauphin to Mary of Scotland, with the secret agreements concluded previously, opened other prospects to French foreign policy. In May, however, negotiations for peace were begun by the Cardinal of Lorraine, and Antoine de Granvelle, Bishop of Arras, suggested the alliance of France and Spain for the suppression of heresy, pointing out that persons in the highest positions in France, such as Coligny, Dandelot, and the Bourbon family, were infected by the new doctrines. Religion was beginning in France to intensify party rivalries and serve as an excuse for partisan revenge. But before negotiation could lead to its full result, war had once more to play its part. The French plan of campaign for 1558 was directed to the capture of Thionville, and as a sequel, to a double invasion of Flanders. But the delays caused by the long resistance of Thionville, which did not fall until June 22, prevented the simultaneous execution of the two attacks. The Maréchal de Termes from Calais was first in the field, and after sacking Dunkirk and ravaging the country, he found himself forced by the Flemish army under Egmont to give battle near Gravelines. Here he suffered a complete defeat, July 13, to which the guns of the English fleet contributed. After this, the French armies were compelled to confine themselves to the defensive. In October, peace negotiations were resumed on the northeastern frontier in the county of Saint-Paul. During the course of the discussions, Mary Tudor died, November 17. Her death facilitated an agreement in 2 ways. In the first place, it reduced the importance of the question of Calais. Philip, had no longer any need to insist on the restitution of this town for the benefit of Elizabeth. In the second place, it allowed marriage proposals to weigh in the scales, and although Philip sued for the hand of Elizabeth of England, there was little to be expected in that quarter. After the conference had been removed to Cateau-Cambrésis, February 1559, Elizabeth, finding that Spain was not supporting her demands for restitution, agreed that France should retain Calais for 8 years, and the way was cleared for the main compact. The peace was signed on April 2. The last point decided was that Philip should marry Elizabeth of France. France restored Marienbourg, Thionville, Donvillers, and Montmédy, receiving in return St. Quentin, Ham, Le Catelet, and Thérouanne. Bovines and Bouillon were given back to the Bishop of Liège. Philip retained Hesdin. Montferrat, the Milanese, Corsica, Savoy, Bresse, and Piedmont were abandoned by the French, except for the places of Turin, Pinarello, Chieri, Chivasso, and Villanuova in the territory of Asti. Montalcino was to be given up to the Duke of Tuscany. France did not press for the restitution of Navarre, but retained Saluzzo. Thus the contest of 60 years reached its close, never to revive in the same form. The boundaries of the Netherlands were restored with slight alterations. Italy was left as Charles had fixed her system. Savoy was re-established as a buffer state between France and Italy, a position which the genius of her dukes would use to good advantage. No treaty marks a more definite stage in the development of the European state system. It involved the acceptance of Spanish supremacy in Italy, and the recognition of the organic unity of France, of Spain, and of the Netherlands. For all her concessions, France received compensation in the debatable land which lies between the southern boundaries of the Netherlands and the northern slopes of the Alps. Here the international struggles of the next century would be fought out until French ambition returned once more to attempt the conquest of the Netherlands and the obliteration of the Pyrenees. The death of Henry II and the accession of Elizabeth in England, the death of Paul IV, the marriage of Philip with Elizabeth of France, and the death of Charles V, all occurring within 12 months, contributed to emphasize the close of an old epoch, the beginning of a new one. The policy of Montmorency had triumphed over that of the Guises. The obstinate persistence of Charles V had received its posthumous reward, and the outbreak of the wars of religion in France on the one hand, the revolt of the Netherlands on the other, were before long to paralyze all those remaining forces and ambitions which might have reversed the decisions recorded at Cateau-Cambrésis. The Reformation had hitherto run its course almost without opposition. Henceforward, the energies which had been absorbed in the long dynastic struggle would be occupied by the still greater contests arising out of the Counter-Reformation movement. In these contests, the resumption of the Council of Trent and its policy and conclusions furnished the dogmatic basis and defined the controversial issues. End of section 11. Recording by Tom Denham. Section 12 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 3, Habsburg and Valois 2, by Stanley Leathes, Part 4. Throughout this period, there have been two main plots in European history, the one centering in Germany and concerned with the questions of religious reform, the other centering in Italy and leading to the permanent settlement of territorial questions in Europe. The plots are interwoven, and it has been only possible in the foregoing pages occasionally to indicate important points of contact, but each can be to some extent isolated. The German plot is reserved for full treatment in later chapters. The Italian plot has for its chief actors on the one side Spain and the Netherlands, on the other side France, while Savoy and the lesser states of Italy each contribute their share to the action. The internal affairs of Italy have received, in the description of the main plot, such attention as space permitted, and as was necessary to explain the forces at work. But the internal affairs of France, Spain, and the Netherlands have been left aside. Yet some knowledge of these is required if we are to understand the power exerted by each in the forcible settlement of European questions. The course of the reform movement in France is related below. The institutions of France are described in the first volume of this history. It remains only to give some account of those internal developments and changes that affected the activity of France as a European power. In the institutions of France, there is little change to record. The absolute monarchy had been already established and was further developed by the school of legists, who had their headquarters in the University of Toulouse. At their head was the Chancellor Duprat. Their principles and their action aimed at the continuous extension of the royal power. From the king they received their employment and their reward. To his strength they owed everything. All their efforts were directed to its increase both in state and in church. In the church especially, the Concordat of 1516 proved a valuable instrument in their hands. The absolute authority of the crown over the church is proved by the lavish grants frequently made by the clergy to the king, enforced at need by the seizure of property, and by the proposals to sell clerical lands for the king's benefit put forward in 1569 at Saint-Germain. The clergy then offered willingly 16,600,000 livres to avoid this danger, so real did it appear. The old Gallicanism of the pragmatic died hard, finding its last strongholds in the parliaments and the universities, and was not finally defeated until the Lit de Justice of 1527, which removed all jurisdiction relative to high ecclesiastical office from the Parlement and gave it to the Grand Conseil. The old Gallicanism was replaced by a new royal Gallicanism, which resented interference with the ecclesiastical affairs of France from beyond the Alps, but placed the church at the mercy of the king. In consequence of this subjection of the French church to the king, the clergy of France fell into two well-marked divisions: those who held or hoped for rich ecclesiastical promotion from the king, and the poor parochial clergy who thought and suffered, and whose importance as a political factor will be seen in the wars of religion. Though the general lines remained unaltered, administrative changes can be perceived. The elevation of Jacques de Beaune de Semblançay, 1518, to the cognizance of all the king's finances, extraordinary as well as ordinary, shows the desire for some unification, but his fall in 1527 proves that the new arrangements were not supposed to have worked well. The establishment of the Trésor de l'Épargne in 1523 shows the same effort for centralization. This measure weakened the trésoriers and généraux and brought the whole question of finance under the eyes of the King's Council. The scope of the Trésor de l'Épargne was gradually widened, and in 1542 a more radical reform was introduced. The old financial districts were abolished, and 16 new centres were established for the receipt of all funds arising from the areas assigned to them. These reforms were in the right direction, but did not go far enough. The sources of revenue were unchanged. The taille was still the mainstay of the government, and was increased at will. In 1543 it reached a figure higher than in the time of Louis XI. Extraordinary supplies were raised by the sale of domain lands and by the creation of new offices intended to be sold. The consequent multiplication of unnecessary officials, each anxious to recoup his expenditure, was the gravest abuse of the time. Under Francis I, the system of aid was gradually extended to the provinces which had hitherto enjoyed immunity, and in spite of solemn engagements, the quart du sel of Guyenne was first, 1541, raised to 3/8, and then, in 1545, the gabelle du sel, with its system of compulsory purchase, was put in full force in all the southwestern provinces. The revolt of La Rochelle, 1542, and of Guyenne in general, 1548, did not prevent the execution of these decrees. Similarly, in the Department of Justice, changes are rather administrative than constitutional. The introduction of the Présidio, a board of judges appointed for each bailliage or sénéchaussée, and intermediate between the Parlement and the courts of first instance, was probably advantageous to the people, though its immediate object was the raising of money by the sale of the new offices. The Edict of Villers-Cotterêts, 1539, was a great landmark in the administration of justice and in the history of legal procedure in France. It instituted the use of the French language in the courts and superseded ecclesiastical jurisdiction in the great majority of cases by the lay tribunals. The clergy, in 1552, paid 3 millions of crowns to recover these rights of jurisdiction, but apparently the king did not fulfill his share in the bargain. The old military system changed slowly. The mounted archers were gradually being separated from the gendarmes, whose following they had originally constituted. As the importance of hand firearms increased, the number of archers was diminished, and some attempt was made so to strengthen the defensive armour of horse and man as to meet this new weapon of offence. Chevaux légers, trained after the stradio fashion, and other varieties of cavalry began to appear, but in infantry France was still deficient. The attempt of Francis I, 1543, to form 7 provincial legions, each of 6,000 foot, alarmed the gentry by placing arms in the hands of the peasantry, and for this reason, or because of France's habitual inconsequence, it was abandoned, and only served as a pretext for levying the additional impost for which this measure was made an excuse. Thus the chief interest of the time for France consisted in the persons who conducted the government. The system might not change, but the spirit in which it was administered depended on the king and the persons in whom he had trust. Inattentive as he was to business, the character of Francis I had a marked effect upon the history of his reign. The profuse expenditure on his court must have reacted on his foreign policy. The cost of the court is estimated by a Venetian ambassador as amounting to 1,500,000 crowns a year, i.e. about 3 millions of livres tournois. Of this sum, 600,000 crowns went in pensions. The king's buildings, important as they are in the history of art, weighed heavily upon his people. The influence of the king's mistresses, Madame de Chateaubriand and Madame d'Etampes, and of his son's mistress, Diane de Poitiers, decided the fate of ministers, if not of nations. In the early years of the king's reign, and particularly during his captivity, the influence of the Queen Mother, Louise of Savoy, was predominant. Her powerful will and vigorous though narrow intellect were not without their value for France, but her rapacity was unlimited, and led to the treason of the Duke of Bourbon, the most important domestic incident of the reign. During his early years, Francis was dominated by Bonnivet, and to a less extent by Lautrec and Lescun. During his later life, 1541-7, Admiral Annebaut, de Retz, and the Cardinal de Tournon came to the front. The Duc d'Enghien also enjoyed so much favour that his accidental death was ascribed by court gossip to the act of the Dauphin himself. In the king's middle life, Philippe de Brion had considerable power, but none of these courtiers can be said to have possessed a definite scheme of policy or to have worked for any definite end. More important was the part played by Anne de Montmorency. So early as 1522, Montmorency became a Marshal of France. In the negotiations for the king's freedom after Pavia, he took a prominent part, and was shortly afterwards appointed Grand Maître, 1526, and from that time until 1541 he was the most conspicuous person at the king's court. He was governor of Languedoc, a post previously held by the Constable de Bourbon, the duties of which he executed as a rule by deputy. The tendencies of his policy were favourable to the emperor. He was unwilling to break the peace, to form alliances with the Protestant princes or with the Sultan. Thus, the period of his influence shows a certain touch of moderation. Montmorency was not always able to make his counsels prevail, but their weight was always on the side of compromise. In the conclusion of the Treaty of Cambrai, his influence is especially to be seen. On the other hand, there is little reason to believe that the Grand Maître contributed anything masterly to the inconsequent foreign policy of Francis, any notable ideas of strategy to his army. His intellect was mediocre, and his most brilliant achievement was the devastation of Provence in 1536, which frustrated the invasion of Charles. In 1538, he reached the culmination of his fortunes under Francis when he was created Constable of France. The interview at Aigues-Mortes belongs to this period, when his influence was perhaps at its height. He must have the responsibility of the policy which allowed Charles a free hand in the chastisement of Ghent, 1540. The failure of this policy left France isolated, unable to rely either upon England or upon the German Protestants. His fall, however, in 1541 was rather due to a court intrigue, to the fear of Francis of his heir apparent, to the jealousy of Madame d'Etampes and of Diane de Poitiers, than to the actual failure of his schemes. The party of Madame d'Etampes won the day, and the constable retired into private life. Francis retained so much animosity against him that he is said to have warned his son before his death not to admit Montmorency to his favour. But the advice, if given, had little effect, and immediately on his accession Henry recalled the constable to the royal councils, and even paid the arrears of his pensions for the years of his suspension. The alliance between the constable and Diane was intimate, but she perceived the danger of having him all-powerful. The princes of the house of Guise, cadets of the sovereign house of Lorraine, and nearly related to the houses of Anjou and Bourbon, were the instruments whom she found. Their father, Claude, Duc de Guise, a contemporary of Francis I, had not succeeded in pushing his own fortunes at court, but had nevertheless found opportunities to serve the king by levying troops for him and otherwise, so that he was able to secure dignities for himself with officers and benefices for his relations. His brother Jean, Cardinal of Lorraine, was not inconspicuous at the court of Francis and in the history of the French Renaissance. But the high fortunes of the family begin with the sons of Claude, among whom are preeminent Francis, the soldier, afterwards Duc de Guise, and Charles, Archbishop of Reims, and afterwards Cardinal. Under Henry II, the places of power and profit, the spoils of discarded favourites, the determination of the king's policy, are divided between Montmorency and the Guises, while Diane de Poitiers secured through their rivalry the decisive intermediate position. The Guise policy was aggressive, enterprising, provocative. Montmorency was more cautious and favourable to peace. To the former were due the League of Rome and the rupture of the Truce of Vaucelles. To the latter, the Truce of Vaucelles, and above all, the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis. All alike were zealous Catholics, all alike rapacious and greedy. In view of the powerful elements disputing the supremacy over her husband, Catherine de' Medici wisely kept in the background. Her capacities for rule and intrigue were not seen until a later age. Montmorency had the advantage through his powerful character, his industry, and will. The Guises through their skill in winning the people and the interests to their side. In the church, in the army, in the Parlement, their influence was great and was carefully developed. On the other hand, the immense ransoms exacted from Montmorency in 1559 for himself and his relatives impoverished his estate, and the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis was unpopular and diminished his credit. Thus, after the death of Henry II, the advantage lay with the younger rivals of the constable. The changes in the system of the Spanish monarchy during the period are even less significant than those in France. The Cortes of Castile continued to meet and to retain their hold upon finance. The servicio became a regular impost, voted every 3 years. On the other hand, the alcabala was a ground for frequent bargaining between the king and the Cortes, and the advantage fell to the latter, for the total net income raised from this source did not increase during the reign, while the purchasing power of money was diminished by at least 1/2. The real limitation of the royal power in Spain is seen in the refusal of all 3 estates, exceptionally summoned to the Cortes of 1538, to agree to Charles' proposal to raise money by a new excise on meat. The power of the crown over the Cortes, if it was increasing slowly, and its increase was due to the extension of royal authority in the towns, where the royal corregidor was becoming more autocratic, and the regidores themselves were appointed by the crown. The pressure of the hidalgos for admission to municipal office, which is a notable feature of the time, would tend also gradually to divorce the ruling class in the towns from those who carried on its business and felt the real pinch of tyranny or maladministration. In Spain, more than elsewhere, the interests of the Church and the Crown were closely linked. The Church looked to royal protection against heresy and against the Cortes. The king looked to the Church for supplies in time of need. He had its good government thoroughly at heart. He supported and moderated the action of the Inquisition so far as he could, for the Inquisition, though based on royal authority, was not entirely under his control. The forcible conversion of the Moriscos of Valencia in 1529 and following years attests the zeal rather than the wisdom of Charles. The flight of a large part of this industrious class, and the discontent and apprehensions of those who remained, living as they did in constant fear of the Holy Office, was a main cause of the impoverishment of a considerable part of Spain. Charles seems himself to have perceived his error, and the severity of the decrees against the Moriscos was considerably relaxed during his later years. In Spain also, the administrative developments are more conspicuous than the constitutional. The business of government was becoming more and more complicated. Under Ferdinand and Isabella, we have already the councils of state, of finance, and of Castile, besides the Council of Aragon, and in addition the councils of the Inquisition, of the military orders, and of the Cruzada. Under Charles, we have in addition the Chamber, the Council of War, the Council of the Indies, the Council of Flanders, and the Council of Italy. The several fields of these councils, with a monarch who was absent from Spain for 1/2 of the total period of his reign, required to be carefully limited and circumscribed. This led in its turn to the transaction of more and more business by writing, and that to red tape and its accompanying delays, so that the excessive elaboration of bureaucratic methods tended to hamper and impede the dispatch of business. This became even more conspicuous in the time of Philip. The problem of the decline of Spain has often occupied the minds of historians, who are at a loss to discover why the country which filled so large a place on the European canvas during the 16th century afterwards fell into impotence and decay. But the contrast has generally been exaggerated. Spain was never very rich and never very powerful. Individual Spaniards showed great enterprise and great talents. Ferdinand, and after him Charles V, obtained from their country all the energy of which it was capable. The Spanish foot soldier had admirable qualities, but the work of Charles V depended as much upon the Netherlands as upon Spain. Italian enterprise was supported as much from the Low Countries as from Spain, and from both together support was always insufficient and had to be eked out by local oppression. No great national impulse raised the Habsburgs to the head of Europe. The conquest of the Indies was due more to good fortune and the enterprise of a few men than to the greatness of the Spanish nation. When Spain lost the stimulus of great rulers, when she was deprived of the efficient support of the Netherland commercial wealth, when she was thrown upon her own resources, then the true weakness of the national character disclosed itself. The Spaniards could never be a great nation, because they were never industrious. Nevertheless, if Spain ever had an age of industry, it was in the time of Charles V. From the time of the conquest of Mexico, an immense opening was offered to Spanish trade. Charles was anxious to encourage this trade. In 1529, he opened the export trade to a number of cities of the east and the north, and broke down to some extent the monopoly of Seville. As a consequence, many industries increased by leaps and bounds. The silk industry in Toledo and Seville, the cloth industry in Toledo, Cordova, Cuenca, and Segovia, reached considerable dimensions. The same stimulus reacted upon agriculture and the wool-growing industry. For a time, the new discoveries seem to have opened an industrial era in Spain. But before long, the influx of precious metals, rapid after the conquest of Mexico, more rapid after the conquest of Peru, and immense after the discovery of the silver mines of Potosi, began to raise the prices of commodities in Spain far above the level current in other countries. This made Spain a bad seller and a profitable market. In spite of all the laws against export of treasure, the merchants managed to exchange their wares of foreign manufacture for Spanish bullion and to transport it beyond the border. The trade with the Spanish colonies stimulated competition. The legislation of 1552 encouraged import and discouraged export in the interests of the inhabitants of Spain. The industries that had flourished began once more to shrink. The influence of treasure, with the appearance of wealth which it brought to so many, discouraged exertion, always distasteful to the Spaniards, and by the end of the reign of Charles V, the period of industrial activity was already in its decline. This was not due to the severity of taxation. Having regard to the rise of prices, the taxes of Spain probably became lighter during the period, but to the natural action of the circumstances upon the national temperament, aided by bad laws and a misconceived economic policy. But the worst results of these forces and methods fall outside our period. The returns from the colonies enriched the government and individuals rather than the nation. The fifth share of the treasury in all treasure imported and other profits from colonial trade brought the revenue from this source in 1551 to 400,000 and in 1556 to 700,000 ducats. The whole treasure of the Indian fleet was seized for the first time in 1535 by way of loan, and the evil precedent was followed in later years until forbidden by a law of Philip in 1567. In the government of the Indies, Charles took a lively interest, and his belief in their future was not to be shaken. His relations with his great adventurers were not always happy. Cortes ended his days in a maze of litigation. Fernando Pizarro was imprisoned in 1539 for a long period. Francisco was killed by the insurgents, against whom the home government gave him insufficient support. Gonzalo Pizarro was executed for rebellion in 1548. But the difficulties of controlling these autocratic soldiers at a distance of 4,000 miles accounts for many misunderstandings, and the natural tendency to local despotism and virtual independence required constant supervision and suggested suspicion. In regard to the treatment of the natives and the question of the encomiendas, Charles' policy was humane, though his measures were only in part successful. He lent a ready ear to the representations of Las Casas and supported the missionaries against the colonists. On the whole, his colonial policy achieved its objectives. The natives were preserved from extermination or universal slavery, while the provinces of Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, northern Chile, with Venezuela, New Granada, and Central America were in his reign reduced to order and tolerable government. The spice trade with the Moluccas he endeavoured at one time to secure for the Spaniards, but in 1529 he was content to leave the monopoly to the Portuguese in return for an ample money compensation. The provinces of the Netherlands inherited by Charles were substantially increased before his death. The French enclave of Tournai was conquered in 1521. After a long period of civil war, Friesland was finally annexed in 1523. The expulsion of the Bishop of Utrecht by the Duke of Guelders was the excuse for the acquisition of the temporal sovereignty of this important diocese by Charles in 1527, and the city of Utrecht was reconquered in 1528. The endless struggle with the Duke of Guelders did not end with the death of Charles of Egmont in 1538, but the rapid campaign of Charles against the Duke of Cleves resulted in the final incorporation of Guelders with the Burgundian possessions in 1543. Groningen and the neighbouring territory had been acquired in 1536. In 1543, Charles forced also Cambrai to accept a garrison. Liège, though still in nominal independence, was brought more and more under Burgundian influence. Its bishop, Evra de la Marck, maintained with Charles almost unbroken friendship until his death in 1538. Then Charles procured the election of his uncle George, the bastard son of Maximilian. Charles used the territory of Liège as his own, building on it the fortress of Marienburg, 1546, and after the capture of this town, Charlemont and Philippeville in 1554. Thus, the area of Burgundian supremacy was widened and its boundaries rectified, and in 1548 the status of the provinces with reference to the empire was revised. The whole of them was included in the Burgundian circle. They were declared not to be subject to the laws of the empire. They were bound, however, to contribute to imperial subsidies, and received in return the protection of the empire. The effect of this measure was to sever the connection between the empire and the Netherlands, for the protection was a figment, and the contribution remained unpaid. The suzerainty of France over Flanders and Artois had been renounced in 1529, and thus the Burgundian possessions became a single and independent whole. The Pragmatic Sanction of 1548 further declared that the law of succession for all the provinces should be henceforth the same, and prevented the danger of a divided inheritance. The regency of Margaret of Savoy, which ended in 1530, and that of Maria of Hungary, which terminated in 1552, were both directed by the supreme will of Charles, though much discretion was left to these able and faithful vice-regents. The centralization of the government was carried further. Councils of state and of finance for the whole aggregate were established. A central court of appeal was set up at Malines, though its authority was not universally accepted. The States General for all the principalities were frequently summoned, and although their decisions were not legally binding on the several states, every effort was made to enforce the will of the majority upon every district. Here, as elsewhere, Charles respected the constitution, and did not attempt to enforce his will against the vote of the states. Many instances are on record in which he was obliged to give way. The newly acquired provinces were not immediately incorporated in the Assembly of States General. In the Netherlands, as in his other dominions, Charles endeavoured to enforce his will upon the Church. But the rival interests of the great alien sees, possessing ecclesiastical authority over the chief part of his territory, rendered this difficult, and his plan for the creation of 6 national dioceses failed, according to the opposition of the existing prelates and the Roman See. But in the matter of heresy, he succeeded in holding his own for his lifetime. Early in 1521, before the Diet of Worms, he issued his first edict in the Netherlands against Luther. By repeated laws increasing in stringency, he kept, if not the reformed opinions, at any rate their public expression within bounds. And the only serious danger of an outbreak in the Netherlands under Charles was at the time of the Anabaptist movement at Münster, 1535, when the attempted seizure of Amsterdam by those sectaries led to a more rigorous persecution of them in various parts of the Netherlands. The Inquisition was established on a secular basis, for Charles could not afford to give this powerful instrument into the hands of alien bishops or the Holy See. But under the surface the forces were growing. The movement was amorphous and heterogeneous. Lutheranism in the north, Zwinglian views in the south, Anabaptist doctrine among the more violent, and towards the end of the reign the more methodical and better organized Calvinistic system were spreading in spite of the Inquisition. The persecution of Charles, which, although vigorous in appearance, was in effect not especially severe, succeeded in concealing rather than in preventing the spread of heresy. This legacy he left to his son. Indeed, though the Netherlands flourished under Charles, though their trade prospered through the connection with Spain and the Indies, though the wealth of Antwerp and Amsterdam increased year by year, though peace was preserved and apparent obedience, though territory was rounded off and hostile provinces incorporated, the seeds were being sown which bore fruit in the days of Philip. The pressure of taxation was severe. The Spanish garrisons introduced in the early years of Charles' reign were hated here as elsewhere. Religious causes of discord were constantly growing. Charles spent but a small part of his reign in the Netherlands, but his early years were passed there, and he was never a stranger, nor out of sympathy. His son was a Spaniard, and his home in Spain. The days of Margaret and Marya were to be followed by the rule of a different class of proconsuls with a different kind of instructions. Then the accumulated discontent, the weariness of long-continued burdens borne in a cause that was not their own, the strain of the prolonged strife with France, their natural friend, all the errors and mistaken policy of Charles would make themselves felt. The issue of these things will be seen in a later volume. End of section 12. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 13 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Luther, by the Reverend T.M. Lindsay. Part 1. The Reformation of the 16th century had its birth and growth in a union of spiritual and secular forces, such as the world has seldom seen at any other period of its history. On the secular side, the times were full of new movements, intellectual and moral, political, social, and economic, and spiritual forces were everywhere at work, which aimed at making religion the birthright and possession of the common man. Whether king, noble, burgher, artisan, or peasant, as well as of the ecclesiastic, a possession which should directly promote a worthy life within the family and the state. These religious impulses had all a peculiar democratic element, and were able to impregnate with passion, and for a time to fuse together the secular forces of the period. Hence their importance historically. If the main defect in the earlier histories of the Reformation has been to neglect the secular sides of the movement, It is possible that more recent historians have been too apt to ignore the religious element, which was a real power. It may be an exaggeration to say, as is sometimes done, that this religious side of the Reformation began in the inward religious growth of a single personality. The river comes from 1,000 nameless rills, and not only from one selected fountainhead. Yet Luther was so prominent a figure that the impulses in his religious life may be taken as the type of forces which were at work over a wide area. And the history of these forces may be fitly described in tracing the genesis and growth of his religious opinions from his early years to his struggle against indulgences. The real roots of the religious life of Luther must be sought for in the family and in the popular religious life of the times. What had Luther and Myconius, and hundreds of other boys of the peasant and burgher classes, been taught by their parents within the family? And what religious influences met them in high school and university? Fortunately, the writings of the leaders of the new religious movement abound in biographical details, and the recent labors of German historians enable us to form some idea of the discordant elements in the religious life at the close of the 15th century. The religion taught by parents to children in pious German families seems to have been simple, unaffected, and evangelical. Myconius relates how his father, a burgher, was accustomed to expound the Apostles' Creed to the boy, and to tell him that Jesus Christ was the Savior from all sins, that the one thing needed to obtain God's pardon for sins was to pray and to trust, and how he insisted above all that the forgiveness of God was a free gift, bestowed without fee by God on man for the sake of what Christ had done. Little books suitable for family instruction were in circulation, in which were printed the Creed, the Lord's Prayer, the 10 Commandments, and sometimes 1 or 2 psalms in the German tongue. Simple catechisms and other small books of devotion seem to have been in circulation, which were full of very simple evangelical teaching. It is probable that Luther repeated a great deal of what was commonly taught to children in his own earliest years, when in later days he himself wrote little books for the young. Traces of his simple family piety, which insisted that all holiness came from trusting in the holy passion of Christ, and that nothing which the sinner could do for himself availed anything, may be found all down the stream of medieval religious life in the most popular hymns, and in the sermons of the great revival preachers. The latter half of the 15th century saw the growth of a form of piety very different from that simple household religion. A strange terror seemed to brood over the people. The plague came periodically into the crowded and badly drained towns. New diseases made their appearance and added to the prevailing fear. The dread of a Turkish invasion seemed to be prevalent. Mothers scared their children by naming the Turks, and in hundreds of German parishes the bells tolled in the village steeples, calling the people to pray to God to deliver them from Turkish raids. This prevailing fear bred a strange restlessness. Crowds of pilgrims thronged the highways, trudging from shrine to shrine, hoping to get deliverance from fear and assurance of pardon for sins. Princes who could afford a sufficiently large armed guard visited the holy places in Palestine and brought back relics which they stored in their private chapels. The lesser nobility and the richer burghers made pilgrimages to Rome, especially during the Jubilee years, which became somewhat frequent in the later Middle Ages, and secured indulgences by visiting and praying before the several shrines in the Holy City. For the common folk of Germany, in the last decades of the 15th century, the favorite place of pilgrimage was Compostela in Spain, and in the second degree, Einsiedeln in Switzerland. It was said that the bones of St. James, the brother of our Lord, had been brought from Palestine to Compostela, and the shrine numbered its pilgrims by the 100,000 a year. So famous and frequented was this place of pilgrimage that a special, one might almost say a professional, class of pilgrims came into existence. The Jakobsbruder, who were continually on the roads coming to or from Compostela, seeking to win pardon for themselves or others by their wandering devotion. Sometimes the desire to go on pilgrimage became almost an epidemic. Bands of children thronged the roads, bareheaded and clad in nothing but their shirts. Women left their families, and men deserted their work. In vain, preachers of morals like Geiler von Kaisersberg denounced the practice and said that on pilgrimages, more sinners were created than sins pardoned. The terror swayed men, and they fled to shrines where they believed they could find forgiveness. The pilgrimage songs make a small literature, and pilgrim guidebooks like the Mirabilia Romae and Die Wallfahrt und Strasse zu San Jakob appeared in many languages. This revival of religion had its special effect on men destined to a religious life. The secular clergy seem to have been the least affected. Chronicles, whether of towns or families, bear witness to the degradation of morals among the parish priests and the superior clergy. The Benedictines and their dependent orders of monks do not appear to have shared largely in the religious movement. It was different, however, with the Dominicans, the Franciscans, and the mendicant Augustinians. These begging friars reformed themselves strenuously, in the medieval sense of Reformation. They went back to their old lives of mortifying the flesh, of devoting themselves to works of practical benevolence and of self-denying activity. As a consequence, they, and not the parish clergy, had become the trusted religious leaders of the people. Their chapels were thronged by the common folk, and the better-disposed nobles and burghers took them for their confessors and spiritual directors. It was in vain that the Roman Curia proclaimed, by its legates in Germany, the old doctrine that the benefits of religious acts do not depend upon the personal character of the administrators, that it published regulations binding all parishioners to confess at least once a year to their parish priests. The people, high and low, felt that bishops who rode to the diet, accompanied by their concubines disguised in men's clothing, and parish priests who were tavern keepers, or the most frequent customers at the village public house, were not true spiritual guides. They turned for the consolations of religion to the poor-living, hard-working Franciscans and Augustinian eremites, who listened to their confessions and spoke comfortingly to their souls, who taught the children and said masses without taking fees. The last decades of the 15th century were the time of a revival in the spiritual power and devotion of the mendicant orders. One result of the underlying fear which inspired this religious revival was the way in which the personality of Christ was constantly regarded in the common Christian thought of the time as it is revealed to us in autobiographies, in sermons, and in pictorial representations. The Savior was concealed behind the judge, who was to come to punish the wicked. Luther tells us that when he was a boy in the parish church, his childish imagination was inflamed by the stained glass picture of Jesus, not the Savior, but the judge, of a fierce countenance, seated on a rainbow and carrying a flaming sword in his hand. This idea prevented pious people who held it from approaching Jesus as an intercessor. He himself needed to be interceded with on behalf of the poor sinners he was coming to judge. And this thought in turn gave to the adoration of the Virgin Mother a strength and intensity hitherto unknown in medieval religion. The doctrine of the Immaculate Conception had strenuous advocates. Men and women formed themselves into confraternities that they might beseech her intercession with the strength that numbers give, and these confraternities spread all over Germany. The intercessory powers of the Virgin Mother became a more and more important element in the popular religion, and little books of devotion were in circulation. The Little Gospel, the Pearl of the Passion, which related with many a comment the words of Christ on the cross to St. John and to the Virgin. Then the idea grew up that the Virgin herself had to be interceded with in order to become an intercessor, and her mother, St. Anne, became the object of a cult which may almost be called new. This cult of the Blessed Anna rapidly extended itself in ever-widening circles until there were few districts in Germany which had not their confraternities devoted to her service. Such was the prevailing enthusiastic popular religion of the last decades of the 15th century. The religion which met and surrounded a sensitive boy when he left his quiet home and entered the world. It had small connection, save in the one point of the increased reverence paid to the Virgin, with the theology of the schools, but it was the religious force among the people. Side by side with this flamboyant popular religion can be discerned another spiritual movement, so unlike it, so utterly divergent from it in character and in aim, that it is surprising to detect its presence within the same areas and at the same period, and that we need scarcely wonder that it has been so largely overlooked. Its great characteristic was that laymen began to take into their own hands matters which had hitherto been supposed to be the exclusive property of churchmen. We can discern the impulse setting in motion at the same time princes, burghers, and artisans, each class in its own way. The Great Council of Constance had pledged the Church to a large number of practical reforms, aiming at the reinvigoration of the various local ecclesiastical institutions. These pledges had never been fulfilled, and their non-fulfillment accounts for one side of the German opposition to Rome. During the last decades of the 15th century, some of the German princes assumed the right to see that within their lands proper discipline was exercised over the clergy as well as over the laity. To give instances would need more space than this chapter affords. It is enough to say that the jus episcopale, which Luther claimed in later days for the civil power, had been exercised, and that for the good of the people in the lands of Brandenburg and of Saxony before the close of the 15th century. We have therefore this new thing, that the laity in power had begun to set quietly aside the immunities and privileges of the Church, to this extent at least, that the civil authorities compelled the local ecclesiastical institutions within their dominions to live under the rule of reform laid down by an ecumenical council, and that they did this despite the remonstrances of the superior ecclesiastical authorities. The same assertion of the rights of laymen to do Christian work in their own way appears when the records of the boroughs are examined. The whole charitable system of the Middle Ages had been administered by the Church. All bequests for the relief of the poor had been placed in the hands of the clergy, and all donations for the relief of the poor were given to clerical managers. The burghers saw the charitable bequests of their forefathers grossly perverted from their original purposes, and it began to dawn upon them that, although the law of charity was part of the law of Christ, it did not necessarily follow that all charities must be under ecclesiastical administration. Hence, cases appear, and that more frequently as the years pass, where burghers leave their charitable bequests to be managed by the town council or other secular authority, and this particular portion of Christian work ceased to be the exclusive possession of the clergy. Another feature of the times was the growth of an immense number of novel religious associations, or confraternities. They were not, like the praying circles of the mystics or of the Gottesfreunde, strictly non-clerical or anti-clerical. They had no objection to the protection of the Church, but they had a distinctively lay character. Some of them were associations of artisans, and these were commonly called Kalends, because it was one of their rules to meet once a month for divine service, usually in a chapel belonging to one of the mendicant orders. Others bore curious names, such as St. Ursula's Schifflein, and enforced a rule that all the members must pay a certain number of times a week. Pious people frequently belonged to a number of these associations. The members united for religious purposes, generally under the auspices of the Church. But they were confraternities of laymen and women who had marked out for themselves their own course of religious duties, quite independently of the Church and of its traditional ideals. Perhaps no greater contribution could be made to our knowledge of the quiet religious life at the close of the 15th century than to gather together in a monograph what can be known about these religious confraternities. Such was the religious atmosphere into which Luther was born and which he breathed from his earliest days. His mother taught him the simple evangelical hymns which had fed her own spiritual growth. His father had that sturdy common-sense piety which belonged to so many of the better-disposed nobles, burghers, and artisans of the time, while the fear of Jesus the Judge, who was coming to judge and punish the wicked, branded itself on his child's soul when he gazed up at the vengeful picture of our Lord. He was taught at home the 10 Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, words of Jesus from the Gospels, the Creed, such simple hymns as Christ ist erstanden, In Kindlein so löblich, and Nun bitten wir den Heiligen Geist, all that went to make what he long afterwards called the faith of the children. His father's strong dislike to monks and friars, the Hussite propaganda, which, in spite of all attempts at repression, had penetrated the Harz and Thuringia, the Mansfeld police regulations, with other evidence from the local chronicles, show how much the lay religion had made its way among the people. The popular revival displayed itself in the great processions and pilgrimages made to holy places in his neighborhood. To Kuhhäuser, where there was a miraculous wooden cross, to the Bruno Chapel of Quernfurt, to the Old Chapel at Welfesholz, to the Cloister Church at Wimmelberg. Martin Luther was born on November 10th, 1483, at Eisleben, and spent his childhood in Mansfeld. His father, Hans, was a miner in the Mansfeld district, where the policy of the Counts of Mansfeld to build and let out on hire small smelting furnaces enabled thrifty and skilled workmen to rise in the world. The boy grew up amidst the toilsome, grimy, often coarse surroundings of the German peasant life, protected from much that was evil by the wise severity of his parents, but sharing in its hardness, its superstitions, and its simple political and ecclesiastical ideas. As that the emperor was God's ruler on the earth, who would protect poor people from the Turk. That the church was the Pope's house, in which the Bishop of Rome was the house father, and that obedience and reverence were due to the lords of the soil. He went to the village school in Mansfeld and endured the cruelties of a merciless pedagogue. He was sent later to a school at Magdeburg, and then to St. George's High School at Eisenach. In these boyish days, he was a poor student, i.e., one who got his education and lodging free, was obliged to sing in the church choir, and was permitted to sing in the streets, begging for bread. His later writings abound in references to these early school days and to his own quiet thoughts, and they make it plain that the religion of fear was laying hold on him and driving out the earlier, simple family faith. Two pictures branded themselves on his childish mind at Magdeburg. He saw a young Prince of Anhalt, who had forsaken rank and inheritance, and, to save his soul, had become a barefooted friar, carrying the huge begging sack, and worn to skin and bone by his scourgings and fastings and prayers. The other was an altarpiece in a church, the picture of a ship in which was no layman, not even a king or a prince. In it were the Pope with his cardinals and bishops, and the Holy Ghost hovered over them, directing their course, while priests and monks managed the oars and the sails, and thus they went sailing heavenwards. The laymen were swimming in the water beside the ship. Some were drowning. Others were holding on by ropes which the monks and priests cast out to them to aid them. No layman was in the ship, and no ecclesiastic was in the water. The picture haunted him for years. At Eisenach, he had some glimpses of the old, simple family life, this time accompanied by a new refinement, in the house of the lady whom most biographers identify with Frau Kotte. But the religious atmosphere of the town which the boy inhaled and enjoyed was new. The town was under the spell of Saint Elizabeth, the pious Landgravine, who had given up family life, children, and all earthly comforts to earn a medieval saintship. Her good deeds were blazoned on the windows of the church in which Luther sang as choir boy, and he had long conversations with some of the monks who belonged to her foundations. The novel surroundings tended to lead him far from the homely piety of his parents and from the more cultured family religion of his new friends, and he confesses that it was with incredulous surprise that he heard Frau Kotte say that there was nothing on earth more lovely than the love of husband and wife when it is in the fear of the Lord. He had surrendered himself to that revival of crude medieval religion which was based on fear, and which found an outlet in fastings, scourgings, pilgrimages, saint worship, and in general in the thought that salvation demanded the abandonment of family, friends, and the activities and enjoyments of life in the world. After 3 happy years at Eisenach, Luther was sent to Erfurt, and entered his name on the matriculation roll in letters which can still be read: Martinus Luther ex Mansfeld. Hans Luther had been prospering. He was able to pay for his son's college expenses. Luther was no longer a poor student, but was able to give undivided attention to his studies. The father meant the son to become a trained lawyer, and the lad of 17 seems to have accepted without question the career marked out for him. The University of Erfurt was in Luther's days the most famous in Germany. It had been founded in 1392 by the burghers, and academic and burgher life mingled there as nowhere else. The graduation days were town holidays, and the graduation ceremonies always included a procession of the university authorities, the guilds and the town officials, with all the attendant medieval pomp, and concluded with a torchlight march at night. But if the university was strictly allied to the town, it was as strongly united to the church. It had been enriched with numerous papal privileges. Its chancellor was the Archbishop of Mainz. Many of its theological professors held ecclesiastical prebends, and others were monks of different orders, and notably of the Augustinian Eremites. The whole teaching staff went solemnly to hear Mass at the beginning of every term. Each faculty was under the protection of a patron saint. St. George presiding over the faculty of philosophy. The professors had to swear to teach nothing opposed to the doctrine of the Roman Church, and care was taken to prevent the beginnings and spread of heretical opinions. The university teaching was medieval in all essentials, but represented the new, as Cologne championed the old, scholasticism. Gabriel Biel, the disciple of William of Ockham, had been one of the teachers. Humanism of the German type, which was very different from the Italian, had found an entrance as early as 1460 in the persons of Peter Luther and Jacob Publicius, and in the following years there was a good deal of intercourse between Erfurt scholars and Italian humanists. Maternus Pistoris was lecturing on the Latin classics in 1494, and had for his colleague Nicholas Marschalk, who was the first to establish a printing press in Germany for Greek books. They had speedily gathered round them a band of enthusiastic scholars: Johannes Jäger of Drontheim, Crotus Rubianus, Hendrie and Peter Eberach, George Borchardt of Spelt, Spalatinus, John Lange, and others known afterwards in the earlier stages of the Reformation movement. Conrad Muti, Mutianus Rufus, who had studied in Italy, was one of the leaders. Eoban of Hesse, Helios Eobanus Hessus, perhaps the most gifted of them all, joined the circle in 1494. These humanists did not attack openly the older course of study at Erfurt. They wrote complimentary Latin poems in praise of their older colleagues. They formed a select circle who were called the Poets. They affected to correspond with each other after the manner of the ancients. In private, Mutianus and Crotus seem to have delighted to reveal their eclectic theosophy to a band of half-terrified, half-admiring youths. To say that there was but one God who had the various names of Jupiter, Mars, Hercules, Jesus, and one goddess who was called Juno, Diana, or Mary, as the worshippers chose, but these things were not supposed to be for the public ear. The University of Erfurt, in the beginning of the 16th century, was the recognized meeting place of the two opposing tendencies of scholasticism and humanism. And it was also, perhaps in a higher degree than any other university, a place where the student was exposed to many other diverse influences. The system of biblical exegesis, first stimulated by Nicholas de Lyra, which cannot be classed under scholasticism or humanism, had found a succession of able teachers in Erfurt. The strong anti-clerical teaching of Jacob of Göteborg and of John Wessel, who had taught in Erfurt for 15 years, had left its mark on the university and was not forgotten. Low mutterings of the Hussite propaganda itself, Luther tells us, could be heard from time to time, urging a strange Christian socialism, which was at the same time thoroughly anti-clerical. Then, over against all this, opportunities were occasionally given, at the visits of papal legates, for seeing the magnificence and might of the Roman Church and of the Pope, its head. In 1502, and again in 1504, during Luther's student days, Cardinal Raimund, sent to proclaim in Germany new and unheard-of indulgences, visited the university town. The civic dignitaries, the rector magnificus, with the whole university, all the clergy, the monks and the schoolchildren, accompanied by crowds of the townsfolk, went out in procession to meet him and escort him with due ceremony into the city. Add to this the gross dissipation existing among many of the student sets, and the whisperings of foul living on the part of many of the higher clergy in the town, and some idea can be formed of the sea of trouble, doubt, questioning, and anxiety into which a bright, sensitive, imaginative, and piously disposed lad of 17 was thrown when he had begun his student life in Erfurt. End of section 13. Read by The Story Girl. Section 14 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Luther, by the Reverend T.M. Lindsay, Part 2. When we piece together references and correspondence to Luther's student life, recollections of his fellow students, and scattered sayings of his own in afterlife, we get upon the whole the idea of a very level-headed youth, with a strong sense of the practical side of his studies, thoroughly respected by his professors, refusing to be carried away into any excess of humanist enthusiasm on the one hand, or of physical dissipation on the other, intent only to profit by the educational advantages within his reach and to justify the sacrifices which his father was making on his behalf. He had been sent to Erfurt to become a jurist, and the Faculty of Philosophy afforded the preparation for the Faculty of Law as well as of Theology. Luther accordingly began the course of study prescribed in the Faculty of Philosophy: logic, dialectic, and rhetoric, followed by physics and astronomy. The teaching in all cases consisting of abstract classification and distinctions without any real study of life or of fact. The teacher he most esteemed was John Trutvetter, the famed Erfurt doctor, whose fame and genius, as all good Germans thought, had made Erfurt as well known as Paris. Scholasticism, he said, left him little time for poetry and classical studies. He does not seem to have attended any of the humanist lectures, but he read privately a large number of the Latin classical authors. Virgil, whose pages he opened with some dread, for was he not in medieval popular legend a combination of wizard and prophet of Christ, became his favorite author. His peasant upbringing made him take great delight in the bucolics and Georgics, books, he said, that only a herd and a countryman can rightly understand. Cicero charmed him. He delighted in his public labors for his country and in his versatility, and believed him to be a much better philosopher than Aristotle. He read Livy, Terence, and Plautus. He prized the pathetic portions of Horace, but esteemed him inferior to Prudentius. He seems also to have read from a volume of selections portions of Propertius, Porcius, Lucretius, Tibullus, Silvius, Italicus, Statius, and Claudian. We hear of him studying Greek privately with John Lange. But he was never a member of the humanist circle, and in his student days was personally unacquainted with its leading members. He had none of the humanist enthusiasm for the language and the spirit of the past. What he cared for was the knowledge of human life which classical authors gave him. Besides, the Epicurean life and ideas of the young humanist circle displeased him. They, on their part, would evidently have received him gladly. They called him the philosopher. They spoke about his gifts of singing and lute-playing, and of his frank, engaging character. In later days, he could make use of humanism, but he never was a humanist in spirit or in aim. He was too much in earnest about religious matters, and of too practical a turn of mind. Luther's course of study flowed on regularly. He was a bright, sociable, hard-working student and took his various degrees in an exceptionally short time. He was bachelor in 1502 and master in 1505, when he stood second among the 17 successful candidates. He had attained what he had once thought the summit of earthly felicity and found himself marching in a procession of university magnates and civic dignitaries, clothed in his new robes. His father, proud of his son's success, sent him the costly present of a corpus juris. He may have begun to attend lectures in the faculty of law, when he suddenly retired into a convent and became a monk. This action was so unexpected that his student friends made all sorts of conjectures about his reasons, and these have been woven into stories which are pure legends. Little or nothing is known about Luther's religious convictions during his stay at Erfurt. This is the more surprising since Luther was the least reticent of men. His correspondence, his sermons, his commentaries, all his books are full of little autobiographical details. He tells what he felt when a child, what his religious thoughts were during his school days. But he is silent about his thoughts and feelings during his years at Erfurt, and especially during the months which preceded his plunge into the convent. He has himself made 2 statements about his resolve to become a monk, and they comprise the only accurate information obtainable. He says that the resolve was sudden, and that he left the world and entered the cloister because he doubted of himself. That in his case the proverb was true, doubt makes a monk. What was the doubting? The modern mind is tempted to imagine intellectual difficulties, to think of the rents in the church theology which the criticisms of Occam and of Beale had produced, of the complete antagonism between the whole ecclesiastical mode of thinking and the enlightenment from ancient culture that humanism was producing. And Luther's doubtings are frequently set down to the self-questioning which his contact with humanism in Erfurt had produced. But this idea, if not foreign to the age, was strange to Luther. He doubted whether he could ever do what he thought had to be done by him to save his soul if he remained in the world. That was what compelled him to enter the convent. The lurid fires of hell and the pale shades of purgatory, which are the constant background to Dante's Paradise, were always present to the mind of Luther from boyhood. Could he escape the one and win the other if he remained in the world? He doubted it, and entered the convent. The order of monks which Luther selected was the Augustinian Eremites. Their history was somewhat curious. Originally, they had been formed out of the numerous hermits who lived solitary religious lives throughout Italy and Germany. Several popes had desired to bring them together into convents, and this was at last effected by Alexander IV, who had enjoined them to frame their constitution according to the rule of St. Augustine. No other order of monks shared so largely in the religious revival of the 15th century. The convents which had reformed associated themselves together into what was called the congregation. The reformed Augustinian Eremites strictly observed their vows of poverty and obedience. They led self-denying lives. They represented the best type of later medieval piety. Their convents were, for the most part, in the larger towns of Germany, and the monks were generally held in high esteem by the citizens who took them for confessors and spiritual directors. The brethren were encouraged to study, and this was done so successfully that professorships in theology and philosophy in most of the universities of Germany in the 15th century were filled by Augustinian Eremites. They also cultivated the art of preaching. Most of the larger convents had a special preacher attached, and the townspeople flocked to hear him. Their theology had little to do with Augustine, nor does Luther appear to have studied Augustine until he had removed to Wittenberg. Their views belonged to the opposite pole of medieval thought and closely resembled those of the Franciscans. No order paid more reverence to the Blessed Virgin. Her image stood in the chapter house of every convent. Their theologians were strenuous defenders of the Immaculate Conception. They aided to spread the cult of the Blessed Anna. They were strong advocates of papal supremacy. In the person of John von Paltz, the professor of theology in the Erfurt convent and the teacher of Luther himself, they furnished the most outspoken defender of papal indulgences. This was the order into which Luther so suddenly threw himself in 1505. He spent the usual year as a novice, then took the vows and was set to study theology. His textbooks were the writings of Occam, Beale, and Aie. His aptness for study, his vigor and precision in debate, his acumen, excited the admiration of his teachers. But Luther had not come to the convent to study theology. He had entered to save his soul. These studies were but pastime. His serious and dominating task was to win the sense of pardon of sin and to see his body a temple of the Holy Ghost. He fasted and prayed and scourged himself according to rule and invented additional methods of maceration. He edified his brethren. They spoke of him as a model of monastic piety. But the young man, he was only 23, felt no relief and was no nearer God. He was still tormented by the sense of sin which urged him to repeated confession. God was always the implacable judge, inexorably threatening punishment for the guilt of breaking a law which it seemed impossible to keep. For it was the righteousness of God that terrified him. The thought that all his actions were tested by the standard of that righteousness of God. His superiors could not understand him. Staupitz, vicar general of the order, saw him on one of his visitations and was attracted by him. He saw his sincerity, his deep trouble, his hopeless despair. He advised him to study the Bible, St. Augustine, and Tauler. An old monk helped him for a short time by explaining that the Creed taught the forgiveness of sin as a promise of God, and that what the sinner had to do was to trust in the promise. But the thought would come. Pardon follows contrition and confession. How can I know that my contrition has gone deep enough? How can I be sure that my confession has been complete? At last, Staupitz began to see where the difficulty lay, and made suggestions which helped him. The true mission of the medieval church had been to be a stern preacher of righteousness. It taught and elevated its rude converts by placing before them ideals of saintly piety and of ineffable purity, and by teaching them that sin was sin in spite of extenuating circumstances. Luther was a true son of that medieval church. Her message had sunk deeply into his soul. It had been enforced by his experience of the popular revival of the decades which had preceded and followed his birth. He felt more deeply than most the point where it failed. It contrasted the divine righteousness and man's sin and weakness. It insisted on the inexorable demands of the law of God, and at the same time pronounced despairingly that man could never fulfill them. Staupitz showed Luther that the antinomy had been created by setting over against each other the righteousness of God and the sin and helplessness of man, and by keeping these two thoughts in opposition. Then he explained that the righteousness of God, according to God's promise, might become the possession of man in and through Christ. Fellowship of man with God solved the antinomy. All fellowship is founded on personal trust, and faith gives man that fellowship with God through which all things that belong to God can become his. These thoughts, acted upon, helped Luther gradually to win his way to peace of heart. Penitence and confession, which had been the occasions of despair when extorted by fear, became natural and spontaneous when suggested by a sense of the greatness and intimacy of the redeeming love of God in Christ. The intensity and sincerity of this protracted struggle marked Luther for life. It gave him a strength of character and a living power which never left him. The end of the long inner fight had freed him from the burden which had oppressed him, and his naturally frank, joyous nature found a free outlet. It gave him a sense of freedom, and the feeling that life was something given by God to be enjoyed, the same feeling that humanism, from its lower level, had given to so many of its disciples. For the moment, however, nothing seemed questionable. He was a faithful son of the medieval church, the Pope's house, with its cardinals and its bishops, its priests, monks, and nuns, its masses and its relics, its indulgences and its pilgrimages. All these external things remained unchanged. The one thing that was changed was the relation in which one human soul stood to God. He was still a monk who believed in his vocation. The very fact that his conversion had come to him within the convent made him the more sure that he had done right to take the monastic vow. Soon after he had attained inward peace, Luther was ordained, and Hans Luther came from Mansfeld for the ceremony, not that he took any pleasure in it, but because he did not wish to shame his eldest son. The sturdy peasant adhered to his anti-clerical Christianity, and when his son told him that he had a clear call from God to the monastic life, the father suggested that it might have been a prompting from the devil. Once ordained, it was Luther's duty to say Mass and to hear confessions, impose penance, and pronounce absolution. He had no difficulties about the doctrines and usages of the Church, but he put his own meaning into the duties and position of a confessor. His own experience had taught him that man could never forgive sin. That belonged to God alone. But the human confessor could be the spiritual guide of those who came to confess to him. He could warn them against false grounds of confidence and show them the pardoning grace of God. Luther's theological studies were continued. He devoted himself to Augustine, to Bernard, to men who might be called experimental theologians. He began to show himself a good man of business, with an eye for the heart of things. Staupitz and his chiefs entrusted him with some delicate commissions on behalf of the order, and made quiet preparation for his advancement. In 1508, he, with a few other brother monks, was transferred from the convent at Erfurt to that at Wittenberg, to assist the small university there. Some years before this, the Elector Frederick the Wise of Saxony, the head of the Ernestine branch of his house, had resolved to provide a university for his own dominions. He had been much drawn to the Augustinian eremites since his first acquaintance with them at Crema, when he was a boy at school. Naturally, Staupitz became his chief adviser in his new scheme. Indeed, the university from the first might almost be called an educational establishment belonging to the Augustinian eremites. There was not much money to spare at the electoral court. A sum got from the sale of indulgences some years before, which Frederick had not allowed to leave the country, served to make a beginning. Prebends, attached to the castle church, the Church of All Saints was its ecclesiastical name, furnished the salaries of some of the professors. The other teachers were to be supplied from the monks of the convent of the Augustinian eremites in the town. The Emperor Maximilian granted the usual imperial privileges, and the university was opened October 18th, 1502. Staupitz himself was one of the professors and dean of the Faculty of Theology. Another Augustinian eremite was dean of the Faculty of Arts. The patron saints of the order, the Blessed Virgin and Saint Augustine, were the patron saints of the university. Some distinguished teachers, outside the Augustinian eremites, were induced to come. Among others, Jerome Schorf, from Tübingen. Staupitz collected promising young monks from converts of his order and enrolled them as students. Other youths were attracted by the teachers and came from various parts of Germany. The university enrolled 416 students during its first year. This success, however, appears to have been artificial. The numbers gradually declined to 56 in the summer session of 1505. The first teachers left it for more promising places. Still, Staupitz encouraged Frederick to persevere. New teachers were secured, among them Nicholas Amsdorff, who had then a great reputation as a teacher of the old-fashioned scholasticism, and Andrew Bodenstein of Karlstadt. The university began to grow slowly. Luther was sent to Wittenberg in 1508. He was made to teach the dialectic and physics of Aristotle, a task which he disliked, but whether in the university or to the young monks in the convent, it is impossible to say. He also began to preach. His work was interrupted by a command to go to Rome on the business of his order. The Augustinian eremites, as has been already said, were divided into the unreformed and the reformed convents, the latter being united in an association which was called the Congregation. Staupitz was anxious to heal this schism and to bring all the convents in Germany within the Reformation. Difficulties arose, and the interests of peace demanded that both the general of the order and the curia should be informed on all the circumstances. A messenger was needed, one whom he could trust, and who would also be trusted by the stricter party among his monks. No one seemed more suitable than the young monk Martin Luther. Luther saw Rome, and the impressions made upon him by his visit remained with him all his life. He and his companion approached the imperial city with the liveliest expectations. But they were the longings of the pious pilgrim, not those of the scholar of the Renaissance. So little impression had humanism made upon him. When he first caught sight of the city, Luther raised his hands in an ecstasy, exclaiming, "I greet thee, thou holy Rome, thrice holy from the blood of the martyrs." That was his mood of mind. So little had his convent struggles and the peace he had found in the thought that the just live by faith separated him from the religious ideas of his time. His official business did not cost much time. He seems to have had no complaints to make against the curia. Indeed, the business on which he had been sent seems to have been settled in Germany by an amicable compromise. His official work done, he set himself to see the holy city with the devotion of a pilgrim and the thoroughness of a German. He visited all the shrines, especially those to which indulgences were attached. He climbed the 38 steps which led to the vestibule of St. Peter's, every step counting 7 years' remission of penance. He knelt before all the altars. He listened reverently to all the accounts given him of the various relics and believed them all. He thought that if his parents had been dead, he could, by saying masses in certain chapels, secure them against purgatory. He visited the remains of antiquity which could tell him something of the life of the old Romans, the Pantheon, the Colosseum, and the baths of Diocletian. But if Luther was still unemancipated from his belief in relics, in the effect of pilgrimages, and in the validity of indulgences for the remission of imposed penance, his sturdy German piety and his plain Christian morality turned his reverence of Rome into a loathing. The city he had greeted as holy he found to be a sink of iniquity. Its very priests were infidel, and openly scoffed at the sacred services they performed. The papal courtiers were men of depraved lives. The cardinals of the church lived in open sin. He had frequent cause to repeat the Italian proverb, first spread abroad by Machiavelli and by Bembo, "The nearer Rome, the worse Christian." It meant much for him in after days that he had seen Rome for himself. Luther was back in Wittenberg early in the summer of 1512. Staupitz sent him to Erfurt to complete the steps necessary for the higher graduation in theology, preparatory to succeeding Staupitz in the chair of theology in Wittenberg. He graduated as Doctor of the Holy Scripture, took the Wittenberg doctor's oath to defend evangelical truth vigorously, Vere Liter, was made a member of the Senate 3 days later, and a few weeks after he succeeded Staupitz as professor of theology. From the first, Luther's lectures differed from what were then expected from a professor of theology. It was not that he criticized the theology then current in the Church. He had an entirely different idea of what theology ought to be and of what it ought to make known. His whole habit of mind was practical, and theology for him was an experimental discipline. It ought to be, he thought, a study which would teach how a man could find the grace of God, and having found it, how he could persevere in a life of joyous obedience to God and His commandments. He had himself sought, and that with deadly earnest, an answer to this question in all the material which the Church of the time had accumulated to aid men in the task. He had tried to find it in the penitential system, in the means of grace, in theology professedly based on Holy Scripture expounded by the later schoolmen and mystics, and his search had been in vain. But theologians like Bernard and Augustine had helped him, and as they had taught him, he could teach others. That was the work he set himself to do. It was a task to which contemporary theology had not given any special prominence, and which, in Luther's opinion, it had ignored. His theology was new, because, in his opinion, it ought to be occupied with a new task, not because the conclusions reached by contemporary theology, occupied with other tasks, were necessarily wrong. Luther never knew much Hebrew, and he used the Vulgate in his prelections. He had a huge, widely printed volume on his desk, and wrote the heads of his lectures between the printed lines. The pages still exist and can be studied. We can trace the gradual growth of his theology. In the years 1513 to 15, there was no sign of any attack upon the contemporary scholastic teaching. No thought but that the monastic life is the flower of Christian piety. He expounded the Psalms. His aids are what are called the mystical passages in St. Augustine and in Bernard, but what may be more properly termed those portions of their teaching in which they insist upon and describe personal religion. These thoughts simply push aside the ordinary theology of the day without staying to criticize it. We can discern in the germ what grew to be the main thoughts in the later Lutheran theology. Men are redeemed apart from any merits of their own. Man's faith is trust in the verity of God and in the historical work of Christ. These thoughts were for the most part expressed in the formulae common to the scholastic philosophy of the time, but they grew in clearness of expression and took shape as a series of propositions which formed the basis of his teaching: that man wins pardon through the free grace of God, that when man lays hold on God's promise of pardon, he becomes a new creature, that this sense of pardon is the beginning of a new life of sanctification. To these may be added the thoughts that the life of faith is Christianity on its inward side, that the contrast between the economy of law and that of grace is something fundamental, and that there is a real distinction to be drawn between the outward and visible church and the ideal church, which is to be described by its spiritual and moral relations to God after the manner of Augustine. The years 1515 and 1516 give traces of a more thorough study of Augustine and of the German mystics. This comes out in the college lectures on the Epistle to the Romans and in some minor publications. His language loses its scholastic coloring and adopts many of the well-known mystical phrases, especially when he describes the natural incapacity of men for what is good. Along with this change in language, and evidently related to it, we find evidence that Luther was beginning to think less highly of the monastic life and its external renunciations. Predestination, meaning by that not an abstract metaphysical dogma, but the thought that the whole of the believer's life and what it involved depended in the last resort on God and not on man, came more and more into the foreground. Still, there did not appear any disposition to criticize or repudiate the current theology of the day. But about the middle of 1516, Luther had reached the parting of the ways, and the divergence appeared on the practical and not on the speculative side of theology. It began in a sermon he preached on the theory of indulgences in July 1516, and increased month by month. The widening divergence can be clearly traced step by step until he could contrast our theology, the theology taught by Luther and his colleagues at Wittenberg, with what was taught elsewhere, and notably at Erfurt. The former represented Augustine and the Bible. The latter was founded on Aristotle. In September 1517, his position had become so clear that he wrote against the scholastic theology, declaring that it was at heart Pelagian, and that it obscured and buried out of sight the Augustinian doctrines of grace. He bewailed the fact that the current theology neglected to teach the supreme value of faith and of inward righteousness, that it encouraged men to seek to escape the due reward of sin by means of indulgences, instead of exhorting them to practice that inward repentance which belongs to every genuine Christian life. It was at this stage of his own inward religious development that Luther felt himself forced to stand forth in public in opposition to the sale of indulgences in Germany. Luther had become much more than a professor of theology by this time. He had become a power in Wittenberg. His lectures seemed like a revelation of the scriptures to the Wittenberg students. Grave burghers from the town matriculated at the university in order to attend his classes. His fame gradually spread, and students began to flock from all parts of Germany to the small, poor, and remote town. And the elector grew proud of his university and of the man who had given it such a position. In these earlier years of his professoriate, Luther undertook the duties of the preacher in the town church in Wittenberg. He became a great preacher, able to touch the conscience and bring men to amend their lives. Like all great preachers of the day who were in earnest, he denounced prevalent sins. He deplored the low standards set by the leaders of the church in principle and in practice. He declared that religion was not an easy thing, that it did not consist in externals, that both sin and true repentance had their roots in the heart, and that until the heart had been made pure, all kinds of external purifications were useless. Such a man, occupying the position he had won, could not keep silent when he saw what he believed to be a great source of moral corruption gathering round him and infecting the people whom he taught daily, and who had selected him as their confessor and the religious guide of their lives. End of section 14. Read by The Story Girl.